He could have taken up with some woman who. The struggle raged. The right-wingers had a potent nucleus, Bukharin, Rykov, Tomsky, a powerful trio. They were very assertive. They would send formal letters to the Politburo, signed, members of the Politburo Bukharin, Rykov, Tomsky. Stalin was never over-tolerant. In those matters Kalinin wasn't over-tolerant either. He always lent his support, though the initiative was never his. Tomsky shot himself, at his dacha. He had been expelled from the Central Committee though he retained his party membership. By then he had grown into a real bureaucrat. Until 1905 he was a Bolshevik. Then he vacillated. In the summer of 1917 we advanced the idea of launching a newspaper to be published by the Petrograd Party Committee. Heated debates were held on the question at meetings of the Petrograd Committee and the Central Committee. It was late May early June 1, 1917. He disappeared when the going was toughest. But later it was already after the October Revolution he turned up in Moscow. Here is a prominent leader for you. What steadfastness! Nevertheless, he was a good organizer of the masses. Suppose we here are all Politburo members, said Shotel Vanovich, and one of us suddenly vanishes. His seat is empty. Read these situations addressed by the Politburo. No. There was always the leading team in the Politburo. Under Stalin that team never included Kalinin, Rudzutak, Kozyr, or Andreev. The materials pertaining to a matter would be forwarded to all the Politburo members in advance. Before the war we received intelligence reports. But all the issues of cardinal importance were first addressed by the Politburo's leading group. That tradition started under Lenin. Did Stalin interrogate Tukhachevsky? No, he didn't need to. How could you let people that you knew well be sent to meet their death, to say nothing of the thousands who perished in the provinces? I would like to see you in our positions then. I wonder how you would have coped. I send them letters after each Congress. Let me tell you my news. Last Tuesday, I was summoned to the Central Committee for a hearing. I write after Congresses so that the new members of the Central Committee will look into my case with fresh eyes. Last time they merely heard me out and, inasmuch as I continued to consider the policies of the 1930s to be correct despite certain errors that might have been made, they concluded, original decision confirmed. That was it. I was actually rebuffed, the message in effect being, Molotov doesn't know he has lost touch. I was no longer accused of being a dogmatist, which Khrushchev liked to call me. I have never been a member of the opposition. I have been an active party member all my life, all my activities have been above board. Of course I made mistakes. I can't deny that. Lenin also made mistakes and admitted to them. At the XVIIth Congress Stalin declared communism could be built in one country. That conclusion certainly runs counter to Marxism-Leninism. At that time I didn't agree, but I didn't speak up. How could I? I would have been kicked out like some rag that was in the way. Everyone cheered. 285. Everyone wanted communism. Stalin wanted to show he was moving forward. The current party program is no different. We're out for a walk. Molotov is recounting a recent experience. A friend of mine told me, they would like to reinstate you in the party, but you keep sending critical letters to the Central Committee. He is an economics professor. I think only a few people would like to have me back in the party. Many negative reports about me have reached the top, and now they simply can't do it. I am portrayed as a Stalinist before the Western Communist parties. If they reinstate me, would Stalin follow? No, I don't think they could do that. I wrote them another letter before the Congress. I handed the letter to the right person. This is also a critical letter. Alas, I got no response or acknowledgement from them. I understand no one enjoys being reproved. I've been to the Party Control Commission today. On the question of being reinstated in the party. This was my second visit. The previous decision was once again left standing. On July 1, 5 I was summoned to the Commission in connection with the application I addressed to the Congress. Handling my application was a member of that commission, who later filed a concluding report on my case. The original decision was confirmed. I asked for the last report to be given to me to read. They acquiesced, and I went over today to have a look at that report. The charge against me is the same, abuse of power. The report written by that commission member says that 37,000 arrests were made in the 1930s. That's too many. I responded that the figures should be thoroughly reviewed and that unwarranted arrests did occur, but that we couldn't have survived without resorting to stern measures. Takt for example. On what grounds was he rehabilitated? Did you read the records of the trial of the right-wing and Trotskyist bloc in 1938? Bukharin, Krestinsky, Rosengolds, and others were on trial then. They stated flat out that in June 1937 Tukhachevsky pressed for a coup. People who have not read the record go on to say that the testimony was given under duress from the Chekists. But I say, had we not made those sweeping arrests in the 1930s, we would have suffered even greater losses in the war. So today I looked 286 through the party report and wrote, I have read the report. I shall submit a written reply. I wanted to send them a written response to the report. It matters to me that I am not reinstated in the party, and I want them to have a record of my views on the past repressions. I stopped short of asking them why they hadn't posthumously expelled Stalin from the party. Now only Kalinin is in good standing. Even Dzerzhinsky committed gross mistakes, regarding the Brest peace and in the trade union Discus Zion. But surely Kalinin was not so active? Right. A worker once told me that before World War I Kalinin had intended to open a beer stand. But they write that he led an underground political study group. That's possible. I too led such a group, and Kalinin used to attend my classes. Did Kalinin RELI enjoy a solid reputation, or was his image only propped up for public consumption? Mostly for the public. He was loyal to Stalin. He was particularly close to the peasants, who didn't know any other Bolsheviks. He was certainly a nice person. At one time he wavered toward the right, but he did his best not to become separated from us. Vjačeslav also leaned toward the right. We had an army made up of peasants, after all. Why you have not been reinstated in the party? Why then are you reported by all encyclopedias to have been a party member since 1906? Not a word about the anti-party group. That's the question. I've seen that in 4 or 5 encyclopedias. Apparently, having me recorded in the books as a former party member, now expelled, would make them feel uncomfortable. Generally speaking, I now receive neutral coverage in most of the publications, with the exception of a recently published book on the party's history edited by that candidate for the Politburo in charge of international relations, what's his name? At the XXIIND Congress Khrushchev alleged that Molotov, Vjačeslav, and Kaganovich recognized the court's ruling on Tukhachevsky and others to be incorrect and welcomed the rehabilitation of Tukhachevsky and others. Emphatically no. Khrushchev said, at a session of the Presidium of the Central Committee, we were told that neither Tukhachevsky nor Yakir nor Yubarevich committed any crimes against the party and the nation. Then we asked Molotov, Kaganovich, and Vjačeslav, are you for their rehabilitation? Yes, we are in favor, they responded. But you were the ones to have those men executed, we added with indignation, so, when did you act truthfully, then, or now? Those were Khrushchev's words. I understand. I assume that Tukhachevsky engaged in some misconduct and then found himself an enemy not only of Stalin but of the party as well. But I did not have the relevant documents, though I do recall something of this period. Khrushchev asked if you were prepared to support their rehabilitation. No. A re-UFO are their rehabilitation. Yes, we are in favor, they responded. No. Moreover, I had not agreed to it. Then Khrushchev distorted your words. Definitely. He was never dependable. He was a man without scruples. Slapdash. Ve primitive. The issue was never addressed in my presence. Kaganovich told me nearly the same story. Khrushchev never asked those questions. Nothing of the kind occurred at that meeting. How is 1937 to be viewed? I believe there were deficiencies and mistakes. It couldn't have been otherwise with our enemies operating within the security agencies in charge of investigations. The major deficiencies were that the security agencies had been left without due oversight by the party during certain periods. The negligence was not purposeful. The resources for adequate oversight were insufficient. That policy of repression was the only salvation for the people, for the revolution. It was the only alternative in keeping with Leninism and its basic principles. Today that policy would be out of the question, of course. Almost every time I saw Molotov we talked about the repressions under Stalin. Molotov touched on the subject in his book, Facing the New Tasks, which was never published. He presented me with an autographed copy of his manuscript in February 1977. The book repeats much of our conversations, but it was entirely written by him. Here is a brief excerpt from his book. 288. In the 1920s and particularly in the 1930s the extremely hostile anti-Leninist faction of the Trotskyists threw aside all restraint and grew aggressive and insolent, though they continued to pose as fighters for communism. Trotsky was deported from the USSR in 1929. In his writings published abroad he implied and in his letters to partisans in the USSR explicitly ordered that now the struggle against the party should resort to all means up to and including terror and wrecking within the country, and dirty, traitorous political deals with governments of bourgeois states, including Hitlerite Germany. Trotsky and others maintained ties with the intelligence services of bourgeois countries with a view to speeding up an armed attack on the USSR by the aggressive imperialist nations. Then they could utilize this attack to carry out an anti-socialist coup within our country. Following in the footsteps of the Trotskyyists was the Zinoviev-Kamenev faction. Suffice it to recall that they confessed to their complicity in Kirov's assassination. In the 1930s and even earlier Trotsky's and Zinoviev's bloc included the right-wing clique that reflected the aspirations of the petty bourgeois elements seeking a quieter life and coexistence with the kulaks doomed to extinction and the other exploiter classes under socialism. As time passed, the leaders of those factions turned into miserable bourgeois degenerates, who were intimidated by imperialism and had lost faith in socialism. In fighting the party and its leadership they had gone so far as to become, in fact, rabid enemies of the party and socialism, gangs of conspirators who aimed to overthrow Soviet power. They drifted closer and closer together to plot their infamous conspiracy and military coup in order to turn the country back to capitalism and to restore bourgeois government. Obviously they counted on being better off under that kind of government. In the forced, urgent implementation of resolute measures to root out and rout these counter-revolutionary groups and the criminal bands organized by them who were preparing a coup d'état, and this was confessed by the accused themselves in public trials, there occurred, of course, grave errors and injustices, which cannot but evoke profound regret. These errors were largely caused by the fact that at certain stages the investigations fell into the hands of people who were later exposed as traitors guilty of heinous, hostile, anti-party acts. These belatedly exposed degenerates traitors within the security agencies and party organizations obviously at times, with malice aforethought, pushed certain incorrect measures against honest party members and non-party people. The party and the Soviet state could not permit delay or postponements in carrying out the punitive measures which had become absolutely necessary. At the same time the abuses of power and other injustices committed in the course of numerous investigations, which were laid bare, were eliminated. Party organizations were informed about this in detail in a special letter from the Central Committee. For crude abuses of power, People's Commissar for Internal Affairs Shove, guilty of certain crude distortions of party policy, was unmasked and then condemned to the highest measure of punishment. A conversation with Marshal Golovanov. Today we decided to go to see Molotov at Linskoy. There were three of us: Shota Ivanovich Kvantaliani, Chief Marshal of Aviation Alexander Evgenevich Golovanov, and myself. "Guests are always welcome in this house," said Molotov. "Hoff, I can't boast of too many coming to see me." "It's good when the guests are not too many," remarked Golovanov. "No, that's also bad. Why, oh, you can't do without people. People keep writing to me. Some letters are good. And it's always exciting to read spiteful letters. They come from the heart. I keep getting letters from a man who puts his messages in verse: 'Your wife is down there, and why should you still be here?' His letters are always signed, 'Sincerely yours, well-wisher.' Quite an educated man. And he knows my address, too. Why, oh, you can't do without fighting in politics." There were a little over 200,000 communists in the October Revolution. The more exact figure would be 240,000. The country's population was 150 million, more than half illiterate. Socialism had to be built with hostile forces encircling the country and within. We somehow had to find a way to drag the country onto the high road of progress. Nothing could have been achieved had we not utilized the services of temporary allies, even if they were only one-quarter allies. Unaided, we would have been incapable of building socialism. 1937 we could not have done without it. The very saints could not have accomplished anything with their sweet talk in those critical periods. They would have failed miserably. Why, oh, you can't do without harsh measures against ferocious enemies. Admittedly, innocent people suffered too. Indeed, agreed Golovanov, 1937 witnessed the bitter struggle against the Fifth Column, a struggle that went too far. The threat would have been worse otherwise. No one knew which way Tukhachevsky might turn. Golovanov said, Tukhachevsky was arrested, then 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 were arrested. The process was totally out of the control of the leadership. People began informing on each other to the security agencies. Some scoundrels emerged and began to profit from the lawlessness. Many errors were committed. Many. Stalin himself had to admit in 1938 that something had gone wrong and that things had to be sorted out, said Golovanov. I am lucky to have had a very close escape then. Later I was expelled from the party, I was nearly arrested, I was out of work. My family starved, with one loaf of brown bread for a week. My sister's husband, a noted security officer, was shot. I wrote about those years in my book. I believed then that Stalin had gone on a rampage to destroy everything. But after I met him and worked for him for a few years, I came to realize he was different. In fact, he was the man I have portrayed in my book of reminiscences. The fact that I or Konstantin Konstantinovich Rokossovsky, who also suffered in 1937 to say the least, holds such a high opinion of Stalin and won't allow his name to be trampled into the dust, is especially unpleasant for many people. When Khrushchev asked Rokossovsky to write some filth about Stalin, Rokossovsky responded, "Comrade Stalin is a saint to me." The next day Konstantin Konstantinovich comes to his office and finds Moskalenko sitting at his desk, who hands him the orders on his retirement. That was how it was arranged. Rokossovsky says, I get up in the morning, stretch a little, and realize I have no job to go to. No one needs us these days. We are merely stumbling blocks for those who wish to portray the past in their own way. 1/T1 government reception. Someone toasted Nikita Sergeyevich and everyone came up to him with his glass, the lame Merezkov being no exception. At that point Rokossovsky and myself were somewhere in the center of the crowd, and we didn't budge. We just went on with our conversation, which evidently could not have gone unnoticed, since we seemed to be the two tallest men in the crowd. We have never been invited to those receptions since. If you want to know what I think of 37, I will tell you it was a national calamity. Millions suffered. But it would be wrong to conclude that Stalin was 100% responsible. Who did he have as his principal assistants? Mikla supervised the army, Nikita Sergeyevich Khrushchev supervised non-military matters, the Moscow Party organization. 50,000 people in the Ukraine were sent off by Khrushchev when he chaired the notorious Troika. It was he who signed the verdicts. Certainly Stalin is politically responsible for all of that in the first place as head of state. But you can't say all of the individual verdicts were sanctioned by him. It would be impermissible to look at 1937 and FAIL to see the 5-year plan periods, political struggle within the party, acts of terrorism reported all over the country, not to mention how the great patriotic war turned out. Let me tell you this, said Golovanov. I went over to the Central Committee building one day. As we got down to business, I said, 1937 is all clear to me. It all went on before my own eyes. I remember how it all was arranged. But about the Leningrad affair, I was not close to Stalin then and couldn't understand much. I got this response: the Leningrad affair was framed behind Stalin's back. It occurred to me then that if it all had been done behind Stalin's back, it surely had to be done by the inseparable three: Beria, Malenkov, and Khrushchev. But now we hear that Stalin regarded Vjačeslav as his possible successor both in the party and in the government. I haven't heard about it. I don't know everything about that affair, but I have my conjectures. Stalin could not have remained unaware of it when it all occurred while he was in power. There was a touch of Russian nationalism about the Leningrad affair. I can't see the whole picture, but I do know that an issue of that sort was discussed in high offices, which infuriated Stalin. Without the consent of the Central Committee, an all-Russia affair was planned for Leningrad. As deputy chairman of the Council of Ministers and chairman of the State Planning Committee, Vjačeslav encouraged this plan. Apparently there was a hint of or an attempt to put together a separate group on economic or, so to speak, business or practical grounds. Officials from Leningrad and Gorky began covert negotiations to arrange a deal. Vjačeslav was the moving force. Stalin was left out of the picture. No formal reports reached him. I have no idea what kinds of reports might have reached state security. Apparently they saw it as an attempt to set up a legal group promoting economic and business affairs. I didn't perceive them as a separatist group. But evidently some compromising materials and documents were made available to the top leadership. Remember, Beria was fearful of Voznesensky and very much against him. Voznesensky was unquestionably a highly educated, experienced, broad-gauge worker. But in no way could he lay a claim to leadership of the party. Stalin made him first deputy chairman of the Council of Ministers, which displeased Beria no end. Beria telephoned me and said they had been to see Stalin, to persuade him that Voznesensky's promotion was wrong. Stalin agreed and had Voznesensky removed from the first deputy's job. It seems that the security people had completed a report on him at the time. I don't know what was in it. Malenkov received instructions from Stalin to look into the matter. Stalin didn't operate single-handedly in cases like that. Malenkov was thorough and dedicated in his work. In such affairs none of us could make decisions on his own then. In the end, Malenkov was made a scapegoat. You know, Vjačeslav Michajlovič, Golovanov continued, I have listened to you very attentively. Of course I don't know all the details, but given the system that existed then, this could not have happened without Stalin's knowledge. When I was told at the CC offices that this was done behind Stalin's back, this frightful affair was taken aback. Moreover, while Stalin is accused of every crime under the sun, the Leningrad affair is never mentioned. This matter is not clear to me even though I have worked 10 years with the Chikot on questions of intelligence and counterintelligence in the most critical positions and times. That is where I was tempered. I believe the IR alone could not have served as the cause underlying the Leningrad affair. Some group was set up, and that's all I can recall. Beria stopped keeping me informed during Stalin's last years. I was on the sidelines then. Under Khrushchev I was entirely in the dark about some events. Vjačeslav was not discussed in my presence. I do know that Beria was extremely jealous of him. They were both the same age, the younger, ambitious generation moving up. Some selfish or careerist considerations could have been involved. Vjačeslav wrote a book on the Soviet economy during World War II. He did it well, but he could write, of course. He had his weak spots, but I would say he was more outstanding than the others. Young and 293. Energetic, he was definitely moving up. Beria, F.E. Airing arrival, was capable of anything. One of my readers sent me a letter saying, Stalin never shot anyone without reason. What does he mean, without reason? That's stretching the facts. I think Vjačeslav was executed without reason. The same surely applies to Kuznetsov as well. Kuznetsov, yes. He was a Leningrader, and in my opinion a good lad, good indeed. I liked him. I supported him in every way. He was among the best of the people I knew. Stalin had a good opinion of him, but here you have that Voznesensky group. Whether he dirted himself with that group, I don't know, and perhaps they were too hasty in his case. I was told very little, and I myself may have barely survived. But on whom could Stalin rely? And I was not without error. He himself used to say, only he who accomplishes nothing is error-free. Yes, of course, I too am to blame, though at that time I had already been removed from things by Stalin. But I stayed on longer than most of the others in the top leadership of the party. But to bestow leadership of the party on Kuznetsov would have meant letting things slip out of control. He was ill-prepared for this. I repeat, he was a good man, devoted to the party, deeply devoted, but he did not go carefully into everything. Many things about the Leningrad affair have remained unclear. Yes, party affairs are not simple. I think Vjačeslav and Kuznetsov were incorrectly charged. It was surely a mistake. Kuznetsov was a fine chap. He wasn't particularly active or ambitious, but he was a straightforward and dedicated man. During the enemy encirclement of Leningrad, he acquitted himself well. He showed no desire to rest on his laurels. Could Stalin have been old? Asked Shota Ivanovich. Not in matters like that. I have never heard anything of the kind, said Golovanov. I think Beria feared Stalin more than anyone else. To my mind, Beria was the greatest intriguer ever born. True, he could not be compared with Talleyrand, but he could have arranged quite a fewframups. All the Politburo members in their very being feared Beria. During the war years Khrushchev, Malenkov, and Beria were close friends. That was not a fast friendship though. Beria thought that if Khrushchev was to be FIRST secretary in the party and Malenkov chairman of the Council of Ministers, he would follow them. But Khrushchev outsmarted him. 294. Outsmarted, yes. If Stalin knew everything and did not rely on bad advice, he bears direct responsibility for the executions of the innocent. That conclusion is not entirely correct. Understanding the idea is one thing, applying it is something else. The rightists had to be beaten, the Trotskyists had to be beaten, so the order came down, punish them vigorously. Ezhov was executed for that. If tough measures are rejected, the great risk is always that at the critical moment the nation may be torn apart and the devil knows how it may end, leading only to greater losses. Millions may die, and that may mean total collapse or at least a very deep crisis. That's true. Ezhov was executed, but the innocent were not released. But, when all is said, many of the verdicts were justified. The cases were reviewed and some people were released. People were released in 1938, added Golovanov. But most of them stayed in the camps. A commission on THIRD was set up after he was arrested. Mikoyan, Beria, myself, and someone else worked on that commission. THIRD was a Central Committee member, a most upright man, an excellent specialist in metallurgy. An extremely competent man. A report came in that he was a saboteur and that he was working to damage our steel industry. He had intensive training in Germany with the Krupp works, and upon returning home he most perseveringly and effectively worked in our steel industry. But soon a lot of evidence given by specialists and managers was received. At Stalin's initiative, a special commission was set up to review his case thoroughly. We went to the NKVD building to examine the evidence. We heard out one engineer, 2, 3. Each one insisted THIRD was a wrecker because he had issued such and such instructions. THIRD was in the same room and listened to all those accusations. He easily exposed and rejected all the charges. We compared the evidence with the facts and concluded that the charges were absurd. Sheer slander. THIRD was acquitted. He remained a member of the Central Committee, and then he continued to do his job. We reported to Stalin, and he agreed with our conclusion. Regrettably, my assistant, who, at my instructions, had collected the materials to substantiate THIRD's acquittal, perished just after that. Who did him in? Solzhenitsyn writes, said Shota Ivanovich, that Stalin himself placed Ezhov in that job and made him slaughter the party's key workers. 295. That's not so. Ezhov was a rather prominent worker who had been promoted accordingly. Short in stature, slightly built, he was nevertheless a highly energetic, outstanding worker. But when he was placed in a position of enormous power and given sweeping directives, it put a strain on him, and he began to carry out repressions according to a production plan. Before him, Vjačeslav had paid for this. But overnight a man does not show himself in everything. The trees were felled, the chips began to fly, so to speak. To say that Stalin did not know about this is absurd, but to say that he is accountable for all these cases is of course also incorrect. I hold this point of view, said Golovanov. Peter I was head of state. TRUE, he built Leningrad on human bones. TRUE, they don't talk much about this, they talk about his opening a window onto Europe. If Stalin had been a sadist, had killed people, devoured them to satisfy his sadism, that would have been one thing. Some people believe he was a sadist. But I knew him well. He was no bloodthirsty tyrant, said Golovanov. A struggle was raging. There were various political currents and deviations. The building of socialism required firmness. Stalin had more of this firmness than anyone else. Was there a fifth column? There was, no question about that. And they were prominent leaders, not underlings. I can't imagine myself being arrested like Tukhachevsky and testifying before the court the next day that I am a German spy or station chief of the Polish intelligence service. Beatings. Devil take it. Let them beat me up. Let them cripple me. Some people were suspended on meat hooks and they would just spit in the executioner's face. Had Tukhachevsky been different he would have spoken up, and all would have been revealed. Had he possessed sufficient willpower, everything would have ended much earlier. But as he admitted to everything at the trial and implicated so many people on the first day, even the FORG document coming from Ben S. After that, it all proceeded as before. Look at Rokossovsky. He was tortured, nonetheless he denied all the charges. He implicated no one. And no one else was arrested. He was incarcerated in the Schlisselburg prison. Then he was released. Konstantin Konstantinovich is still respected for this by the army. Stalin held Rokossovsky in very high esteem. By the way, after the Stalingrad battle he became the second military officer after Shapashnikov, whom Stalin began to address by given name and patronymic. He considered Rokossovsky a great military captain. It was no accident that Rokossovsky commanded the victory parade on Red Square. It was to honor service he rendered. Stalin asked, "Konstantin Konstantinovich, did they beat you up there?" "They did, Comrade Stalin. We still have a lot of yes men in our country," Stalin concluded. Stalin also tried to find out from me who had me expelled from the party. I realized that if I indicated that person to him, the next day the man would be out of the Politburo. I never divulged the name to him. A lot of people kept informing on their colleagues and neighbors. People were forced to send in reports on Te Vozian, for example. I met people like that in the past, and I know some of them now. They look at me and say, "Alexander Evgenovich, I sent reports on this person, that one, and the other." Why? I was just scared. That's true. Here were others who informed of their own free will. We are looking into the issue as a whole. But we must also examine the details. Why did Khrushchev act the way he did? Did he expose enemies of the people? A friend of mine, a division commander, told me about Khrushchev visiting a garrison in the Ukraine. He arrived, assembled the troops, and declared, "Comrades, enemies of the people are all around us." Then he turned to the commanding officer and asked, "How many enemies of the people have you exposed?" They arrest, they jail. These are the kinds of politicians they were. Khrushchev brought his lists of enemies of the people to Stalin. Stalin doubted the numbers reported. They can't be so many. They are in fact, many more, Comrade Stalin. You can't imagine how many they are. I have a friend who used to work with me as flight engineer when I was a pilot in civil aviation. He studied at the Political Academy, switched to research work, and taught at the General Staff Academy. As the campaign of exposures and denunciations was launched, he was transferred to the Institute of Marxism-Leninism to pore over documents in search of execution orders, and so signed by Stalin. He did not find a single paper of that kind bearing Stalin's signature. Such documents certainly can be found. Both of us signed those papers. The lists were reported to us. We discussed them in great detail. All the Politburo members were present. Signing the lists was Stalin for the party and myself for the government. Those lists made a lot of people suffer. I was told by the military that Khrushchev also signed. He certainly did. I would sign whatever was signed by Stalin, and then I would have the paper forwarded to Beria. I signed lists containing the names of people who could have been straightforward and dedicated. 297. Citizens. The Central Committee was also to blame for running careless checks on some of the accused. But no one can prove to me that all those actions should never have been undertaken. That claim could only come from someone who had never been a Bolshevik with pre-revolutionary experience. Did Kalinin also sign? Asked Shota Ivanovich. Yes. Kalinin and the others. Not all the lists were signed by the Politburo members. In many cases the verdicts arrived at by the security agencies were taken on trust. On trust, of course, confirmed Golovanov. Not all the cases could be checked out. The Benes letter. I was particularly interested in Benes's letter to Stalin, said Shota Ivanovich. Here is what Churchill writes on this score: Soviet Russia, surrounded by a cordon sanitaire of anti-Bolshevist states, sulked in its isolation. No progress in the East was achieved, though we continued our effort. I was never against attempts to give Germany greater satisfaction on its eastern borders. However, over these years hopes in this were left unrealized. Laval now went on a 3 days visit to Moscow, where he was welcomed by Stalin. Stalin and Molotov were, of course, anxious to know above all else what was to be the strength of the French army on the Eastern Front, how many divisions, what period of service. After this field had been explored, Laval said, "Can't you do something to encourage religion and the Catholics in Russia? It would help me so much with the Pope." "Oh ho," said Stalin. "The Pope. How many divisions has he got?" In the autumn of 1936, a message from a high military source in Germany was conveyed to President Beneš to the effect that if he wanted to take advantage of the Führer's offer, he had better be quick, because events would shortly take place in Russia rendering any help he could give to Germany insignificant. While Beneš was pondering over this disturbing hint, he became aware that communications were passing through the Soviet embassy in Prague between important personages in Russia and the German government. This was a part of the so-called military and old guard communist conspiracy to overthrow Stalin and introduce a new regime based on a pro-German policy. President Beneš lost no time in communicating all he could find out to Stalin. Thereafter there followed the merciless, but perhaps not needless, military and political purge in Soviet Russia, and the series of trials in January 1, 1937, in which Vyshinsky, the public prosecutor, played so masterful a part. Although it is highly improbable that the old guard communists had made common cause with the military leaders, or vice versa, they were certainly filled with jealousy of Stalin, who had ousted them. It may, therefore, have been convenient to get rid of them at the same time, according to the standards maintained in a totalitarian state. Zinoviev, Bukharin, and others of the original leaders of the revolution, Marshal Tukhachevsky, who had been invited to represent the Soviet Union at the coronation of King George VI, and many other high officers of the army, were shot. In all not less than 5,000 officers and officials above the rank of captain were liquidated. The Russian army was purged of its pro-German elements at a heavy cost to its military efficiency. The bias of the Soviet government was turned in a marked manner against Germany. I'm not quite certain the question is recounted correctly. Beneš was interested in maintaining good relations with us. Stalin could not trust a letter coming from a bourgeois leader since he scarcely trusted most people. The point is that even without Beneš we knew about the plot. We even knew the date the coup was to be staged. Wages and prices. Is it true that real wage levels will rise but that prices will be kept stable whenever possible? Price reductions are not even mentioned. Price reductions would have been better, commented Shota Ivanovich. Why, oh, you know, price reductions look good, but it's easier for the state to raise wage levels. Why then did you reduce prices right after the war? Almost every year. We appear to have differences on that score, not for the first time. We gained tremendously in terms of morale. That was a powerful plus. 299. Things have to be seen as they are. Of course, the temptation is there to whitewash the pre-war scene because I myself was deeply involved in those events. In the 1930s we also kept raising prices. Times are different. Today the Komsomol officials have Chika limos waiting at the door, but then you were dressed in work clothes and toiling at the construction site. Times are different, indeed. They are different, nevertheless one must be objective and not oversimplify, Shota Ivanovich, for people now live quite a bit better than they did before the war. It could not be otherwise. To live better is what we fight for. Of course, this is a plus. But there is another danger. Growing inequality. That's the trouble, that's the seat of the ulcer, not a decline in living standards. Despite the fact that on average the worker and even more the peasant now have a higher living standard, there is also a highly negative trend: inequality is growing. Here is the ulcer. In our country the differential between the lowest wage and the highest is 1 to 30. In remarks printed in Pravda, Gus Hall, chairman of the Communist Party of the USA, correctly judged the measures we initiated in Czechoslovakia during the events there. He said the Soviet Union, with other countries, acted correctly by intervening in Czechoslovak affairs, notwithstanding the fact that the Communist Party of Italy was opposed, the French Party was opposed, the British Party and others were opposed. Although he lived in America, he was nevertheless faithful to the truth when he said the action was absolutely necessary. As concerns Czechoslovakia, he said it would have been better if in the preceding years the wage level had risen more slowly and the socialist system had been more firmly consolidated. That's the heart of the matter. In our country this is imperfectly understood. That's what I am trying to say. Wage levels had to be raised. Without a surge in living standards there can be no socialism. That is the very meaning of socialism. I too favored allowing living standards to rise more slowly, but to make up for it, strengthen the system of socialism. Then we should have had nothing to FEAR. That's the main thing. That's why we prevailed in the 1930s despite all our shortcomings. Did Stalin boldly pursue this policy? Absolutely, unreservedly, more than anyone else. Of course there were many shortcomings despite our good intentions, especially with Stalin, who most tenaciously carried out the policy. Of course it would have been preferable to raise living standards and reduce prices, providing we had stability. But stability was the very thing we lacked. Today it would 300 be even better if we reduced prices, but for all that I would shift the focus from this question to another one: inequality. Price stability strengthens commodity-money relations rather than undermining them, as is necessary for socialism. Not necessarily. Commodity-money relations consist not only of prices. It's a more complex question. Price stability alone speaks neither for nor against commodity-money relations. I favor aiming at the gradual reduction of commodity-money relations. But price stability as such is no barrier to this. But how are we going to reduce the role of commodity-money relations unless we go ahead with price cuts? After the war we had no choice but to reduce prices, and that bold policy certainly is to Stalin's credit. But that kind of policy is now insufficient because of growing social inequality. So price stability remains on paper. In fact, prices keep rising, and that's bad. Comparing the wage increase with the price increase, everything is topsy-turvy, argued Golovanov. Wages rise, but prices rise even faster. We are increasingly influenced by consumerist thinking. These arguments will scarcely persuade the authorities that it is time to make changes. According to directives of the XXIVTH Congress, a 36% increase in labor productivity will secure an 87% increase in production. In other words, if we raise labor productivity 100%, output will triple annually. That's wrong. You take the figures but play if. Your supposition is totally groundless. Why? Asked Golovanov. Because labor productivity can only be raised by 37 to 38%, and every percentage point up to 40 is extremely difficult. How can one talk about raising productivity by 100%? Vjačeslav Michajlovič, I will cite your own report from the XVIIthPA Rudy Congress to refute you, said Golovanov. What do you mean? I can remember what I said then on this issue. Your report focused attention on questions of labor productivity, what Lenin said about it, what everyone was saying about it. The problem, however, is this: to talk about it is one thing, but to do something about it is another. Elements of Kosygин's report have something in common with yours. Productivity is given pride of place. To fight absenteeism and lax. 301. Labor discipline. In your day those who showed up 20 minutes late for work were hailed into court. This got real results. But now, of 5 million construction workers in our state, 500,000 do not show up for work each day. Incidentally, that's not the way it used to be. Well, to a lesser extent. Living out here, you can't see it all. Probably. The difference between what appears in print and what really happens is like the difference between heaven and earth. The people complain, it is impossible to meet production targets. Economics determines politics. Loafers abound, absenteeism abounds. A new smelter goes into production in a ceremony dedicated to the convocation of a party congress and is then shut down. The Moscow circus gave only one performance, after which the building was closed down. I recently visited USD Ilimsk. They are e-port the fulfillment of plans. But there is no raw material. It goes to cooperatives. It's a vicious circle. Stalin said that no propaganda, no agitation would be enough to unite the world proletariat around us. Instead, we need to show that the people in our state live better than people live in America or in any other capitalist country. This would be the best kind of agitation, the best kind of propaganda. Don't repeat the talk that's going around. I stick to my opinion. But can one really consider it right that living standards in the capitalist countries are twice as high as in our country? Are we always to be tightening our belts? I am younger than you, and I have never been on the Politburo, said Golovanov. What does that have to do with it? I am saying this not because you have held a top position, but because you have a broader view than others. And the point is, I consider Stalin's policy to be absolutely correct when he says that the nation should be based primarily on the material well-being of its people, irrespective of our efforts in propaganda and agitation. I can't fully agree with you. You are oversimplifying things. Stalin never reasoned the way you ascribe to him. He never laid out his views in such a simplistic fashion. That kind of thinking could not be ascribed to Lenin either. No person sharing the Marxist position could support that viewpoint. You should emulate good communists rather than bad ones. I can swear I heard it from Stalin. You did not get him right. You can't reason like that. Your figures are 302. Not right. I agree with you that the standard of living in the socialist countries is higher than ours, but by 1.5 times, not twice ours. If we draw inaccurate comparisons, inevitably we pass over to rumor. I believe the standard of living is higher in the socialist countries, they consume more meat, have more footwear per capita. As to how much, I assume 1.5 times more. But I also believe this serves our interests. Another example. Our Baltic peoples live at a higher level than Muscovites. We need this. It is a policy that is in keeping with the interests of Moscow. I need to talk with your son-in-law Alexei Dmitrievich. He's a smart fellow and knows all the figures. I agree with your interpretation. People from the Foreign Ministry, experienced men all of them, tell me, if not for Vietnam, we would be much better off today. The Vietnamese shed their blood for us. That has to be realized. No true communist would advance that argument. After the Tehran conference, Stalin once told me he was sickened by the way they were deifying him, and that there were no saints. He said there was no such man as Stalin was depicted, but if the people created such a Stalin, if they believed in him, it meant this was necessary in the interests of the proletariat and should therefore be supported. If Stalin were alive today, the Soviet people would live much better, there would be 5 times greater aid to Vietnam, and we would have excellent relations with China and India, said Golovanov. It's good to hear you say that, but we have lived through greater hardships and penury. In 1919 Lenin said we had made a workers' revolution but that the greater gains had accrued to the peasants. But complete victory was possible only if everything was in order in our villages. The politically conscious worker leads, the politically illiterate worker must be convinced, and the worker will gain only when he wins leadership over the peasantry. The economic base is of primary importance. I'm no idealist, but if Stalin were alive today the British would surely have more than merely 29,000 communists, and our working class would be twice as well off as the workers in Britain. Molotov picks up the party program booklet and reads Khrushchev's conclusion that other nations will follow us once they see we live better than they. You parrot Khrushchev's rubbish. That's nothing short of consumerism and even nationalism. Had the Bolsheviks waited for everyone to become literate, we would never have had a revolution. The workers in the Eastern countries enjoy better living conditions than we because their bourgeoisie robbed other countries as well as their own. Each Englishman used to have 10 slaves. Then there was a workers' aristocracy. If we wait until we first raise our standard of living, expecting that others will then imitate us, we shall be nationalists who devote themselves solely to their own affairs, not communists. This is worse than Khrushchevism, this is utopianism. I heard from Stalin many times, said Golovanov, and I say categorically that the way people live is the basis of everything. After all, neither Marx nor Engels ever said that when the people take power, thievery, absenteeism, drunkenness, and bribery would persist. It was assumed that the new society would be free of those vestiges. Last year 20 million tons of grain rotted in the fields. Now we buy grain from abroad and pay in gold. Unless we have another Stalinist hand firmly on the helm, we won't build communism. I hold that Stalin took the correct road and that we must continue this line. We must lay bare the ulcers. But what is going on instead? I recall how I first visited Stalin, long ago. I recall how during the war he offered me a dacha, we shall live side by side. While everyone talks about the great man, the genius, in the evening I have no one to drink a glass of tea with. I declined the offer, and he said, "Take it, or we will hand it over to Vjačeslav. Vjačeslav had a very interesting encounter with Stalin. Alexander Mikhailovich told me about it. Stalin asked him to come over to his dacha and started questioning him about his parents. His father was a village priest, and Vjačeslav had been out of touch with him for a long time. One shouldn't forget one's parents, said Stalin. And it will be a long time before you pay off your debt to me. He then walked over to his safe and took out a stack of money order receipts. It turns out that Stalin mailed money orders to Vjaceslav's father regularly. The old man believed the money came from his own son. I couldn't find any words. I was just stunned, said Vjačeslav. How much patience Stalin had for such matters. He called me one night, "Aren't you in bed yet? You have no security of your own, but we have posted some security men at your dacha." I spent hours and hours arguing with him. I was like a kid then. Regrettably, I must admit that a man starts thinking sensibly only when he is in his advanced years. Some people can't boast that even at an advanced age. Dirty politics? I twice called Vjačeslav about China, said Golovanov. The country that Lenin spoke about in his day should not be treated the way we see today. The situation must be remedied. The chief culprit in this matter, second only to Khrushchev, I believe, is Mikoyan. After Khrushchev was removed, Brezhnev hoped that Mikoyan would succeed in patching things up with China. He was authorized to conduct negotiations with China. But in reply to Zhou Enlai's question, Mikoyan responded that the position of the Central Committee toward China remained unchanged. Vjačeslav said that Mao Zedong had written that we should remove Khrushchev from the CC. But Nikita Sergeyevich is, after all, our CCI, said Vjačeslav. The figure of Vjačeslav is the greyest eminence operating the background of our party's activity. Such a chameleon. Vjačeslav was a Stalinist. He also made a statement upon Khrushchev's removal from office. He was the first to propose that Brezhnev be awarded the Gold Medal of Hero of the Soviet Union. Politics is said to be dirty business, said Golovanov, but still, some decency should be observed. Philistines regard politics as a dirty business. Was Lenin a dirty operator? He was a politician, and we don't think he engaged in dirty work. Stalin once said to Svetlana that politics is a filthy business, remarked Yevgeny Jagashvili. That must be kitchen gossip. Stalin could not have said that. He spent his whole life in politics, that so-called filthy business. I was close to Stalin for years, said Golovanov, but Vyacheslav Michajlovič worked with him almost his entire life, for Rudy years. Stalin did not filter or blink an eye in repressing all kinds of scoundrels and crooks, and all this without a sign of indignation. That's what is interesting. But I believe he was very good to people. Yes. There was a period when I didn't see Vyacheslav Michajlovič for some years. Then Stalin died. I wondered what stand Molotov would take on major political issues. After all, of all the Politburo members he held the most responsible jobs under Stalin. I must tell you quite frankly, I don't know what would have happened to Vyacheslav Michajlovič had Stalin lived on. Exactly. Despite all his hard feelings and bitter experiences, it must be said that Vyacheslav Michajlovič regards Stalin truthfully and without bias. A lot of rumors used to be spread by Beria. After all, it is not by chance that I am a party member. I did not experience 1% of what you had to go through. Stalin died. Only 3 days later I was summoned. They worked on me and offered me all kinds of offices. I am an honest man, but to slander a man with whom I had worked. People say you have not returned your party membership card and you continue to pay your party dues, says Jagashvili. No, that's not true. The matter has nothing to do with the party membership card. Before the revolution none of us had a party card. Then Lenin received party membership card number 1, Stalin number 2. My card was no 5. I was a delegate to the VLLTH Moscow Party Conference where Edryshev told us about how Molotov was expelled from the party, said Golovanov. If you had sent in a letter of repentance confessing all your crimes, you would have been reinstated in the party. I say in my reminiscences that the younger generation would certainly profit from the memoirs of people like yourself who work selflessly. Maybe I'm idealizing those years a bit. You are more careful in your remarks than 1am. You had tremendous experience as chairman of the Council of Ministers, FIRST deputy chairman, Minister of Foreign Affairs. I don't know if you ever took a break and relaxed. You always had the pallor of a man who obviously worked day and night. Everywhere I go 1am asked, how's he doing? Let me tell you, these days you look better than ever. I sleep well. I usually go to bed at 1 p.m. I read off and on during the night. I get up at 6:30 in the morning. During the day I take a nap for 30 or 40 minutes. It's not long, but it's fine. My brain is refreshed. My blood circulation is improved. Twice a day I go for a walk in the woods. I always have lunch at the same time, 1 p.m. The rest of the time I work a little, read something. Everyone is looking forward to reading your memoirs. That doesn't interest me. Lenin left no memoirs. Stalin left none of his own. Many believe your memoirs have already appeared in print, said Jagashvili. Some say they have even seen the book and that it is titled 30 Years with Stalin. The postman congratulated me on my book being published. Some people even mention the number of copies printed. It's all nonsense. Everyone seems to have seen the book but me. 30 Years with Stalin? But I actually spent 1 years working with him. Of course, I can't remember all the details. Do you remember your younger years and the revolution best? That's usual for an old man. I realized you have forgotten some details when I started to tell you about one particular event, said Golovanov. We were about to fly to Tehran. I arrived at Stalin's dacha and heard him giving Beria a good dressing down. I opened the door and saw Beria sitting in a chair with his ears all red. Stalin said, "Look at him, Comrade Golovanov. He has the eyes of a snake." Our Vjačeslav Michajlovič can't see very well, and Beria keeps forwarding his messages in delicate handwriting, and he insists on wearing his pince-nez with blank glasses. You were sitting on the windowsill at the time. I mentioned this to you, and you said you didn't remember. I thought it was a joke on your part. You can't remember everything. Let me reconstruct for you a sitting of the Defense Committee. Sitting here was Vjačeslav Michajlovič. Over there, Stalin, though he would normally be pacing the floor. Apart from your IABU were also responsibly for a segment of industry as a Politburo member. I noticed you never got involved in the discussion because there were too many people at the meeting. But I could sense that Stalin and you were the two who made the decisions. I also recall the episode when Stalin received a letter from Churchill, apparently not the first time. As you handed the letter to Stalin, he started reading it and said, Churchill appears to believe he has saddled the horse and now he can enjoy a free ride. Am I right, Vyacheslav? You calmly responded, I don't think so. Stalin abruptly fell silent. I was so struck by what I had witnessed that I have remembered it to this day. Disagreement is necessary. Nodding in agreement all the time. Shortly before his death, Stalin kicked me out of the bureau of the Presidium of the Central Committee, but I am not angry with him. I can stand on my own 2 feet, I hold my own opinions. Perhaps it did not always please him, nevertheless I used to tell him my frank opinion, even about his booklet The Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR. Back then I was not up on economics, but I can now judge economic problems far more knowledgeably. Back then I felt there were weak spots in his work and told him so. One must focus with great concentration in economics, and that was just what his work lacked. How can an economy be regarded as an independent variable? An economy may perhaps operate as the motor force, ideological or psychological. This may be regarded as an objective law, but right from the outset he indicates that an objective law is one that operates independently of the will of man. Well, what kind of economic law is that? What kind of law can set itself the task of directing society along a socialist path rather than along a capitalist path? Such laws do not exist. Initially his reasoning was correct, but he ended up in contradiction. How did you address Stalin? I used his party code names, Stalin, or Koba. He would call me Molotov or Vyacheslav. He often called me Mladoshvili. Malenkov is barred from coming into Moscow. He is the youngest of all of us. His mother lived at Udalnaya on the Ryazan highway. He stayed there for some time, then he moved elsewhere. I don't know if Shepilov was expelled from the party or not. I think he was. A nice man. Very well educated. Good speaker and editor. He is competent on many issues, but he doesn't seem to have had sufficient experience in party work. A desk worker. Let me tell you this, if Khrushchev could have seen further than his own nose, he would have realized that it was necessary to build on Stalin's reputation, and he would have been given everything by the people. The three of us were out for a walk, Vyacheslav Michajlovič, Shota, and myself, along the path running between the railroad tracks and the FENCED off dacha compounds. Laking toward us was Alexey Ivanovich Shakurin, minister of the aviation industry during the war years. The old men cordially greeted each other and stopped to exchange a few words about their health and problems at home. Molotov introduced us to Shakurin, and then I ventured a question, Alexey Ivanovich, why were you sent to prison? You'd better ask him, answered Shakurin, and looked at Molotov. He sent me there. You should be grateful for being punished so lightly, responded Molotov, tapping his cane on an icy patch on the path. Shakurin became pensive for a moment, then he looked at me and said, he is actually right. It might have been much worse in those days. Nowadays people become heroes of socialist labor for things that in those days could have caused their execution before a firing squad. We started talking about economics. Post-war taxation covered nearly everything, even privately owned cows, said Shukurin. So what? Asked Molotov as he tapped on the ice with his cane. Someone had to be taxed. It would never have occurred to me to have you taxed then. But what were the returns? We got scanty kopecks for our subsistence. Kopecks. Exactly. When I was back in Moscow in 1953, recalled Shukurin, I saw lots of she-goats kept by individual owners all around the Moscow suburbs, which had never been the case before. Stalin's cows, people used to say. We had no other way out, dear comrade. It's time you realized that. Yes, yes, yes. It's time you realized that, said Molotov. I am in a position to know that Stalin had very many positive qualities, because I met with him frequently almost every day for 6 years, Shukurin said. I know personally of his many rare, positive qualities and how much he accomplished. He had unique attributes, the mind of the greatest of statesmen. But at the same time he cannot be forgiven for having slaughtered our Katar's party, economic and military. Could you explain that? Asked Chota. Better ask Molotov. He argues there was no other alternative, I said. He's a liar. How could he say that? No, not a liar. Molotov is a man of principles and integrity. He is firm in his beliefs. He does not try to justify himself, no, he is utterly convinced of his attitude. I too have raised this same question with him. Molotov replies, well, of course, not all of them may have been actual enemies, but the potential was there. What potential? Molotov, take Khrushchev, for example. In this case, he is of course right. I can agree with Molotov because Khrushchev in his 10 years in power managed to do more damage than an enemy might have done. He is worse than an enemy. Have ruined what had already been built. Now they say that Stalin is responsible for lagging behind. No, forgive me, under Stalin we so forged ahead that we must thank God. I turned to Molotov with the question that Shukurin refused to answer. Of course. What did you expect? He wouldn't talk about himself. That's quite understandable. How could he be grateful to Stalin for sending him to prison for 7 years of his life? And Molotov proceeded to tell us about the reason for Shukurin's arrest in 1946. Briefly, after the war, the Commander-in-Chief of the Air Force, the Chief Marshal of Aviation, A.A. Novikov, and the Minister of the Aviation Industry, Shukurin, arrived at the conclusion that one type of aircraft could do very well without a wing spar. The decision was not whimsical but was primarily motivated by the need to economize on metal and make the aircraft lighter. The move was made in violation of the Politburo's decision to prohibit any unauthorized alterations in the design of aircraft already operational in the Air Force. Some air crashes involving that type of aircraft were soon reported to Stalin. A special commission was set up to look into the matter, and, as a result, Novikov and Shukurin were each tried and sentenced to 8 years in prison. Shukurin was not a profound man, though he was a good minister, especially during the war. Everyone wants to be looked upon as kind. If the Bolsheviks had been kind there would never have been any Bolsheviks. They had to go through terrible suffering and hardship. Look, pilots perished in airplane crashes, their families were bereft. Is he not to blame? The Tupolovs. Why did Tupolev, Stekin, and Korolev serve time in prison? Indeed, all of them were jailed. They talked too much. And they were surrounded by dubious characters, so it was to be expected. After all, they never supported us. For the most part, our Russian intellectuals were closely linked with the well-to-do peasants who had a Prokolok mentality. Ours was a country of peasants. That very same Tupolev might have even become a dangerous enemy. He had extensive connections with intellectuals hostile to us. And if he had helped the enemy, other people would. 310. Thanks to his prestige, naively have followed his lead in the mistaken belief that this would be beneficial to the Russian people. And people were being compromised. In their time the Tupolevs were a very serious problem for us. Initially they were hostile to us, and it took some time to reconcile them to Soviet power. Ivan Petrovich Pavlov used to say to his students, "Those are the ones who have ruined our lives," pointing to portraits of Lenin and Stalin. Such undisguised enemies were easy to understand, but the ones like Tupolev were much harder to deal with. Tupolev was the sort of intellectual whom the Soviet state very much needed. But deep down these types opposed us and through their personal connections carried out dangerous and demoralizing activities. And even if they had not, they nevertheless breathed hostility. They could not have been otherwise. What about Tupolev? Among Lenin's closest friends, in the end not one of those around him remained sufficiently loyal to Lenin and the party except Stalin. And Lenin had criticized Stalin. Now when Tupolev won glory, that's one thing. But back then the intelligentsia took a negative attitude towards Soviet power. Look, we had to find a way to overcome this. The Tupolevs were put behind bars, and the Chekists were ordered to provide them with the best conditions, fed them as well as possible, indeed, better than anyone, but don't let them out. Let them work designing the military equipment needed by the country. These are indispensable people. It is their personal influence, not open propaganda, that makes them dangerous. We cannot overlook the possibility that at a critical juncture they could become especially dangerous. In politics such problems are unavoidable. Communists will not be able to build communism solely with their own hands. I didn't see Tupolev very often, but I knew him well. I knew Ilyushin quite well. My daughter Svetlana was married to his son. Ilyushin is a communist, but Tupolev is a totally different type. Totally different. At one time he was certainly involved in anti-Soviet activities. We had to think hard and make quite an effort to straighten him out. Ilyushin is a fine fellow, I think. He is good. A good communist, besides. He is a specialist. He didn't meddle in other business, but he knew aviation. He did a lot of good things. He used to come and see me from time to time. We would have quite good discussions on all kinds of questions. Yes, Ilyushin and Tupolev are different. One is a communist, the 311. Other is a bourgeois type. But Tupolev was, of course, pretty much Sovietized. Tupolev is the greater man. The difference is marginal, nevertheless. Tupolev suffered great hardships while Ilyushin fell onto fertile soil and accomplished much. In depth of schooling, in this instance technical, it seems to me that Tupolev was superior to Ilyushin. Culturally, too, I think Tupolev was superior. There was competition between them. Ilyushin aspired to produce airplanes under the leadership of a Communist Party member who would equal and perhaps better those produced by the non-party member Tupolev. And we wanted and strove for this. On the whole he accomplished this task well. Ilyushin, in my opinion, is easier to understand. But to write about him will be difficult. He is not extroverted, and to get down deep inside him will not be easy. Tupolev takes some understanding. It's just not enough to depict him as a Soviet man. He is a far more complex figure than that. We had other such cases, like that of Peter Kapitsa, the atomic physicist. I had to have him detained in the Soviet Union. He wanted to return to England to attend an international conference, but we proposed that he remain in the Soviet Union. He acquiesced but without enthusiasm. But he never spoke out, or at least he did not express his dissatisfaction publicly. I heard that Ivan Petrovich Pavlov also spoke out against Kapitsa's going abroad. Yes, I think so. Pavlov reminded him against whom he would be working in England against Russia. And this though Pavlov lost no love on communists. No love at all. But he was a Russian patriot. Of course. But not just that. I read some of Pavlov's letters on the question of having people cleared to travel abroad. Then I met him at the International Congress of Physiologists in Moscow. We happened to meet there, since Pavlov was chairing the Congress, and as chairman of the Council of Ministers I appeared before the Congress with a welcoming speech. We were sitting next to each other, and I now recall Pavlov said, "I know rural life quite well, and I am watching closely to see what comes of your experiment." He referred to collectivization as an experiment. I know the peasant well. I know he can complain in silence, then suddenly want to return to his old way of life from your collective farms. What will you do then? I said he did not fully understand real peasants. You say they want individual farming. But they have their own approach to this matter. 312. One must distinguish among the peasants, the poor, the middle, and the kulak. Now, you say that all of a sudden they will want to return to individual farming? This cannot be said about the peasantry as a whole. The kulaks are one thing, they really have something to be upset about. But what will the poor peasants, who constitute the majority, have to regret? And the middle peasants as well? As individual peasants they have a hard life and their income is small. They suffer all kinds of hardships. Pavlov mulled this over a bit. I got the impression he did not brush off this response, but it did not suit him because he held the social revolutionaries' abstract view of peasant society. Well, there are individual kulaks, that's one thing, but the peasants as a whole are individual tillers, proprietors, which for them is the decisive question. In fact, this is not so. It seemed to me that he mulled over this argument. That was toward the end of his life. The Congress took place in 1934 or early in 193-5. Let's return to Ilyushin. A good communist and a good man. And his attitudes are generally commendable. He comes from Vologda. He is not merely a dedicated expert, he is also a dedicated citizen of the Soviet Union. He is loyal, too. He used his own mind and worked independently to reach the position he now holds. But Tupolev was reported to have had close ties with the Paris-based anti-Soviet committee set up by émigrés and the wealthy living in Paris and other French and German cities. Later he moved closer to the Soviet people and conducted himself quite decently. Of course, the White Guards wanted to keep him under their sway. They saw he was about to accomplish great things. He had hobnobbed with them for quite a long time. But afterward, in my opinion, he worked honestly. Although initially he had a negative attitude, in the end, during his mature years he came to Soviet power. He turned out well, quite well. I know all of the best aircraft designers. They are all diverse in character. Some are friendly and have the right attitude, but there are also skeptics. Did you ever have dealings with Polikarpov? At conferences. In an official capacity, at conferences. He used to be regarded as the king of the fighter planes. Yes, of course, he pioneered in this matter. In the early stages he held a top position in aircraft technology. But in my opinion he was a religious man, cast in the old mold. 313. Tupolev possessed a good deal of entrepreneurial spirit. Sergei Vladimirovich was of course a more high-minded person. Did Stalin ever meet with him? Many times. On aviation matters. Stalin had a great instinct for technical things. Ilyushin designed a very good flying tank. Stalin also put him in charge of the project that later became known as IL-2. Did Stalin pay much attention to aviation matters? A lot. Quite a lot. In fact, aviation was one of his principal preoccupations before the war. Meetings then would quite often be held to address different questions, and Ilyushin would always be asked to attend. Why was I removed? We are chatting about the repressed delegates to the THIRD-WORLDISM Congress. Let us assume that the Central Committee consists of 80 members, of which 30 hold correct positions while 50 not only hold incorrect positions but are even active enemies of party policy. Why should the majority submit to the minority? The question is incorrectly formulated. But the point is, this is the way many people raise it. Khrushchev did everything to have the question formulated in this manner. Everything, but everything. First, concerning democratic centralism. Is dialectical materialism to be applied to democratic centralism? Listen, there has never been a case where the minority excluded the majority. This was a gradual process. 70 excluded 10 to 15 members, then 60 excluded another 15. Here you have the proper relationship between the majority and the minority. That was evidence of brilliant tactics rather than evidence of correctness. Let me say, this corresponded with the actual course of events and was not merely a matter of tactics. Everything emerged gradually in sharp struggle for hideout in various sectors. In some places it was possible to be patient, we withheld action, though we mistrusted them. In other places it was impossible to be patient. Gradually everything followed the procedure of democratic centralism, without any formal violations. In point of CT this left a central committee consisting of a minority of the former majority, but without formal violations. This did not formally 314. Violate the principles of democratic centralism. It was a step-by-step process, though it proved a rather rapid process of clearing the way. Over the course of 2 or 3 years. But this is an achievement of colossal significance. The February Revolution is one thing, it was fought out under one set of conditions. But the October Revolution was another thing, it was already a socialist revolution. In only 8 months what a colossal shift, and it involved a completely new set of people. A radically new situation had taken shape. Then it took 2 or 3 years to show who stood where. Rot persisted imperceptibly, one man had already begun to degenerate and deserved no trust as a leader. That is why one must reckon with the historical side, the materialist dialectic has great significance here. And if you look into the details of these events, you find no overturn of a majority by a minority but a historical sequence of events and clearing of the way. This is very essential. It is necessary to form judgments more concretely by taking into account the specifics of the given historical period and the political alignments that took shape within it. Likewise, one must take into account the past which left its imprint on these people. The struggle against Trotskyism did not remove everything Trotskyist either from the ranks of the party or from its central bodies. In this period the struggle shifted to a struggle against the rightists, they adhered most flexibly to the party. Back then they were regarded as the main danger. Even after the rout of the Kulak class, after total collectivization, the rightists turned out, as was revealed, to be more numerous than was assumed. That was the main danger. The THIRD Congress went down in the history of our party as the Congress of Victors. Look, these labels were unimportant. It was just a slogan for use by agitators. Were there no oppositionist questions raised at the THIRD Congress? The Politburo knew about what was out in the open. But it was impossible to know everything as long as no opportunity arose to find out. In order to throw some light on this question, let me ask you, what do you consider Khrushchev to have been back then, a rightist, a leftist, or a Leninist, or what? Khrushchev sat on the Politburo under Stalin throughout the 1940s and the early 1950s. And Mikoyan, too. We purged and we purged, yet it turns out that rightists still sat in the Politburo. Look how complicated all this is. It is impossible to understand this if you judge only by facts and figures and formal criteria. Impossible. There were such profound changes in the country and in The party too, that even given all the vigilance of Stalin to liberate ourselves of Trotskyists and rightists. Even in Stalin's time they served continuously in the Politburo, especially the rightists most adaptable and skilled in time serving. Our rightists, so flexible, so closely and strongly connected with our own dear peasantry, resembled the muzhik in his ability to adapt himself ideologically to every twist and turn. Determining where Trotskyism begins and especially where rightism begins is a most complex subject, most complex. In many cases the rightists comport themselves no worse than genuine Leninists but up to a point. Like Khrushchev. At the XIXTH Congress, when Stalin was still alive, Khrushchev delivered the report on the question of organization. I opened the XIXTH Congress. But they advised me my speech of about 20 pages at the XIXTH Congress lies before me. Even now the entire Politburo said, "Don't give a speech. Stalin will be displeased. Don't, you must not speak." I had nothing special in mind, and of course everything I said was favorable to Stalin. In the end no one knew what I was going to say, yet they said, "Don't go out on a limb, you must not speak." Why? And why was I removed from the Politburo the very first day after the Congress? Not formally but in fact. Yes, you don't know this. But according to all the newspapers you were on the Presidium of the Central Committee. The Presidium of the CC consisted of 25 members. That was stipulated in the party statutes. But a plenum was convened, a Politburo had to be elected. They elected a Politburo that did not include Molotov and Mikoyan. I was included in the Presidium membership of 25, but it almost never met. But there was a bureau of 10 members, AFACT, which was not publicized at the time. It included Beria and Khrushchev. In 1953 Stalin no longer invited me to attend official or informal comradely gatherings, to spend an evening together or to see a film. I was cut off. Bear in mind that Stalin in his last years took a negative attitude toward me. I believe this was incorrect. This matter should be thoroughly investigated. As for me, I had not changed my opinion of Stalin, but apparently someone was turning him against me. Surely that group of 3 FRNs Beria, Khrushchev, and Malenkov were working on him? Apparently, yes. Most likely, yes. All the same, of course, that's not the main thing. My wife was distrusted. That was an effect of Stalin's distrust of Zionist circles. But this was not, so to speak, fully reasonable. The Soviet Encyclopedia writes, in November 1, 1946, the General Assembly of the Academy of Sciences of the USSR elected V.M. Molotov an honorary academician. 1946. I was abroad then. I was in New York when I received a telegram from Stalin. He wrote, "Some academicians came to see me. They want to elect you an honorary academician. I request consent." I gave my consent and did a foolish thing. I signed off with a superfluous phrase on the order of Vyacheslav Molotov. Later Stalin said to me, "I am surprised. How could you sign like that?" "Yes," I said, "a real foolish thing." Well, I was overdoing it. That academy, the devil knows what kind of motley crew composed it, so why you're. I wanted a simple sign-off. Inasmuch as they had nominated me, it was impossible not to accept. It was foolishness, of course. Further on the encyclopedia reads, in March 1, 1949, V.M. Molotov was released from his duties as Minister of Foreign Affairs to concentrate his activity in the Council of Ministers of the USSR in his capacity as Deputy Chairman of the Council of Ministers of the USSR. There are no comments. Apparently Stalin had already started to crush you. No comments? No, all this started earlier. In January 1, 1953 a certain Polish entertainer Dąbrowska Turskia gave a concert here while on tour. The following day the newspapers reported that the concert was attended by Stalin, Molotov, and others. Period. I was listed in second place after him, following usual procedure. I myself read this in the newspapers. But in FACT I was no longer being invited anywhere. He had already openly said that I was a rightist. Wasn't it because of Paulina Semenovna? She suffered because of me. Not the other way around. They sought a way to get to me, they grilled her. So as to compromise me they had to humiliate her, accusing her of being party to some kind of conspiracy. They summoned her time and again and grilled her, saying that I was not a genuine proponent of the party's general line. That was the real situation. Vjačeslav Michajlovič Molotov, the man, she said, who together with Osip Vissarionovic had become leading figures in the state long before you. Since 1912. Since 1912. Both of you were on the Central Committee in the most critical and complex moments of struggle. Both of you passed through the ultimate trial, the great patriotic war, when the question was, to be or not to be. I did nothing special. My contributions to victory were few, so to speak. Didn't you fly to London? We did, yes. During the war probably no political leader risked the kinds of dangerous journeys you logged. It had to be done. Vyacheslav Mikhailovich Molotov was in actuality the second highest person in the state over so many years. Then suddenly. How do you explain this? Stalin by and large trusted no one? Or was his mind affected? How was this possible? He succumbed to sickly suspiciousness. Stalin had undergone so many years of ordeal and had taken so much on his own shoulders that in his last years he suffered from impaired judgment. Impaired in the sense that a simple mistake might seem to him evidence of some dastardly plot. But, look, by the early 1950s there were not and there could not be any people in the party who would try to pursue an anti-Stalinist line. Just a minute. Stalin died in March, but as early as June or July Khrushchev headed this self-same Central Committee. How did it turn out that way? Khrushchev, Mikoyan, rightists, they sat on the Politburo where they pretended to be Stalin's greatest champions. Look at what Mikoyan said on the occasion of Stalin's 70th birthday, Stalin is the Lenin of today. You would not repeat that nor would I, yet in his article marking Stalin's 70th birthday he wrote, "Behold, we had Lenin, now we have Stalin." But several months after the death of Stalin he reversed himself. And Khrushchev? After all, he had put together a faction, so much for our fortress, Nikita Sergeyevich. Behold, how thoroughly the purges had been carried out. Behold, how we had put all that rightism behind us. As a matter of fact, we had still left nothing of that behind us. I wrote an article in 1960 to mark the 90th anniversary of the birth of Lenin, and sent it to the journal Communist. It was not accepted. Konstantinov, then editor-in-chief, one of the FEW editors who would even respond to my article, explained why it could not be published. First, he wrote, you do not refer even once to your errors. Second, you discuss the February Revolution and say that it was a blow against imperialism, as if there had been no October Revolution. And third, you talk as if Lenin in conversation with you had criticized communists, said that our country was so weak, and so forth, which we cannot print. Just what did Lenin say to me in 1921? The conversation was so concentratedly political that for me it was very important. Lenin said, I want to talk with you concerning our economic affairs. Preobrazhensky, an oppositionist, was then Deputy People's Commissar of Finance. Although he no longer completely adhered to the party's positions, he had not yet fully shown his true colors. Lenin said, Preobrazhensky is proposing financial reform, to change the parity of the ruble, so to speak, to carry out currency reform, instead of a 1,000-ruble note, a 1-ruble note. Reform in that spirit. Is it necessary? After all, the condition of our state is so parlous that the touch of a finger would be enough to cause the whole edifice to come crashing down. That's what I wrote. They replied to me, after all, to write such things would be misunderstood abroad, where it would engender fear of revolution. Almost 40 years have passed since Lenin told me this, so it is utterly absurd to say one cannot talk about it now. This shows how things were. It was under such conditions that, thanks only to Lenin's authority, the state survived. Thanks only to this. And afterward, thanks to Stalin. Much has been achieved and has turned out better than we deserved. After all, many of us lacked education. Stalin's authority was so great that plenary sessions of the Politburo or of the Central Committee did not have to be held to take up each complex question. Sometimes a certain matter had to be decided something less than democratically, but later the party as a rule endorsed the decision. Had we convened to make a democratic decision on each question that came up, we should have inflicted harm on the state and on the party, because this would have dragged out a solution to the question. In some cases a more extensive discussion of a question might have led to a better decision, but in certain other cases the very protraction of the decision-making process would have inflicted vast harm. Under such complex conditions formal democracy does not always resolve an issue. At the same time Stalin, bearing such a heavy burden, at times bent under the weight, yielded to bad advice, and swallowed incorrect information. He knew me like a book. He was familiar with my entire biography and had known me personally since 1912. We had worked together for decades and implemented the toughest decisions. On the whole I was an active participant in everything, never a passive observer. Nevertheless, he began to have his doubts about me, the devil knows why. He may have had a reason. Perhaps I vacillated on a question in 1940. I was not afraid that I might sound like a rightist when I personally suggested, let us raise the procurement prices we pay for grain. The peasants of Central Russia are living in great hardship. He replied, what's this? How can you make such a proposal? What if there is a war? I responded, if war comes, we shall say openly to the people, because of the war, we are returning to the old procurement prices. Do you know what this reeks of? I said, if war comes, we shall return to the old prices. The peasants will understand that we can no longer pay the higher prices. I believe I made a mistake. Patience was called for, so I did not start to argue with him. I had simply made a suggestion in a tête-à-tête conversation, with only the two of us present, at his flat. I changed the subject and did not raise the question again. In 1952 he reminded me of this incident. In the presence of others, he declared, just look at what Molotov proposed to raise grain procurement prices, and he demanded that we convene a Central Committee plenum to address the issue. I couldn't have possibly demanded a Central Committee plenary meeting, I merely mentioned that to him privately. He appeared to have remembered that as my deviation to the right. He didn't accuse me directly of a right-wing deviation, he just said, you are Reikovists. Meaning Mikoyan, too. But as a matter of fact, Mikoyan is a Reikovist, a rightist, and a Khrushchevite. I see no great difference between Khrushchev and Rykov. And I have never supported Khrushchev. The first to speak was Mikoyan. He claimed he had nothing to do with. Of course, the records of that meeting have never been made public. Unaware of what lay in store for me, I also responded. I do admit my mistakes. But that suggestion was just part of my private conversation with Comrade Stalin, nothing more. Even now I fail to see why Stalin 320 got it mixed up. It was impossible even to tell him that his doubts were baseless. But in my opinion this was a very important matter, because in Central Russia tension was running high. At that plenary meeting, Stalin promoted Khrushchev. As far as I was concerned, I was not elected to the Politburo for being a right-winger. And that was no minor issue, either, My suggestion was not merely used as a pretext. It shows that I had made some deviations. I'm not convinced Stalin was right on that question. I think he was right. Anything can be justified then. Well, you shouldn't exaggerate. Being wealthier today, we practice policies detrimental to our main goal. Grain procurement prices should not have been inflated, there was no need for it. It was harmful to the peasantry, not to mention harmful to the country as a whole. The huge sums of money we squandered on procurement prices should have gone to increase the number of tractors, combines, and other farm machines, to enable the peasantry more quickly to increase agricultural production. In his later years Stalin's memory began to fail him. Someone was slipping him reports at just the right moment. He became obsessed with the idea that a Central Committee plenum was needed to expose Mikoyan, the rightist, and me. Perhaps something more. Don't recall all the details. I spoke, I repented, I confessed my mistake. This occurred after the XIXTH Congress, in 1952, in October or November. I believe I had erred. But I did not persist in this error. After all, 12 years had passed since this controversial question had come up. Paulina Semenovna had already been deported from Moscow. I spoke, of course, in our very small leadership circle. I did not agree with them on a number of issues. When they discussed a new 5-year plan, I always favored restraint in capital construction. Construction of capital projects was dragged out, nothing was completed. But when we set planned targets that we cannot fulfill, breakdowns develop, we start plugging the gaps, yet we increase investments in other places. The plan had to be reworked anew. Who is to blame? Stalin asked. This is with 6 or 7 of us at his dacha. He was chairman of the Council of Ministers and I was first deputy, around 1950. He said, we cannot keep supplementing appropriations endlessly, taking from here, then from there. Who is to blame? You are to blame. I said to him. 3, 2, 1. He flew into a rage. You are always stepping up the planned investments. I said to him in the heat of the moment, in the presence of all our company, they come to you with the plan, and you keep adding on more and more. I got into fights with many of them. I believe Beria did me less harm than the others, Malenkov hardly any at all. I think some of the lower-ranking CC apparatchiks did me harm, but that was after he had already ordered an investigation. To this day I am unable to understand. Why was I eliminated from the Politburo? Beria? No. I think he had even defended me in this matter. And later, when he saw that even Molotov had been eliminated, he became apprehensive. Beria. If Stalin no longer trusted Molotov, he could eliminate me, Beria, in an instant. Khrushchev? Hardly. Some of us knew Stalin's weaknesses. In any case, I never gave him reason to mete out such treatment to me. I was never a yes man to him. He appreciated me for this quality. In dealing with him my principle was to speak my mind straight out, right or wrong. One must not overlook that side of the affair. But then suddenly, throughout the war years we used to follow the same routine we had started before the war. We would work at the Central Committee late into the night. Sometimes we would spend long hours at Stalin's place, having supper, and then let's watch a movie. At 1 or 1-2 p.m. we would walk over to the movie theater at the Kremlin, a small room to which foreigners were occasionally invited. Churchill visited it once. It was sort of a private theater, comfortable, no outsiders were allowed in, though movie officials were invited for some shows. Bolshakov, chairman of the State Movie Committee, and some script writers could be found in the audience. Conversations would then focus on certain special problems, of course. To this day there are some things I just can't understand. Stalin regarded Khrushchev very critically. He valued Khrushchev as a practical man, one who sniffed out things everywhere and strove to master details. Stalin needed such a person, one he could rely on more or less. In Stalin's last years there was an economist on the staff of the journal Problems of PEACE and Socialism, Vyačeslav, who was taken to task by Stalin in his last work. When Khrushchev was not around, Stalin used to remark about this, the Khrushchev affair. Stalin raked Vyačeslav over the coals, correctly in my opinion. 322. Doubts arose as to whether this matter had been looked into carefully, because it involved rather complex questions of political economy. But Stalin said Vyačeslav's discussion of economic theory had been engineered by Khrushchev, then head of the Moscow Party organization, of which Vyačeslav was a member. I don't think this is possible. Khrushchev could hardly have thought it up, he was not at home in questions of theory. Stalin might have been duped. Intriguers always abound. Just drop a hint, pass on some insinuating document at the psychological moment, and finally, when the prey takes the bait, he gets more and more drawn into the web. But Stalin, especially in his last years, did not fully trust anyone. On a hot August afternoon L arrived at the Novodevichy cemetery to attend the dedication of Polina Semenovna Jemhuzhina's tombstone. People had begun gathering in the corner of the old part of the cemetery by 4 p.m. News travels fast, the news being that Molotov was to arrive shortly, the very Molotov whose ephemeral portraits had disappeared from public view in 1957. L recently rode with him on a trolley bus, a voice could be heard in the gathering crowd. Nonsense. He wouldn't ride on a trolley bus. He surely has a chauffeured Chaika limo of his own. Said another. In fact, Khrushchev had deprived Molotov and other members of the anti-party faction of all the usual perquisites. Molotov lived with his relatives on Chkalovskaya Street on a pension of 120 rubles a month. To have laid away savings or valuables for his old age would have been out of character for him. He lived entirely on his meager state pension. Plainly attired in his navy blue suit and tie, Molotov was wearing his pince-nez. He was accompanied by his daughter Svetlana and son-in-law Alexei Dmitrievich Nikonov, a Ph.D. and professor. The tombstone was hewn by Vukovic, who accepted no for the job. He took quite a long time to complete the order, saying the tombstone had to be worthy of the name Vukovic. The tombstone is a sculptured head in white bas-relief set against an upright slab of black marble. That is all. Very austere, nothing superfluous. After spending half an hour at the cemetery, we went to the apartment building on Granovsky Street, apartment 61, and shared a funeral repast in memory of Polina Semenovna. To me befell the happiness to have had her as my wife. Beautiful, intelligent, and, the main thing, a genuine Bolshevik, a genuine Soviet person. Because she was my wife, her life didn't go at all smoothly. Although she suffered through difficult times, she understood everything. She never cursed Stalin, and she wouldn't allow anyone to do that in her presence, for she realized that anyone who denigrated Stalin would in time be jettisoned as an element alien to our party and to our people. It seems to me, I told him afterward, that it was you who suffered because of her, and not the other way around, when Stalin came out against you at that plenary meeting after the XIXTH Congress and did not include you in the bureau of the Central Committee Presidium. Why did he go after me the way he did? Perhaps she had something to do with it. At the session of the Politburo, when he read out the material on Polina Semenovna supplied by the security people, my knees began to knock. This was not a question of some intrigue. Security had done a thorough job on her. They had outdone themselves. What did they accuse her of? Of connections with a Zionist organization and with Golda Meir, the Israeli ambassador. Security charged that they sought to make the Crimea a Jewish autonomous region. They had good relations with the great Jewish actor Michajlovič. Security found he was an alien element. Of course, she should have been more fastidious in choosing her acquaintances. She was removed from office but for some time was not arrested. Then she was taken into custody and summoned to the Central Committee. A black cat had, as they say, crossed our path. Relations between me and Stalin cooled. She was in prison for a year and in exile more than 3 years. At the Politburo meetings Beria would walk past me and whisper into my ear, "Paulina is alive." She served time in the Lubyanka prison in Moscow, and I didn't even know she was there. And yet you continued to be the second most powerful man in the state? Yes, formally. For the press and for public consumption. She was freed from exile the day after Stalin's funeral. She didn't even know that Stalin had died, so her first question was, "How's Stalin?" The news of his illness had reached her. Taking advantage of Beria's invitation, I arrived at his office to pick her up. Hardly had I walked up to her when Beria ran ahead of me to Paulina and exclaimed, "A heroine." She certainly endured great hardship, but I repeat, she never changed her attitude toward Stalin. She always thought highly of him. Shota Ivanovich added, once a relation of hers started to assail Stalin at a dinner, and she abruptly put him in his place. "Young man, you understand absolutely nothing about either Stalin or his times. If only you knew the burden he bore in office. In his last years Stalin suffered from a persecution mania. He was so overwrought, self-seekers had so irritated and worn him down, had incited him against this person and that he had broken down. That's a fact. No man could have withstood it. In my opinion he was no exception. So he went too far. Consequently, able leaders such as Vyacheslav and Kuznetsov perished. Yes, he was definitely afflicted in his final years with a persecution mania. How could it be otherwise? Such is the lot that befalls all leaders who hold office too long. I don't know on whom he relied. He promoted Khrushchev and mixed me up with Mikoyan as two of a kind. Well, there was no basis whatever for that. It was not only because of Paulina Semenovna, though I assume this had some influence on him. People say Stalin demanded that you get a divorce but that you refused. He demanded that you dissociate yourself from her. In the first place, they had separated me from her. You see, back in 1940 when they voted to exclude her from the Central Committee, I abstained, that's true. Later he said, people are talking as if you voted against. She had been a candidate member of the CC when she was excluded. They accused her. What didn't they think up? Everything was very confused. Stanov, it seems, laid out the case against her. Wreckers had been exposed in the fisheries industry where she worked. According to the charge, it all started in Uzbekistan. Later she worked in the cosmetics industry, in perfumery, and had allegedly employed some shady characters. German spies were uncovered there. They availed themselves of the presence of wives of our most prominent leaders, who went to her for the latest in cosmetics. But when she was arrested in 1949 they accused her of plotting an attempt on Stalin's life. Vyshinsky then put in his oar. Before I was removed from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Stalin came up to me at the CC and said, "You have to divorce your wife." She then said to me, "If the party needs this, then we shall get a divorce." At the end of 1948 we were divorced. But in 1949, in February, she was arrested. No accusations were leveled at me, but I received no sensible explanation. Putting two and two together, however, I grasped, and this was later confirmed, that the trouble stemmed from my stay in America, probably in 1950. When I traveled from New York to Washington I was given a special railroad car. I paid too little attention to this courtesy at the time, but obviously I had been assigned a car equipped with listening devices so as to eavesdrop on every word I uttered. I was accompanied by some kind of delegation of physicians from the Soviet Union who traveled to Washington with me without passenger tickets. What kind of secrets could they let slip out? Stalin said nothing, but his secretary Poskrebyshev started to hint, "Why did they assign you a special car?" Later Vyshensky told me that Poskrebyshev had said that our security men had checked out the car. Needless to say, not everyone is granted a special car. It had no precedent, so why did they offer it to me? Should you have declined the offer? What could they suspect you of? Perhaps the security men suspected that I had been gotten to when I headed the Soviet delegation to the UN. But the atmosphere was already palpably heavy with suspicion. After all, Stalin back in the 1930s had appointed Paulina Semenovna People's Commissar of the Fisheries Industry, and I had opposed this. She was the only woman People's Commissar of an economic commissariat. A woman headed public health. Krupskaya had been Deputy Commissar of Public Education, but Paulina Semenovna was then the first and only woman to head an economic commissariat. On the one hand, Stalin, as it were, promoted and valued Paulina Semenovna. But, on the other hand, at the end of his life, he might have been influenced by anti-Semitic sentiments. Another of his extremes skillfully exploited by schemers. Stalin took a very critical view of me. To this day I do not know precisely why. I sensed that he held me in great distrust, but the grounds for this remain unclear to me. My wife was arrested not without his knowledge, indeed, he personally ordered it. That's a fact. Didn't Stalin tell you the reason why? No, he didn't. Bad company, apparently. In this respect Paulina Semenovna was too free and easy. That's the truth. She met with all kinds of people. Perhaps I'm a bit to blame inasmuch as I did not categorically oppose this. On the whole, the friends and acquaintances in her circle were good, but there were also some acquaintanceships that were not fully defensible and even some that were indefensible. Your personal enemies could have schemed against you. Absolutely. There's no doubt about that. I had no open opposition on the Politburo, but concealed opposition was certainly there. Then she was deported to Kazakhstan. Do you remember where exactly? I certainly do. It was a city in the breadbasket of Kazakhstan. Kustana. That was all very odd, you being the second most powerful official in the state, and your wife under arrest. Kalinin's wife was also arrested. She wasn't much, but she was probably mixed up with a motley crew of people. Such pathological suspiciousness, sickly suspiciousness. But who was left he could rely on? Khrushchev, whom he did not trust even earlier, was scrambling upward. And Stalin had good reason to distrust him. Some people believe that Beria killed Stalin. I believe this possibility cannot be excluded. If Stalin did not trust me, whom could he rely on? Was anyone safe? Eastern radio stations went into detail about the doctor's plot, pointing out that it was to go to trial on March 5, exactly the day Stalin died. That sounds like a veiled hint that he was murdered. That's possible. Of course this possibility cannot be ruled out. Beria was treacherous and unreliable. He could have done the deed just to save his own skin. The skein was badly tangled. I too am of the opinion that Stalin did not die a natural death. He wasn't seriously ill. He was working steadily. And he remained very spry. From the revolutionary point of view, Stalin shouldered a burden so heavy that it naturally left him burned out. It was very difficult for him in his last years as he aged, but the main thing is that he was utterly drained in every way. Also he was afraid of taking medicine. He had good reason. Stalin had enemies enough who might put one over on him. His fear that someone might slip some poison either into his food or into his medicine, however, went beyond all limits. To a certain extent this is understandable, because really it was very difficult to bear the entire burden on his own two shoulders. Apparently he had all kinds of doubts whether anyone induced to take up this burden would have the patience, the will, and the strength to bear it. That was his predicament. Although these events did not leave me untouched, and although I might not have remained in one piece had he lived on, I have regarded him and still regard him as a great man who fulfilled such immense and arduous tasks as none of us, none of those in the party back then, could have fulfilled. To speak of Kirov as some kind of deputy or successor to Stalin is entirely absurd to any literate and knowledgeable communist. That choice would have been totally at odds with the nature of the relationship between Stalin and Kirov, and above all with Kirov's own perception of his potential. It so contradicts the realities of that period that only a criminal type such as Nikita could go so far as to allege that Stalin had special reason to finish off Kirov. THIRD-WORLDISM, Kirov had told Stalin at the XVIth Party Congress that a group of delegates had proposed to nominate him for top office in the party. But Kirov as general secretary? Utterly, simply absurd. Kirov was a highly effective agitator and good communist. He was not and did not claim to be a theoretician. Never. It goes without saying that he was incapable of ideologically crushing Trotsky, Zinoviev, and Kamenev. Others were more capable, feasible, or likely as a potential leader than Kirov. Indeed, far more. The 1920s and 30s witnessed an open struggle on the ideological plane in the press, a struggle of pens, but could we permit it to go on endlessly at the expense of the state, at the expense of the working class? If you want to spare the working class, the people were toiling, they wanted to live better, while we at the top and in the press were constantly clashing and at each other's throats. A most dangerous thing, assuredly. In this connection I should like to ask a purely psychological question, which of course is most closely related to politics but is nevertheless psychological. You said that it might have happened, that repression might have even reached you, if... Yes, it could have. Could have? Could have. Especially as Paulina Semenovna. They were intriguing might and main against us. Just imagine your plight. A man who gave many yearn to the party, sacrificed his health, life, everything for the cause of the party and the building of socialism, might suddenly find himself behind barbed wire. Well, what of it? Oh, Lord! I look at this from the revolutionary point of view. At any time during those long years both before the revolution and after I might have more than once perished. But after all, you had done nothing so wrong. And I tell you that I had made one definite mistake, and probably note was taken of more than one. A Pernon who never sympathized with either Stalin or Molotov persistently asked me to arrange a meeting with Molotov. I made a strenuous effort to arrange it and finally succeeded. The conversation lasted about 4 hours, during which the most burning questions were raised and not a single one left unanswered. As we walked to the railroad station after the meeting, Molotov's interlocutor remarked, "Visiting with Molotov is like traveling abroad for the first time. If one were anti-Soviet he would grow more anti-Soviet after meeting with him, if one were pro-Soviet he would grow firmer in his convictions. I haven't started liking him, but I've definitely been struck by his reasoning power and responsiveness. Those men are not to be trifled with. I wonder what kind of person Stalin was if he had a man like Molotov working for him." Part 4. Since Stalin. As Molotov viewed the world in the last third of his long life, he did not like what he saw. Perhaps most old men and women take a jaundiced view of the world compared with the idealized memory of an earlier time. But Molotov had special reason to be dissatisfied. No one still alive in the Soviet Union had done more than he to create and shape that world, but the product bore little resemblance to Molotov's vision of socialism, however perverse. It bore even less resemblance to the classical socialist vision of a world without violence, domestic or foreign, a classless society living in equality, freedom, justice, and democracy. What did he object most? The triumph of his nemesis, the right wing, which falsely proclaimed that full socialism, real socialism, had been built in the USSR, even as inequality and venality grew. Molotov argued that the foundations of socialism had been laid. The means of production had been socialized, that is, productive wealth was owned either by the state or by cooperatives such as kolkhozes. But the USSR could not be regarded as socialist, first, because proletarian revolution had not triumphed in the major capitalist countries and ended imperialist encirclement of the USSR. Molotov claimed that Khrushchev and Brezhnev, intimidated by U.S. atomic weapons, had cravenly abandoned the goal of international communism for that of peaceful coexistence with imperialism. Second, social equality had not been achieved in the Soviet Union. A socialist society must not only eliminate the exploiting classes, as had already been done. It must also eliminate the distinction between the two surviving social classes, the working class and the kolkhoz peasantry. Meanwhile, the kolkhoz system was failing so badly that the USSR had to import grain from the United States. Choev suggested dissolution of the kolkhozes. Molotov recommended their transformation into sovkhozes. These would convert the kolkhoz peasant into a wage worker, like the factory worker employed by the state, making the country a truly classless society. Thus only state property, the highest form of socialist property, would remain. Finally, a socialist society must reduce income inequality to a minimum by capping remuneration, abolishing money, and eliminating material incentives. This conception of socialism marked a throwback to the period of war communism, 1918–1921, when it proved ruinous. Most alarming in Molotov's valedictory is his vehement opposition to the policy of peaceful coexistence initiated by Khrushchev and continued by his successors. Molotov adhered to two of Lenin's cardinal tenets, unmodified. First, socialism could be initiated in Russia but achieved only on an international scale. And second, war is inevitable as long as imperialism exists. Molotov believed that both tenets fully applied, even in the nuclear age. The USSR must therefore not slacken its efforts to spread the Soviet system, even if doing so increased the danger of nuclear war. Any relaxation would embolden the imperialists to blackmail the USSR into abandoning socialism at home and abroad. From Khrushchev on, however, Soviet leaders contended that the enormous growth of Soviet economic and military power, exemplified by atom-tipped ICBMs, kept the imperialists at bay. Consequently, war was no longer fatalistically inevitable. The prime aim of Soviet-Foreign relations must be peaceful coexistence with adversaries, détente marked by a search for means to reduce the danger and prevent the outbreak of a new war. Molotov opposed all such efforts while applauding Soviet occupation of Czechoslovakia in 1968 and the war in Afghanistan. In that connection, Molotov, as if reciting George Orwell, bluntly declared that there can be no peace without war. In sum, Molotov's mind had frozen in the pre-nuclear age. The West as well as the Russians can be thankful that Molotov failed to unseat Khrushchev in 1957. Reason prevailed. 1 year before Molotov's death, President Gorbachev and President Reagan echoed and surpassed their predecessors, Khrushchev and Eisenhower, by agreeing at Geneva that a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. The Trinity. In his recollections, Molotov often referred to the THIRD Beria, Malenkov, and Khrushchev. Asked why Khrushchev headed the Central Committee after Stalin, he replied that Khrushchev was friendly with Beria and Malenkov. At that point Beria miscalculated. He started to do things behind Malenkov's back, and he refused to assume the position of chairman of the Council of Ministers because he didn't command sufficient authority. Khrushchev was no fool. He succeeded in rebuilding the Central Committee after his own fashion. What united those three: Malenkov, Beria, and Khrushchev? They certainly followed in Stalin's footsteps, and that united them. The THIRD. In my opinion, they were not really united by any genuine or fast ties. There was perhaps a modicum of friendship, of fellowship. Molotov recounted that in 1953, after Stalin's death, he was returned to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The German question had to be discussed and a policy set. As a Politburo member, Molotov was accountable for the German Democratic Republic. After Stalin's death there were attempts to scrap our German policy. Beria took an active stand on the German question. But he didn't come across very well. We had never had easy times in Germany. In 1953 we began receiving reports that the situation in the German Democratic Republic was not particularly stable. I promptly went to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and requested that Gromyko report to me on a Sunday. At the time I had two deputies, Gromyko and Vjačeslav Kuznetsov, who is currently in the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet. I summoned Gromyko, who was more experienced in these matters. We discussed the 334 problem and worked out some proposals in writing. The gist was what we should do about the CDR. At the head in Germany then was Ulbricht, a dedicated communist, a politically conscious comrade, who was somewhat blunt and lacked flexibility. It turned out that the German comrades began talking at the top of their voices about building socialism without having laid the proper groundwork for it. We forwarded a draft proposal from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to the effect that the leadership of the German Socialist Unity Party, we did not explicitly name Ulbricht, had mounted an all-out offensive against capitalist elements, which was incorrect. An all-out anti-capitalist policy must not be pursued, a more cautious approach must be employed. In his time Bukharin had said, "Start an all-out offensive against the kulaks." Stalin responded, "So, you want to use force?" "Yes, force is necessary," he answered. "Well, let's record it that way, use force," Stalin concluded. We were more cautious, and we never used the word force. But Bukharin pushed himself forward and went off on his own. So it was recorded that way. He favored force because to ease up would be a contradictory policy. So we and our foreign ministry workers proposed the following. Do not implement a policy of forced socialism in the CDR. But Beria suggested that the word forced be dropped altogether. We had proposed that the process not be forced, but he insisted that the word forced be taken out. Thus the proposal would have read, do not implement a policy of building socialism in the CDR. We asked, why? And he replied, because all we want is a peaceful Germany, and it makes no difference whether or not it is socialist. The point of our draft proposal was to instruct the Communist Party of the CDR to hold to a course on socialism, but not to rush the process or divorce themselves from the realities of the situation, because two FEW preparations had been made. We forwarded our proposal to the Politburo, where they proceeded to examine the issue in more detail. Divergences of opinion arose. Beria, who was then becoming particularly active, advanced the following argument: why should socialism be built in the CDR? Let it just be a peaceful country. That is sufficient for our purposes. The sort of country it will become is unimportant. I took the floor to offer a new proposal. In my opinion, the course pursued within the CDR mattered a great deal. It lay within the heart of Europe and was a highly developed capitalist country. Consequently, though it was only part of Germany, much depended on it. That is why it was imperative to set a firm line on building socialism, but without rushing the process. When it became possible to take this or that step with confidence, then accelerate the process. Beria kept insisting it made no difference whether Germany was socialist or otherwise, that the most important concern was that Germany be peaceful. The Politburo vote was nearly split on the issue. Khrushchev supported my position. I didn't expect that. But Malenkov was the centerpiece. Malenkov and Beria were supposedly great friends, but I never believed this. Beria on the whole took little interest in fundamental questions of politics. He attached no great significance to the question of whether Germany was socialist or capitalist. A stable Germany was good enough for him. The arguments went on. Malenkov chaired the session because the chairman of the Council of Ministers always chaired the Politburo sessions. Malenkov remained silent, and I knew he would follow Beria. Since we failed to reach agreement, a special committee was created: Malenkov, Beria, and myself. I was in favor of not forcing a socialist policy, while Beria favored not supporting socialism at all. Malenkov vacillated. Beria, of course, had counted on Malenkov's support. Khrushchev was also his friend. I was alerted to any eventuality. Malenkov wouldn't voice an opinion. I could easily be isolated in that committee. When the session ended and everyone left, I looked out the window. Immediately I spotted the three together. Yes, it was in the Kremlin. Beria, Malenkov, and Khrushchev were out for a walk. Later, toward evening, I phoned Khrushchev and said, "Well, have the three of you agreed on anything? You supported me on the German question, but then I saw you all walking together, probably reaching an agreement against me." "Oh no, I will support you. I think your position is correct. I will firmly support your proposal," he responded. And I valued him for that. I was pleased. I thought Khrushchev would sway all those who were as yet uncommitted. That same night I received a telephone call from Beria, who said, "Look, why should we meet again? Let's just reach agreement on the telephone and consider the resolution passed. Why don't you drop your stand?" "How did you address him?" "Lavrenti." "Yes, Lavrenti." He persisted, "Socialism isn't necessary in Germany." "No, I will stand firm. This is a matter of principle, and it also relates to what might happen should war break out," I said. "To hell with you. Let's not go to another meeting." "I agree with your stand," he concluded. He tried to understand the philosophy behind it, but he failed. Indeed, he didn't take special interest in fundamental questions of policy. His philosophy was that if you were powerful, no one would touch you. Or something close to that. At any event, he did not delve into this matter. I said, we have reached agreement, and you suggest we not meet again. And what about Malenkov?" "I will work it out with Malenkov," he said. Malenkov didn't play a decisive role. I didn't speak with him. So we reached an agreement, everyone voted in favor of the resolution, and we all signed it. That was it. In the end, Beria yielded to me. Khrushchev apparently talked him into it. What was Stalin's thinking on it? Did he ever speak with you about it? What Beria proposed would never have come up for discussion in Stalin's time. Stalin made a public statement when the CDR was created, that this was a new stage in the development of Germany, and that there could be no doubts about this. Stalin was the sort of man to sacrifice everything for the sake of socialism. He would never have abandoned the conquests of socialism. We believed that the building of socialism in the CDR must unfold gradually in order not to alienate the population. Otherwise revolts might flare up, and then we would have to forcibly repress the very Germany we had only just started to rebuild. The work had not really begun yet, and we had to be patient and proceed slowly so as not to have to use force. Beria said, "Don't follow this policy. The policy of building socialism should not be pursued in the CDR." I objected that there could not be a peaceful Germany unless it took the road to socialism. Therefore all talk about a peaceful Germany implied a bourgeois Germany, period. If it was only a bourgeois Germany, it could never be peaceful if it pursued a path towards socialism, not forcibly but cautiously, and maneuvering skillfully until our position was stronger. Until then we would have to be extremely careful. We had addressed this question in May 1, 1953, and already in July that same year revolts broke out. Had we gone too far then, we would once again have had to struggle against internal enemies in Germany, which would have roused most of the Germans against us. That was a danger and it had to be avoided. And Beria was saying then, no, socialism is completely unnecessary. All we need is a peaceful counter. I consider Khrushchev a rightist, and Beria was even further right. We had the evidence. Both of them were rightists. Mikoyan, too. Still, they Since Stalin 337 are all different personalities. Being a rightist, Khrushchev was rotten through and through. Beria was even more of a rightist and even more rotten. He showed this when the German question was addressed. Khrushchev had a streak of Russian patriotism about him, which Beria lacked. Hence Khrushchev supported me on the German question. I believe that Khrushchev's measures of Russian nationalism helped him to understand the interests of our state. Russia certainly plays a significant role in the state, but had we been nothing more than Russian nationalists we would have strayed from Leninist thought. In any event, Khrushchev did not back Beria on that issue. Did our people shed their blood in vain? If the CDR does not proceed along the path of socialism, it will remain the old Germany. Malenkov is an excellent executive, a manager by telephone, as we used to call him. He was always on the telephone. He knew where to find things out and how to get things done. Administrative and organizational matters, personnel assignment, that was Malenkov's department, to relay instructions to the localities, to have all things arranged. He pushed ahead, was effective. He was very active, lively, and courteous. But he was silent on critical issues. He had never led a single party organization, in contrast to Khrushchev, who had done this both in Moscow and in the Ukraine. Khrushchev was made a Politburo member in 1938 or 39, around the same time as Beria and Malenkov. I hear that Malenkov was recently allowed to return to Moscow. His mother had died here. We talked on the centennial of V.I. Lenin's birth, and Molotov remarked, each of our leaders would like to create Lenin in his own image. Lenin is now being falsified and exploited. Even Fosheva thinks she can speak in Lenin's name. But who was she back then? A technical secretary. I remarked that old Mensheviks have now become the old Bolsheviks. Not just Mensheviks but constitutional Democrats and the Black Hundreds as well. I haven't heard from Malenkov for quite some time. He visited me once about 2 years ago. Could he feel offended? Probably he does not regard me quite objectively. After Stalin died, I spoke at the Central Committee plenary meeting and supported Khrushchev's proposal that Malenkov be removed from the position of chairman of the Council of Ministers. I criticized him for his line after Stalin died. His first failing was that he immediately fell into the grip of the rightists on political questions, and, second, his conduct in the office of chairman of the Council of Ministers was not worthy of a true Central Committee member. Malenkov is certainly a decent fellow. Unfortunately, however, given existing conditions, he is woefully unprepared in matters of theory. Apparently he cannot genuinely orient himself, and that is very telling. He is very pedantic and can keep things orderly, but in my opinion he cannot perceptively and critically cope with economic and political questions. But without that ability it is impossible to master affairs. He sent me his best regards the other day. Malenkov came over to see me twice. I told you. The second time was at least 3 years ago. I haven't heard from him since then. No telephone calls. Nothing. He is said to be living in Moscow now. I'm afraid he doesn't want to be seen with me. For a long time he was not allowed in Moscow. I have to say that, if I were him, I would have found a way out. I asked him last time, /re you working on anything? Studying anything? Do you plan to dig into some issue? He replied, yes, I am studying. What? Imperialism. So I came to understand at that moment that he was studying international relations and the struggle against imperialism, otherwise how would he take advantage of imperialism? The key question is, when will it collapse? He doesn't know any languages. Imperialism. Imperialism is a tough topic if you don't have a command of languages. But knowing the languages is not the primary objective. He came over to see us, gave everyone a hug and a kiss, and then left. We didn't have time to have a good talk. So I really didn't arrive at any sort of understanding. At the plenum, when Khrushchev suggested that Malenkov be removed from the position of chairman of the Council of Ministers, I also criticized Malenkov for his failure to address critical policy issues. He is not an independent thinker. The German question, for example. A chairman of the Council of Ministers who has no opinion on a series of cardinal issues. That was why I criticized him. Apparently he never forgot this. Later we met. Like most of the Politburo members, we found ourselves in the same group. This was not, frankly speaking, to our advantage. Afterward Beria didn't express much of an opinion about the position I had taken. I considered then, and still consider, Beria to be an unprincipled man. He was a careerist engaged only in what was to his advantage. He was not even a careerist, or, so to speak, merely a careerist, since he did not address most issues from a Bolshevik perspective. He killed a lot of people. I don't think Beria was the principal culprit. He destroyed people for personal rather than party-related motives. That's possible. He was unprincipled. He was not even a communist. I consider him a parasite on the party. With respect to what you said, Beria is not to blame. It's not easy now to sort things out without documents, and I can't recall everything, but I'm under the impression that Beria was only a functionary at that time. He worked only to secure his own interests. In my opinion there were excesses, but these excesses were brought about by Stalin. Beria himself was very much afraid of Stalin. He would not have gone that far, but Stalin, in my opinion, carried things a bit too far. I have defended and continue to defend Stalin in this regard and also with respect to matters of terror. I think that had we not used terror, we could hardly have survived before the war, and we could have failed to secure a relatively stable situation in the country after the war. I think this had, to a significant extent, been secured in the late 1930s. No, I have never considered Beria to be primarily responsible for the terror. I have always maintained that the principal responsibility rested with Stalin and those of us who approved it and were active in it. And I had always been active and stood for adopting these measures. I never regretted and will never regret that we acted very harshly. But mistakes did occur, of course. To this day, people still argue whether Beria had been an agent of some foreign intelligence service. I don't think he was. But I think he was unprincipled. He was very 340. Afraid for his own life. He was afraid of Stalin. He had always been eager to curry favor. He was a man of few ideas, probably of no ideas at all. But he was a capable person. Whatever he did was a boon to imperialism. He played the role of an agent of imperialism, that's the point. There could have been no greater service to imperialism than if he had succeeded in renouncing socialism in the CDR. One does not have to be an official agent, but to act as he did means that you are playing the role of an agent of imperialism. Many people do not understand this, but you must. I regard Beria as an agent of imperialism. Agent does not mean spy. He had to have some support either in the working class or in imperialism. He had no support among the people, and he enjoyed no prestige. Even had he succeeded in seizing power, he would not have lasted long. Stalin's wife was very antipathetic toward Beria. Had he not performed his duties effectively, he would have been replaced. He did a job that was difficult and unavoidable. He had files on everyone, even on Stalin. Of course, he had a file on me, too. Not exactly a complete file but rather. Shodel Vanovich recounted, when the funicular was under construction in Tbilisi, Beria had a habit of visiting the construction site at night and having a look. He was a good organizer. Though a big scum. But wasn't this because of his position? Dzerzhinsky also held that position. So it absolutely didn't go with the job. Before he took that position, Ezhov had been a rather fine fellow, too. But power intoxicated him and swept him off his feet. He tried to show off and curry favor. That's when careerism begins. False evidence, previously set quotas of enemies, the numbers of repressed persons are not high enough. So everyone tries harder. And what kind of work is that? PE raps. They demanded too much, that all those who were not totally reliable be purged. As a matter of fact, yes. But that should never have been done. That's wrecking. Even today that sort of person is everywhere. Beria overdid it. Should it be repeated today, we would be the first to go to fail. I may be there before you. Is it true that Beria wasn't articulate enough to speak without notes? Asked Shota Ivanovich. I think so, yes. He wasn't a bibliophile? Oh, no, he was not. The Beria trial in 1953 was broadcast on the radio, and I would sit in my office and listen. Merkulov said he wasn't sure whether Beria had ever read a book. This is rather indicative of a man's character. He spoke Russian correctly. He was a good organizer, a good administrator and a born security operative, of course. But quite without principles. He served his current master. Was that why Stalin kept him? Yes, indeed. In this sense he certainly was very useful in getting certain jobs done. Regarding the atomic bomb, that was his responsibility. The air defense ring around Moscow that was entrusted to him. He was reported to have briefed his intelligence officers this way: a true knight can't be bought with anything. He can only be tempted by a beautiful woman. And a beautiful woman can always be showered with diamonds. You go and get down to business. He could have said that. Oh yes, he could. I went to the cemetery last summer. As I stopped to look, I spotted Maysky's grave. It turns out he was arrested 2 weeks before Stalin died. Possibly. On Stalin's orders. Of course. He was still in jail when Khrushchev came to power. Reportedly he was somehow mixed up in Beria's affairs. Maysky said Beria wanted to recruit him after Stalin's death. He summoned Maysky to his office and proposed he turn INFO. Maysky was rumored not to have declined the offer. There were reports in the West that Beria had planned to appoint Maysky as Minister of Foreign Affairs in place of Molotov in his new cabinet after a successful coup. I don't rule that out. I told you I had a sharp clash with Beria the first week after Stalin's death. It is quite possible that I was not the one to meet either his or Khrushchev's requirements. Their policies would not have differed greatly. I think Maysky had probably given his consent to 342. Beria. When Beria was apprehended, Maysky was checked out too. Beria definitely intended to appoint him. Kruglov was Beria's deputy. He was. They appeared to perceive each other differently. In fact, Kruglov used to be critical of him. At times this was not merely implicit. Beria did not retain Kruglov by his own choice. Before he was transferred to the NKVD, Kruglov had been on an assignment in Georgia. He used to send critical reports about the situation in Georgia at the time when Beria was party secretary there. I remember that. Some of the reports seem to have come out in print, though I can't quite remember now. But after his Georgian assignment Kruglov came to see me. I know he told me that Stalin had been informed of the situation there. Kruglov had been rather brave in his criticism. Mjalids told me, said Shota Ivanovich, how Beria once toasted Stalin. I first saw Comrade Stalin in 1926, with Orjonikij. I showed them around Vladikavkaz. At that point Stalin remarked sharply, I don't remember such a meeting with Beria. Beria immediately changed the topic of the toast. Then Stalin concluded, I liked Beria because he kept me truthfully informed on the situation in the Trans Caucasus. Why did Beria do that? First, when you have a boss, you do what you are told. But as the situation changes and you have some sort of choice, you start to speak your mind. In Lenin's office I once saw the young Beria. He was reporting on the situation in the Caucasus. His information was apparently trustworthy, otherwise Lenin would have had nothing to do with him. Did Beria ever argue with Stalin? No. It's not that he would never speak up. He just didn't volunteer. He wasn't pushy. On certain issues, of course, he would argue, but not often. Whenever he had facts or reports, he would try to prove that he knew more about specific issues. Shota Ivanovich said, Mjelids was taken aback when I said that Beria had been obsequious to Stalin, that he did all the filthy work and 343. Otherwise wouldn't have been kept on. He was a servant, indeed. Added Akaki Ivanovich. He could just as successfully have served Hitler or Mussolini. He would have been completely suitable for the job. He didn't go that far, but he was, in any event, a dangerous character. There was a book published on the history of the creation of Bolshevik organizations in the Transcaucasus. 1 or 2 Georgians wrote the book. I can't remember their names now, but one author was Beria. It later turned out he hadn't even read the book. Beria is called a diehard enemy of Soviet power. I don't know whether he was a diehard or some other kind of enemy, but I do know he was an enemy. On the harvest in those 347 areas we call the virgin lands, the yield is 2 or 3 centners per hectare. The average yield over a period of 5 to 10 years in the arid lands is 5 or 6 centners. A small yield, but the infrastructure is already there. If we till 10 million hectares in areas where crop prospects are better and the area more manageable than the 20 million hectares of virgin lands, then we shall get a harvest. Khrushchev exploded, so, you are against the Virgin Lands program. What do you mean, against the Virgin Lands program? We must make the necessary calculations. Otherwise how can we conduct affairs of state? Khrushchev was so carried away with his idea that he was like a runaway roan. An idea alone solves nothing conclusively, it may be helpful, but only to a limited extent. You have to make the right calculations, weigh alternatives, consult experts, sound out the people. You can't just shout, get going. Get a move on. He bit off more than he could chew, about 40 to 45 million hectares of virgin lands to be opened up. This was unmanageable, absurd, and unnecessary. 15 to 17 million hectares would probably have produced better results and would have made more sense. Khrushchev reminded me of a livestock dealer. A small-time livestock dealer. A man of little culture, certainly. A regular livestock trader, a man who deals in cattle. Stalin's mistake was that he had not trained anyone to fill his position. Khrushchev took over, not by chance. Of course he was not the right man for the top office. But we had no unity in our group, and we had no program. We merely agreed to have him removed, but at the same time we were totally unprepared to assume power. I certainly opposed opening up the virgin lands on such a vast scale. Even today I think it was a bad idea. I suggested the project be done at half the size. There weren't enough people nor enough machinery. The counter-argument, we'll take the necessary resources from the other regions. I opposed economic decentralization in the form of Sovnarkozy and wrote a letter to the Politburo arguing that the project lacked preparation. I opposed division of the party into rural and urban branches as contravening both the constitution and the party statutes. All that was sheer idiocy. Khrushchev gathered writers together one day at Stalin's remote dacha, 200 kilometers from Moscow. There he announced for all to hear that he had differences of opinion with me. His move particularly displeased me because he announced it at a non-party gathering. It all started with an article in the journal Communist in 1955, where I argued that we had constructed only the foundations of socialism in our country. Shortly before that I had gathered reporters and distributed the article to them. There were some queries on the article. But I said I believed that socialism in our country was not yet complete. Under Khrushchev, Molotov was reproached for saying that in our country, only the basis of socialism had been constructed and not socialism basically, and he confessed his mistake in the journal of the Central Committee, Communist. No, I had to. They forced me to. At a session of the Supreme Soviet I delivered a report on the international situation. By the way, I still believe that both conclusions were correct. Then, a letter signed by Pospelov and Rumiantsev was published. They contended that socialism basically and its basis had been built long ago. I then said at the Politburo, I don't see any contradiction in terms there. One can say that both socialism basically and basis have been built. Basis is a narrower concept, which places greater emphasis on the economic side of things. Basis or basically just so much Talmudic hair splitting. I wrote that both formulations were correct, consequently there could be no objections to my position as being incorrect, because basis is the same as basically. To see a difference between the two one would have to be a pedant. At that time Khrushchev started undermining you. Why started? He had always been doing that. They seem to have been eager to incriminate you somehow. They launched a campaign against you. Not just over some issue or another. Not just any issue. This question was absolutely crucial. To say that socialism had triumphed completely and definitely was to oversimplify our achievements, and this contradict Marxism-Leninism. No one wants to dig into this now, but exasperation with this situation is sure to mount. Younger people will take up the issue and agree that the wrong conclusion had been drawn. Was Khrushchev adept in matters of theory? No. He was extremely weak in that regard. We were all practical all practitioners. Before the revolution we read all the books and 349 newspapers, now we read nothing. Had I not spent so long in prison and exile, I wouldn't know many things either. I read publications written by our opponents too, and we had to participate in heated discussions. You were attacked after Stalin's death, said Shota Ivanovich. But you were right. Of course I was right. Khrushchev made Pospelov and another one, Satyakov, I believe, write a letter to the effect that Molotov was in error on this issue. The letter was distributed to all Politburo members and discussed at the next Politburo session. I responded in writing, confirming my viewpoint. I wrote, my point is, basically the victory of socialism and the basis of the victory of socialism have both been achieved. I said that in our country the basis of socialism had been built, and in another place I said that in our country socialism had basically triumphed. Is there a difference or not? Basically or basis? In essence, no, but of course. So I wrote in reply that I see no difference in the two wordings. Khrushchev said, how's that? It only shows Molotov belittles the accomplishments of socialism. And so on, and so forth. Everyone would nod in agreement. I thought, why the hell should I harp on these differences? To hell with you, I said. But the written document is and has remained in my possession. Now you can find the nuances in books written by our scholars. It is all right to say basically. Indeed, the basis had been achieved first, but later socialism was built basically. But this is utter Talmudism. Real nonsense. The trouble, I say, is that in the present situation it is impossible to offer a definition of socialism. There is no complete clarity on this question. One can only depict distinct stages, fundamental phases. Khrushchev and the XXTH Congress. Everyone knew that Khrushchev was going to deliver that made a special report. Rudenko's group authenticated and examined the material and there was a great deal of material. We used all the materials sent to us as well as those we managed to obtain ourselves. The commission concluded that Stalin was not implicated in Kirov's assassination. Khrushchev refused to have the findings published since they didn't serve his purpose. Khrushchev got by because we had many Khrushchevites. Stalin was firm, a firm hand that was Stalin, and under that strong hand everyone sang the same tune. But as soon as that hand grew weak, everyone began to sing his own tune. In 1957 Khrushchev was relieved of his duties for 3 days. This happened at one of the Politburo sessions. This, of course, had to be announced. He was chairing Politburo sessions, he was merely relieved. 354. Of the chairmanship. Nothing more occurred then. He wasn't removed from his job, and he couldn't be removed. The Central Committee plenum would decide this. How else could he have been removed? At the XXTH Party Congress a presidium consisting of 11 members had been elected. Later, in 1957, we decided to remove Khrushchev. At the Politburo he chaired its sessions, we decided to replace him with Bulganin. The point was that starting with Lenin, and it was always so, the chairman of the Council of People's Commissars always chaired sessions of the Politburo. This was a Leninist tradition. From the beginning, Lenin chaired when he was ill, Kamina sat in for him, then Rykov chaired, then I, then Stalin. Khrushchev was the first to break with this Leninist tradition. He began to act like a regional party secretary. He was not chairman of the Council of Ministers, nevertheless he chaired Politburo sessions. Now we had Bulganin chair. Did Khrushchev remain silent? No way. He screamed, he was furious. But we had already reached an agreement. We were 7 out of 11, and his supporters were but 3, including Mikoyan. We had no program to advance. Our only goal was to remove Khrushchev and have him appointed Minister of Agriculture. Commotion could be heard behind the door. Furtseva, Sarav, Ignatieff were there. They convened the members of the Central Committee. The Central Committee plenary meeting was held the following day. Furtseva and Sislov were Central Committee secretaries who played roles. Sarav played a major role. He employed the staff to best advantage. He had all the Central Committee members promptly summoned to Moscow. They all gathered in Sislov's office. Sarav helped out, though his role was purely technical. Inasmuch as Khrushchev remained the first secretary of the Central Committee, the entire staff was in his hands. Sislov is such a small-minded politician. And he is a big bore, too. He and Khrushchev are birds of a feather. Zhukov is a great military man but a poor politician. He played a decisive role in elevating Khrushchev to a pedestal in 1957. But Zhukov himself cursed him soon afterward. We failed to have him removed as first secretary, we just didn't manage it. They convened a plenary session of the Central Committee, and the plenum sided with them. The game was over. And they did not allow you to speak at the plenum. No, they did, though I had to insist on it. Just let them show the stenographic record of my remarks to someone. They still won't do that. But how did the plenum respond? They yelled, they bellowed. I didn't talk about Khrushchev personally, I talked specifically about his leadership. No, I can't recall all that was said, but I indicated in particular that a commission on Stalin's archives was set up in 1953, with Khrushchev as chairman and myself as a member. Since 1957 the commission has not had a single meeting. Mikoyan was a member of the commission, along with some others. The Stalin archive was entrusted to the commission. Do you see how Khrushchev was behaving? Khrushchev apparently had been listening in on our telephone conversation. And he had his own spies. I spoke at the plenum and the audience wouldn't listen. They shouted. Later they doctored my remarks and published them. Initially the 3 of us were labeled the anti-party group Malenkov, Kaganovich, Molotov, then they also added Shipailov who had joined us. After a while they included Bulganin and Vjačeslav. Initially Vjačeslav had been one of us, but then he repented. You can judge for yourself, from reading the published material, how he conducted himself. He behaved badly. He lost his head. He didn't know whom to look to. And Khrushchev was very sly. Vyacheslav becoming president didn't add to his prestige, which he had enjoyed since the Civil War. Each year following I sent 1 or 2 letters to the Central Committee with a critical analysis of their policies. My last letter contained a critical review of the new party program which I considered deceptive and anti-Leninist. Khrushchev raised the question, and I was expelled from the party. Malenkov and others were absolutely unaware of my letters. They just minded their own business. But it was awkward to have me alone kicked out of the party. The anti-party group had to be removed, and 4 of us were expelled. I don't think I precipitated this expulsion. Kaganovich, Malenkov, and myself were expelled. Shepilov too, though he was not part of the group. I don't know how well Shepilov knew economics, but he was a good speaker. He was a man of integrity. He sensed that the anti-Stalin campaign had gone far beyond objective truth, and he stuck with us and supported us. He refused to be Khrushchev's servant, even though Khrushchev had very much counted on him. Apparently I tripped up Khrushchev in that case, though Shepilov was hardly aware of it. I don't consider Khrushchev an especially dedicated communist. He was capable, unquestionably. But he only fluttered about. He had no serious interest in ideology. There is more than meets the eye in the fact that he succeeded in making short work of Malenkov, Kaganovich, and me. The reason is that there was no genuine Bolshevist stability during that period. I ought to have been punished, true, but expulsion from the party? Punishment, of course, because sometimes the axe must be used without sorting things out. I believe we had to pass through a phase of terror. I am not afraid of that word, because back then we had neither the time nor the opportunity to sort things out, for not only Soviet power in Russia but the international communist movement as well were at risk. I sent a letter to the Central Committee from Geneva, where I was on the International Atomic Energy Commission, and wrote that Khrushchev was continuing to repeat the same error Stalin had made when he argued that communism could be achieved under conditions of capitalist encirclement. I was recalled to Moscow and expelled from the party at the meeting of the Council of Ministers party nucleus. Lysenko and some women, whom Khrushchev had brought to the meeting, raged more than anyone else. I was expelled, but I appealed. The party bureau confirmed the expulsion. I appealed again. The Sverdlovsk District Party Committee and then the Moscow City Party Committee approved my expulsion. I appealed again. Demishev was particularly adamant against me. He took my party card. The only person who conducted himself decently was Shvernik. He did not vote against me and refused to involve himself in that campaign. 4 times I applied to be reinstated in the party. I wrote to Brezhnev. Not once did I get an answer. Asked about my party membership status at a party conference, Shapishnikova explained to the communists that he didn't apply to be reinstated in the party. I am going to send another application to the XXIVTH Congress. When I was expelled from the party, people like Serdyuk screamed about the repressions. But after all, I was not expelled from the party because of the repressions but rather because we spoke out against Khrushchev and wanted to have him relieved of his duties. When the repressions were condemned at the XXTH Congress, I was not only not expelled from the party but was even elected to its Politburo. Were you charged with the repressions when they expelled you from the party? I was. They claimed the anti-party group was full of being exposed. But as a matter of fact, Khrushchev was the one who should have been fearful of exposure. The game was played out rather well. As soon as you relieved Khrushchev of his chair functions, why didn't you appeal to party organizations, to the people? The party organizations were not in our hands. Anyway, you failed to take advantage of that moment. Indeed, I wasn't able to take advantage of it. We had another disadvantage: we were not prepared to put forward a counter-program of our own. But Khrushchev did exactly that. Life under Stalin was hard, from now on it is going to be better. People bought it. The overwhelming majority voted against me. A good many people bore me a grudge. But they were all high officials. Not only high officials but the rank and file as well. But the working class was FORU. The workers also bought the line, you will have it easier now, and there will be no more rushing ahead. Vjačeslav Michajlovič, you said that when Demishev took your party membership card FROMU at the Moscow PA Rudy committee, you made his task easier for him. I don't think I made it easier for him. He simply said, you must hand in your party card. Quite a crowd was gathered. A few people were selected to speak. I was the first to take the floor to offer my explanations. But as I was rapidly attacked, I was brief in my remarks. Criticisms mostly referred to the events of 1937. The chairman of the Moscow Soviet also spoke. When I worked in the Central Committee and then in the Council of Ministers, he was in charge of construction projects, and I often had to deal with him. A capable worker. I had no disputes or run-ins with him. He began cursing me out. Well, in such cases he was obliged to act so. He was chairman of the Moscow City Executive Committee, but the party secretary, of course, shows the way, so to speak. How could he remain silent? I looked at him with utter astonishment. Didn't they feel awkward about it? Who knows? I am not going to speculate about that. Children were shot to death in Georgia in 1956, said Shotel Vanovich. They removed Mikoyan's portrait and hung it in an outhouse, where his home was supposed to be. They hitched Khrushchev's portrait to a streetcar, but they carried your portrait at the head of a marching column of protesters that demanded, we want the Central Committee headed by Vyacheslav Michajlovič Molotov. Did it really happen like this? Children died then, and you know which children? Those whose parents were in jail in 1937. The children that were shot to death were not allowed a decent burial. People wailed, they couldn't understand. Your parents perished at the hands of Stalin, but you are for him. In theoretical matters, wasn't Malenkov also weak? He too. I know it for a fact. And what a grand name Malenkov, said Shotel Vanovich. For peasants mostly. In that regard he was also involved in a lot of demagoguery. A special decision had been taken. Khrushchev was furious then, because he was supposed to announce the new policy. Everyone was preoccupied with office-seeking and gossiping, who said what. But in fact it was all sheer demagoguery. They couldn't do without it. Of course, there were cases when we overdid it. After all, back then we were wringing the last ounce of energy out of the workers, we had them on the rack. The same with peasants who owned any property. I can't say I am not to blame, that I could not have been arrested for this, that, or something else. Khrushchev thought it was right to defame me for potato deliveries to Moscow. That might have appealed to the layman. As chairman of the Council of Ministers, I thought it best to break the established procedure. Food shortages were our constant headache. So we used all the means at our disposal to wring potato supplies out of Belorussia, the northwestern regions, Novgorod, and the Chernigov regions. We took their last supplies. My task was to put pressure on the Moscow region where the possibilities were far from being maximized. The Muscovites were obliged to produce more potatoes in their region, and we reduced shipments from Belorussia where local food shortages were reported. We squeezed to the maximum just to provide food supplies in the capital. Khrushchev rose to his feet. Just imagine, when we didn't even have enough potatoes to eat, Molotov reduced our food rations. It was all published. In his reports on agricultural issues he would now and then take potshots at me. I would like to know what he would have done had he then been in my shoes. Alternatives were nowhere to be found. In the end, when the Muscovites were hard up, we urged them to provide at least part of the food themselves. Food deliveries had been on the rise anyway. Had we not brought in food from the provinces, we wouldn't have known where else to turn in order to satisfy the demand. In the Kremlin too we went without. In any case, Moscow enjoyed a privileged position. But we never resorted to purchasing food from abroad. We didn't want to do that because we needed equipment and metals in the event of war. That consideration came first, and no one could deny it. Khrushchev often traveled to the provinces, to the collective farms and state farms. He would often serve as a kind of walking delegate, and in this he was above reproach. This was precisely his positive quality. He was everywhere: stables, boiler works, he was interested in everything. Of course, he mixed with peasants and workers more than Lenin or Stalin, in casual environments, too. There is no denying that. People would treat him like one of their own, and they would be absolutely at ease with him. Khrushchev asked former KGB chairman Semishastny to find all the documents related to his work in the Ukraine. That was done, by the way, in the heat of the anti-Stalin campaign. Surely, measures were taken to destroy all the documents on repressions in the Ukraine that he had ever signed. How did Khrushchev happen to be moved up to the top? From the grassroots? How did he get on the Central Committee? He found a good many allies there. Many would have preferred a more dependable leader, but Khrushchev promised a quieter, more relaxed life at the top. Many went for this instantly. And he made promises to the common folk. People welcomed the change. But it was all deception, though many used the change to take it easy and enjoy themselves. A very dangerous thing. Stalin was quite apprehensive in that regard. So Khrushchev promised better living conditions, and a good many people took the bait, though it was a deception. They were deceived. All the same, I think he was not so much pulled up from the top as pushed from below. From party cell secretary at the Moscow-based Industrial Academy he moved on to the job of secretary of the Krasnoprasnensky and then the Baumansky district party committees in Moscow. This showed he had support in those places. Stalin's supporters would hew to the party line, but Khrushchev was always clever enough to adapt to that line. He was quite a capable man. You can't say he had been merely a lucky fellow. He could very well have become a Bukharinite, but he moved in the opposite direction. He sensed it would be more secure that way. Khrushchev in essence was a Bukharinite, but under Stalin he was not a Bukharinite. You say that the Germans supported Hitler. But wait a minute, in nationalism our black hundreds, though they were not great in number, even outdid the Germans. Not all Germans to a man followed Hitler, it would be wrong to say that. I'll prove it to you. To all appearances, under Stalin everyone in our country was for Stalin. But when it became possible to express one's true feelings, the majority turned out to be against him. The reason is that the leading role is so demanding, and that the individual under those circumstances plays such a powerful role, that the multitudes bite their tongue, follow the leader, and groan. Even Khrushchev used to address Stalin ingratiatingly, "Father Stalin. Dear Father Stalin." You just can't imagine how it all was. He remained a small-minded man, indeed. You just read his speeches. And he slandered others. Nonetheless, Stalin did enjoy popular support, however hypocritical it was. The same applies to Hitler. Do you think the industrial workers were eager to support Hitler? They were constrained to do it when they were told that if they did not the German people would perish. How and why perish? They had no idea. They were simply told, support Hitler or you will die miserably. We know the names of prominent individuals who opposed Hitler, but in the working class there were many such people, not just Ernst Thälmann. But what good did they do if they kept their anti-Hitler thoughts to themselves and did not undertake a single organized action against fascism? If the people keep their thoughts to themselves, what good does it do? Since Stalin leadership, however powerful, to think, thank God. No one is speaking out. Surely Hitler thought that too, thank God. No one is speaking out. His cause is lost, but ours won and is winning. He certainly did not think his cause was lost. But there is an objective side to the question. In spite of Hitler thinking that, the upshot was the opposite. Inasmuch as there is a CDR, part of Germany stands as the diametrical opposite of Hitlerite Germany. Something of the same is true in our country. Despite many of our people still having doubts and in FACT being pulled away from communism, a timely change in course was effected, which constrains them to help build socialism, even if against their will. Hitler wasn't a fool. On the contrary, he was a capable man. Khrushchev was a capable man, too. But as he was pushed up, promoted, and placed in the highest office, it occurred to him that he could single-handedly manage all the affairs in a state like ours, and in a party like ours. And backing him with his preconceived ideas were those who would also like to live easier. They hoped that the cause initiated by Lenin and Stalin could be promoted without difficulty. That was a deception. Lenin and Stalin never said that while imperialism existed we would easily advance along the path we had chosen. There are inevitably hardships along the way. If you don't agree with this, then go to hell or wherever you please, but if deep down you understand this, if you have reasoned it all out, then you are very useful to the cause. Khrushchev was a sleight-of-hand artist, a good practical worker and energetic leader. Stalin was absolutely right in his judgment on the Kulak sentiments, said Shota Ivanovich. Czechoslovakia has shown. And we haven't? We had Khrushchev promoted to the top office. That too proves something. Fosif Vissarionovic was to blame for that. He seems to be blamed for everything. For whatever. It all happened because we are a bit on the social revolutionary side. It was not bad that Khrushchev, a rightist, was made to toe the line. He had his reservations, but he towed the line, which was good. He performed well for some time, but then. In any case, he realized full well he would be better off following orders and making appearances. He was a conscientious worker. You remember the editorial in Pravda on agri-towns, where he was corrected like a youngster? Right after the war he pushed the idea of merging cities and villages into so-called agri-towns. Agri-towns. Stalin scoffed at this and set up a commission. I was placed on that commission, and Stalin instructed us to give Khrushchev a good lesson. Stalin is reported to have let slip once, my little Marx. I remember that. Stalin said, to have Khrushchev taken down properly, we need to put Molotov on the commission, too. Chairing that commission was Malenkov, and I was actively involved in all its functions. When we reported our draft conclusions, Stalin started slowly to shake his head. Electrification as perceived by Lenin is one thing, but rural electrification is another. The two could not be equated. They are different things. A power plant is no doubt a useful facility, but it is not tantamount to electrification. To build socialism is to create an integrated system of electrical generating stations covering the entire country rather than to merely build small power stations. So he went over our draft and remarked, soften it up a little bit. Kaganovich suggested that the new teaching should be called Leninism-Stalinism. Khrushchev supported this, of course, but Kaganovich pushed it most vigorously. The part played by Khrushchev was very bad. He unleashed those same sentiments he lived by. He himself could not have done this without popular support. Unlike Trotsky, he created no special theory, but he made it possible for the beast to tear itself free, the beast which is now, of course, inflicting terrible harm on society. But it's not just Khrushchev's doing. But this beast's name is democracy. No, it's called humanism, but in reality it is petty bourgeois Philistinism. Khrushchev was for Soviet power but against the revolution. This is his distinguishing feature, he was against everything revolutionary. Here you have what is interesting or typical about him, to him, of course, collectivization which in our country was carried out by Stalinist Since Stalin methods was impermissible. Yes, impermissible. But no alternative was proposed. He is against collectivization. He is without doubt a Bukharinite. His view did not rise above Bukharin's but was on a par with it. He found a cozy niche for himself. He was promoted by Alliluyeva, said Shota Ivanovich. Look, we had been watching his performance for 15 or 20 years after that. He was your servant. Exactly. He was a capable man. He got things done. He considered Stalin to be an uneducated man, said Shota Ivanovich. He might have said that, of course. That could have been expected of him, especially when he threw a tantrum. But I don't believe Khrushchev truly considered Stalin to be uneducated. Arrogance and conceit would apply rather than educational level. Actually, he never considered Stalin stupid since he was so full of him. I meant, after Stalin was gone. After, of course. He was never seriously interested in or thought about the meaning of Leninism or of Marxism. But just look at how tricky he was. He wanted to rehabilitate Bukharin, Rykov, and Zinoviev. Zinoviev had gone over to another group, the Trotskyite, while Bukharin was a rightist. Khrushchev wanted to rehabilitate everyone, but everyone. Khrushchev and Mikoyan posed as arch-Stalinists, but deep down they were not. Confronting us were so many complex, unresolved, and very difficult problems, many of which persist even now. Certain people were still not conscious of who they were really, but to them everything seemed clear. The entire top leadership united around Khrushchev. Yes, the entire top leadership. Under our conditions, how much deeper, more energetic work we needed, the surmounting of how many obvious problems the revolution required. But none of this came to pass. Even people who, as it were, had been tested, did not measure up. There are no accessible documents, articles, or speeches on it, but Stalin reckoned with all of this, and, of course, not without violations of formal democracy pursued this policy in the 1930s and 1940s, right up until the 1950s. There of course was that strong hand without which we would not have been able to hold out. So great was Stalin's prestige that it was unreservedly acknowledged both in the party and among the people. Of course, not all the necessary formalities were observed or always carried out. Nevertheless, it was impossible to adopt a really better, more democratic way. Any other way would have left us in an even worse plight. Thanks to the prestige of Stalin in this period, even where there were many very weak, many unreliable, people, we stayed the course only because he was FER'd. Fear played its part. And perhaps this wasn't so under Lenin? By the way, argued Shota Ivanovich, documents can still be obtained to prove that many thousands of communists were destroyed on Khrushchev's initiative. The lists are kept at the Moscow Rudy Committee and in the Ukraine, and he reported them to Stalin. Definitely, of course. He couldn't have been promoted otherwise. But such were the times. That's clear to any reasonable person. He was a half-educated man, alien to the party. Alien, absolutely alien. He couldn't stay at the top for long. You see, his FORMER supporters finally got rid of him and had him quietly buried at Novodevichy Cemetery. Now they all behave as if they had had nothing to do with him. Didn't you pass by there to have a look? No. I avoid his grave. You'd better not go there. Somebody might inadvertently spot you there, and immediately tales would be spread. Molotov has been there to see the grave. All sorts of tales abound these days, cautioned Shota Ivanovich. Don't go there even once. To hell with him. But I attended Bulganin's funeral. Stalin and Khrushchev. As for Khrushchev, he is not worth one of Stalin's fine journals. Stalin's achievements, despite everything, are enormous. He was the great transformer. He did not complete certain projects, which has slowed our progress, and this speaks against him. Now his errors are being repeated, his very shortcomings on the peasant question are being repeated, while they strive to efface his colossal achievements. Speaking of Khrushchev, Stalin is to blame, as I and all of us are to blame, for failing to see that it was not merely a matter of Khrushchev, since Stalin typical anti-Leninist, but of a trend, that of playing up to public opinion. Khrushchev was a good worker under good leadership. But there are many such people even now, and there will be many in the future. Isn't that so? He worked in the Ukraine, then in Moscow. He rose from below, from district committee to Moscow committee. But one should not exaggerate, he played a secondary role. Stalin discerned in him certain qualities and he wanted to utilize them. He did. In his book Khrushchev spoke about me in a rather restrained way, though in one passage he poured on the scorn, about Stalin, however, he vented bestial malice. Do you believe Khrushchev was unintelligent? That's not the question. Why, oh, you can't say he was unintelligent, he was very shrewd. The labels, the kinds of accusations he pinned on people. In his own words he denied that Stalin was a communist. One can't say that, but hatred is a terrible force. Since Khrushchev himself was not a communist, how could he judge whether Stalin was a communist? He writes at length about Beria most negatively, too. He also mentions Malenkov rather scornfully. He was his close friend. He was a functionary, unable to operate independently. Good only to act under orders. He recalls Bulganin derisively too. Whom does he speak well of? Mikoyan, surely. Yes, Mikoyan. In the summer of 1920 I was replaced by Mikoyan in Nizhny Novgorod. A capable man, quite capable. A man of very few principles, unrestrained and easily influenced by others. He began to be closely associated with Khrushchev after Stalin's death. That relationship had not existed before. It only developed in Khrushchev's later years. Khrushchev's best friends had been Malenkov and Beria. I do not doubt, said Shota Ivanovich, there will be a party resolution on Khrushchev sooner or later. What do you think? Of course there will be a resolution on him. I don't doubt it either, but everything takes time. We have been thrown from one side to the other. And it will take time to restore stability. They say that Mikoyan suggested to Khrushchev that Stalin be toppled. I don't rule that out. Khrushchev's champions could only be proud of him. The true communists wouldn't be among that crowd. It was absolutely stupid to divide the party into rural and industrial units. At the time it was considered progressive, a fresh approach. Fresh. It was rotten. That Anastas himself was rotten through and through. Mikoyan was most closely linked with Khrushchev. I think it was he who induced Khrushchev to take drastic measures. At one time Khrushchev and Mikoyan went as far as to try to prove that Stalin had been employed as an agent by the Tsar's secret police. But they failed to fabricate documents to that effect. They may even have tried to implicate me in something like that. One author told me that Molotov had never been in prison, and that this story was made up after the revolution. Made up? But my entire life story has been covered in different publications. Such detractors abound. What can you expect if some of the people among the formerly repressed have tried to prove that Stalin was an agent of international imperialism? Here is hatred that will go to any lengths. Mikoyan played a vile role. He was a chameleon. He kept adapting himself to the point of embarrassment. Stalin was not overly fond of him either. At times Stalin put him under great pressure. But he was, of course, very competent in practical matters, the economy, trade, and the food industry. It was precisely there that he learned how to be so adaptable. He negotiated good deals, worked perseveringly. He was a very industrious person. That's a good quality that Armenians generally have. Khrushchev knew as much about matters of theory as a shoemaker. He was a real foe of Marxism-Leninism, a real enemy of communist revolution, a covert, cunning, Skillfully camouflaged enemy. No, he was no fool. Why would people follow a fool? They too would have to be fools. The thing is that he reflected the spirit of the overwhelming majority. He keenly sensed the disparity. That's why he went no further. Since Stalin. Wer out fora walk. Molotov has been greeted by Spiridonov, who proposed at the XXIIND Congress that Stalin's body be removed from the mausoleum. Sometimes I would join him fora walk. I know he is a Stalinist, he was just a disciplined party member then. But Mzavanads refused to come out with such a proposal. Khrushchev asked him to make the proposal at the Congress, but he ate so much ice cream that he lost his voice. Khrushchev cursed him out. The chairman of the Georgian Council of Ministers, Vjačeslav, spoke then. I recall Dora Lazurkina making her comments. A sheer witch. She appeared to have dreamed that Lenin was swearing at Stalin. Was Khrushchev correct in alleging that the policy of gradual retail price reductions conducted under Stalin after the war was adventurous in character? Incorrect. Price cuts after the war were good policy. People well recall how they welcomed the news. Years after the war, FOOD rationing was abolished. A staggering event. I recall how happy everyone was on December 1, 1947. I was starving and I was taken to the dystrophy station for children. I was 6 then. I used to lick the cupboard shelf where we had always kept bread. Those who went through all that will never forget that day. I can't say I have ever experienced what you have. But there were periods in exile when I had to go hungry, too. My friend Arosaf, a writer, who was there with me, would tell me, "Well, we have nothing left. Let's eat up the sugar." What's left of it? That decision was quite a serious event. After the war, from 1947 to 1954, we had 7 price cuts. Over the 7-year period the price index went down 2 to 3 times. That was a significant achievement. It was just great. At the time, food rationing was still in effect in England. Cutting prices and stabilizing the ruble was a good and sensible policy conducted by the Central Committee and Stalin in particular. You must not forget that throughout the 1930s prices had been rising. The price rise was particularly high during the war. But even before the war we had no alternative. Now and then, for one reason or another, prices would climb. We had to reverse the process. Gradually the price cuts grew smaller and smaller until all possibilities of further cuts had been exhausted. But after the war, when tension slacked off a bit, this was a very astute measure. Tremendous increases in prices have been occurring in all countries over the past several years. In our country too on trifles. A ruble is a ruble all right, but preparations for a new war must be tremendously expensive. On that score don't stint on anything so long as the Americans don't. We have taken upon ourselves a great task to help achieve the overthrow of imperialism. This is a very costly undertaking. It is everyone's concern, and may God grant that all of us measure up to the task. After Stalin gave me a bashing at the Central Committee plenary meeting in 1952, my prestige was undermined. Khrushchev's promotion could in no way depend on me. I can't see why Stalin got so mad at me. No idea. Because of my wife? It did matter, but that was not the main thing. I never refused to work with Khrushchev. He approached me a couple of times, let's work together. Let's be friends. Let's. But on what grounds? Let's first reach some understanding. Nothing came of it because we had different outlooks. He desperately wanted to build his reputation, primarily by means of releasing inmates from the camps. I particularly disagreed with him, of course, when he began to rehabilitate avowed enemies. When I asked him, on what grounds? I intended to restrain him a little. He wouldn't listen. We couldn't have worked together. But Mikoyan built a good relationship with him. Khrushchev must not be condemned for leading the country as if it were a military unit. Column right, march. Column left, march. Under conditions of dictatorship this defect persists. Only under a very great mind is this defect minimized. Lenin, of course, was the exception in this regard. Stalin was a very firm man, but of course he too had his defects. No one is perfect. It's not just that Khrushchev lacked the capacity to address large-scale problems of state. It goes without saying, he didn't have it. But he was a skilled tactician, nobody's fool, and worldly wise. The main drawback is, since Stalin, that he was not a revolutionary, that was the core of the problem. From my point of view, his attempts to besmirch everything connected with the name of Stalin shows that he was not a revolutionary, though I would not go so far as to say he was a counter-revolutionary. While Stalin was a revolutionary, Khrushchev proceeded from an alien ideology. I am sure you know I had been out of favor with Stalin in his last years, which culminated in my expulsion from the Politburo. That was most adroitly arranged by Stalin. Of course, I could not agree with this. I still don't think I did anything to deserve that punishment. I did criticize some of Stalin's views in the past, and I would offer my opinions to him personally. I think a communist and a Politburo member of 30 years standing without his own viewpoint would have been no more than a chatterbox. That was why Stalin valued me. He saw I had my own views and my own thinking on the issues. Of course, I can't say he would always agree with me, but I must say he did frequently agree with me. Otherwise we wouldn't have worked closely together for 30 years. Self-financing. I've just read the article by Rudna, Minister of Instruments Manufacturing and Communication Equipment. This is the only ministry since 1970 that has switched to a self-financing basis. He believes it expedient for other ministries to make the switch. But I deem it a harmful undertaking. Self-financing in the ministries. Entire ministries. The approach is totally syndicalist. But the author, while a minister himself, is absolutely ignorant. He does not concern himself with the ideological and political aspects of such an enterprise. He merely describes possible benefits, with not a word about the losses, not a single critical remark. In his report to the XXIVTH Party Congress, Kosygin mentioned in passing that self-financing is necessary, which means it is to be extended ever further. In my opinion, this is very dangerous. But where's the danger? The danger? Throughout the existence of the Soviet government we have had only one ministry shift to self-financing. Self-financing grew from the grassroots, from factories and plants up to the so-called industrial trust. Now, as in the past, we have some ardent champions of self-financing at the workshop level, but not once has an entire ministry 370 been allowed to shift to self-financing. Why? Because there is no monitoring of those who are out by any and all means for profits. If there is a check at the top, it can to some extent break this drive. But what if everyone from top to bottom is profit-driven? Everyone will be drawn into the race for profits. Who, then, will bring them back into line? If they are all after profits at any price, and through profits bonuses, and everyone from top to bottom is so driven, there is no lever that might moderate this drive, place it within limits, and halt various kinds of excesses. And there is not a word about the drawbacks of self-financing. I believe it will not only incur losses, it will also strengthen elements of corruption. Without monitoring, everyone goes after the same thing. The author is simply obtuse. He is ignorant of theory and lacks political perception. Proponents of self-financing regard everything from a utilitarian point of view. But this is a question of principle. If all ministries are now permitted to move to self-financing, and the author does, after all, want to see other ministries make the switch, what will happen then? Everyone will be out for his own good, above all for profits. The ministries very likely will be transformed into monopolies, a construction monopoly, a coal mining monopoly, and so forth. That's what he leads to. The self-financing policy is just wrong. We must finish it off, but still they tout it. At some period it is necessary, even inevitable, but our Moss and PhDs melodramatically sing its praises to the skies. Self-financing in Rudna's ministry has drawn extravagant praise from advocates of the NEP mentality. Not being a seasoned communist, he is pleased by this. Ironically, it has turned out that on certain questions he is at the cutting edge. On the whole, this is positive when it does not exceed certain bounds, but where are these bounds? I am opposed to switching all ministries to self-financing, though many people have long dreamed about it. This is a throwback, in my view, to NEP, but in our country NEP is past history. But while we impose ever narrower limits on NEP, we have yet to fully renounce it. Otherwise progress toward the elimination of social classes would be impossible. But if we roll up the boundaries delineating ministries and individual economic entities, we will head in a direction different from the one we have mapped out for ourselves. According to Khrushchev, we should by now have free transportation, free meals, free medicines, and the like. He showed he did not understand the meaning of socialism. It is not merely the handing out of goods and services. It is a lengthy period during which everything is regulated, calculated, and consumed in keeping with a definite plan. It is an entire period devoted to preparing the country for the transition from socialism to communism. In principle, the idea of self-financing would not be bad, but we are not ready for it. The process has not gone beyond one ministry. A ministry is an administrative apparatus, but in fact it is administered with difficulty. That is why we have not succeeded in switching all ministries to a self-financing system. What you refer to as material incentives Lenin called a capitalist method. I can look it up and read it to you. I keep that volume close at hand. You are underestimating this dimension. Now we see mixed companies emerging. He refers here to the joining of socialist with capitalist elements. Such companies were practically non-existent back then. They were only just emerging. Mixed companies in the present case, like the whole of our state trade and all of our new economic policy, represent the application by us, by communists, of commercial methods, of capitalist methods. See, he calls all of this capitalist methods. But these were necessary, as they say. But we have never moved away from them. That's just the point. This requires understanding. It's just what Khrushchev and his ilk don't understand. They think in a bourgeois way. Unfortunately, our literature on this question remains scanty. No one recalls it, but Lenin spoke about it several times. In this field we are setting up practical competition between capitalist methods and socialist methods. The Bukharinists, most likely. How does the saying go? Our land is vast and abundant, but there is no order in it. Come to rule and reign over us. In school I learned this in our history class. We spit in our own face. I have just read that the Star of Hero of Socialist Labor has been conferred on Chernenko. Brezhnev said Chernenko was awarded this decoration for loyalty to the Politburo. This is tantamount to saying, for loyalty to me. New portraits of Brezhnev have appeared. He is ruining his own prestige, in my opinion, with all this pomp. So many gold stars. Ridiculous. There is no room left on his chest. That he had lost all sense of modesty and proportion. In past funeral ceremonies one decoration would be displayed on an individual cushion, but at his funeral there were 7 decorations on each cushion. He didn't spare himself when it came to medals. This is disgraceful. A friend of mine, a former KGB man, mailed me a good deal of negative information about Kunev. That's to be expected. Over there the local bosses were the true masters, and they protected one another. But the choice of possible leaders there was of course very limited. Aliyev made an unpleasant impression when he met Brezhnev. So much glorification, praise, and boasting. The Azerbaijanis even outdid the Georgians. Shevardnadze is kicking himself. We are long on avarice and short on thoughtfulness. We need a different culture, a different ideology. We have so many drawbacks, so many excesses, so many extremes, the rich and the poor. All of this should be quite different. It seems to me that the repeated attacks on leveling are not at all correct. To a degree, leveling ought to be obligatory. But that is not the leveling which has been criticized of late. I am confident Stalingrad will one day be Stalingrad again. It is unlikely to happen this time around, but the city is sure to be renamed Stalingrad. I have no doubts about that. All over the world you can find city streets and squares named after Stalingrad. Khrushchev clearly indicated he was no communist. He would never get to the heart of a matter, to the cardinal issues. We used to have a lot of open enemies, and they still abound. In the past, when Stalin was praised, Khrushchev didn't dare criticize him, but as Stalin began to be criticized and damned, Khrushchev readily got involved. Bukharin and Dubček are now counterposed to Stalin. They are both right-wingers, kulaks who escaped. Bukharin and Dubček have a lot in common, by the way. A struggle still lies ahead for the party. Khrushchev was no accident. We are primarily a peasant country, and the right wing is powerful. Where's the guarantee to prevent them from gaining the upper hand? The anti-Stalinists in all probability will come to power in the near future, and they are most likely to be Bukharinists. Dissolve the party organization. I do not favor jailing all crooks at once. Time should be taken to troll, to play them on the line a bit, as we did with Trotsky, as we did with Bukharin. Now, more than ever, rationality rather than haste is called for. We were talking about Fedosiev, Deputy Minister of Aviation, who had defected to the West. Unstable. A crook. A man who did not accept our system and believed it did not have long to live, therefore grab, take, thieve. How did Soviet power endure it? All of this had to be endured. There was so much rot and filth of all kinds gathered around it. We were talking about Shilokov, about Colonel General P.A. Kilev, about crooks who had been brought to trial. They are subject to execution by firing squad. Where was the party organization they were registered in? Why isn't this discussed? The leadership is not to be criticized. Do you know how they are elected now? 374. I know something about it. You are accused of, among other things, having introduced the system in which it is forbidden to criticize the leadership. These accusers are people who are prepared even now to defend those who should be judged and punished. They have found an out. Now things have gone so far that they are even condemning Lenin and the Lord God. They now say that we made the revolution too early and that it should not have been carried out. Not only now, they started to talk that way even before the revolution. It may have started before the revolution, but later you forced people to forget about this. You can't force people to forget. Just the same, you applied great pressure. To a certain extent, yes. But why aren't these leaders being discussed in the party organizations? How could this have happened? But what came to pass is not as important as why it came to pass. That's what requires explanation. There is a lot that needs digging into. Not a lot. You don't have to dig down into Lenin or dig down into Stalin. But after all, when you were in power, the top echelons were not discussed either. Okay. But it is certainly necessary now, because so many misdeeds have been committed. They have to be stopped. Otherwise we have a misunderstanding of democratism, an unwillingness to take an independent stand in these questions. But look, these questions are not being discussed. That's intolerable. They must be discussed. In cases of thievery and bribe-taking, the entire primary party organization must be dissolved and its members expelled from the party. What is socialism? Our newspapers no longer print even mere half-truths. Just take the reports on the XXVTH Party Congresso, they say much about our shortcomings. And there are heaps of them. I am not certain what can be said publicly. But what shall we do then, and what will come of it all? 375. It won't right itself, yet we simply hold our tongues. But life marches on. People are saying, you meet communists - don't see that many people, nevertheless I see people from here and there, and people ask, don't you see, things are going wrong? Why, oh, you see it, but why don't they see it at the top? Evidently they do see it, but in the first place they lack resolve, and in the second place one must not only speak the truth but draw the correct conclusions for action. But they are not up to it. Lenin he was. Lenin and Stalin spoke the harsh truth. People believed in them. Lenin said, uneven economic and political development is the absolute law of capitalism. Hence it follows that the victory of socialism is possible initially. Initially, do you see the word initially? What does this initially mean? The victorious proletariat of this country, having expropriated capitalism and its self-organizing socialist production. How precisely everything is stated. But 5 years after the victory of the October Revolution, in 1922, he writes, an elementary truth of Marxism holds, the victory of socialism requires the joint efforts of workers of several advanced countries. That is, it is possible to seize power, it is even possible to organize socialist production, but only initially in one country. In order to triumph, joint efforts are needed. So far the advanced countries have not arrived at this juncture. At first, simple victory rather than complete victory is required. It is possible to triumph initially in one separate country, to liquidate the exploiters, to organize socialist production. Victory is possible in this sense. But to triumph fully, according to Lenin, is for the present impossible. Continued existence of the socialist state alongside capitalist countries for a long period is inconceivable. Either one or the other will triumph. But Trotsky did not believe in the possibility. Can't this be expressed in the language of mathematics? Trotsky thought in the fixed categories of arithmetic, but Lenin thought in the differential categories of higher mathematics? Correct. It's a rough analogy, but it may be drawn. Trotsky did not believe the peasantry could follow our lead. That was his most flagrant error. We are attending Molotov's academy, said Shotelvanovich. Everything is stated quite clearly in Lenin, but nowhere is it explained today. Lenin has been so badly distorted that academician Pospelov, in his published biography of Lenin, quotes the first part of the statement on the possibility of victory in one country but omits the second part. About the joint efforts required. Even in a specially published collection of quotations from Marx, Engels, and Lenin, the first part of the quotation is given but not the second. Yet Lenin explicitly stated that the victorious proletariat, if required, raises up armed insurrection in other countries, and if necessary wages war. Some defensist, that Lenin stated it explicitly, but now this is inconvenient because of the policy of peaceful coexistence. But even peaceful coexistence is class struggle. Capitalism does not intend to yield peacefully, and once we set about this revolutionary affair only two outcomes are possible: either we have to grow so strong, not only internally but also externally in other countries, by overthrowing capitalism in several leading capitalist countries, that is, France, Italy, Spain, and Portugal, so that imperialism will not be in a position to declare war on us, or we must gird ourselves for the contingency that an early outbreak of revolution might prompt the imperialists to undertake counter-revolutionary armed intervention, in which case there will be an atomic war. This contingency cannot be ruled out. Consequently, another very intense exacerbation of tensions is possible. It follows logically that victory as such in one country does not close the question. Look, Germany invaded us yesterday. And America could strike us tomorrow. After all, that is what the whole issue boils down to. So to say that class struggle is coming to an end is of course untrue. At the ex-Exist Party Congress, which is mentioned nowhere, Khrushchev had said that in our country socialism had triumphed fully and finally. But if fully and finally, what are we building? As an excuse the current leaders say, now we are building communism. What is the purpose of this argument? To provide a beautiful FAC, aid behind which they can avoid drawing revolutionary conclusions about unfinished work. The task of doing away with social classes is arduous and revolutionary. But we are building communism is only a lame excuse for avoiding this question and concealing an effort to escape revolutionary tasks. Communism, they say at the top, comes automatically as classes are abolished. This is a typical rightist position. They say, don't destroy the Kulak, he will do it himself. Here you have the morality of the rightists. They say, let us find an explanation for needless cruelty, we must be humanists, and laws must be obeyed. But this morality is not revolutionary, it does not advance the cause. It glosses over difficulties, evades questions. And the pretext for this, we are building communism. Lenin said that classes must be abolished. The current leadership says, we shall achieve this under communism. Of course we are steadily eliminating classes, for the present we are allowing it to happen of itself. Without hardships. This is a quicker way peaceful coexistence. With this thesis Khrushchev won out or gained an ideological majority. But you just take Lenin. He says that our ideology has no room for or against divine consolation, for one religion or another. Our ideology is, overthrow capitalism by socialist revolution. That is our ideology. If we adhere to Lenin's ideology, our morality will be revolutionary, aimed toward fulfillment of these tasks. Our humanism is Marxist, it cannot resemble bourgeois humanism. Their humanism is such that it offends no one, that's their humanism. Christian or anti-Christian, it is bourgeois humanism. People are taught not to lay a hand on the bourgeois system. So Trotsky preached. Because he was a landowner, he could not understand that without changing the system you could not change man. If we direct morality toward instilling good qualities in man but leave the system as it is with bribery, with embezzlement, if we leave this intact, this morality will remain corrupt. But if we set the revolutionary task of smashing the system, of revamping it, then we must adapt morality to this goal, to the struggle for victory. This is a different morality. But today everyone wants to avoid all this. Therefore all talk about morality, about humanism, is false through and through. If there is no primary objective, what is there to struggle for? If there are no goals, what are we struggling for, and where are we going? If toward peaceful coexistence, then this calls for another morality. In our country we do not yet have socialism. We have bribery, we have embezzlement, we have every kind of scandal imaginable. Trotsky was a crook, a 100% crook, and he pointed out to Stalin that it was the bourgeois philosophers who discovered the law of capitalism's uneven development. Indeed, the bourgeois philosophers produced a great many different definitions which were not too far from the truth, and they stood for revolutionary ways as long as they remained confident of their powers. In short, they lived to see King Charles of Great Britain beheaded and Louis XVI of France executed, and they showed no remorse. But the revolutions didn't stop at that point. A great revolutionary effort was achieved with the expulsion of the landlords. That was the point beyond which the bourgeois thinkers refused to travel. Initially the working class was not a powerful force. But can we stop at that? No, we cannot. Today's revolutionary tasks need to be properly understood. They rest not on verbiage about communism or the blessings of peaceful coexistence but on the struggle to eliminate social classes. I see no other decisive revolutionary tasks for today. If you know of any, you are welcome to come up with them. They are not discussed nowadays because they are revolutionary tasks. Classes cannot be eliminated overnight, so let's discuss how it is to be done. But no one wishes to tackle the issue. But does any other way exist? Work habits are deteriorating. People need to be educated for good job performance. Wage increases play a role, of course, but educational work is also important. Regrettably, it is nowhere to be seen. Everyone seems to believe that things can be achieved with money alone. But our morality can only be revolutionary. Our revolutionary tasks have not yet been achieved. We must make every effort to prevent world war, but still more we must not surrender our positions but consolidate them. How can that be achieved? By struggle. But struggle is dangerous. So choose. Now let me quote from Trotsky: "Is it conceivable that European socialism would start to decay within the next 40 or 50 years and that the proletariat would be incapable of achieving the revolution?" 50 years have already elapsed. There lies one of his major blunders. In what sense does my theoretical or political responsibility as a communist oblige me to adopt the premise that the European proletariat may fail to seize power within the next 40 or 50 years? And they did fail to seize it? I maintain that I have no theoretical or political grounds to think it will be easier for us with the peasantry to build socialism than it will be for the European proletariat to seize power. Here is my marginal note. The thesis has no theoretical grounding. Back to Trotsky, even Stalin in 1924 wrote that the efforts of one country, a peasant country, are insufficient for the building of socialism. In February 1, 1924 it was stated that it was possible to begin socialist production, but impossible fully to construct socialism in one country. On this point Trotsky seemed to hold Marxist views of a sort. He very skillfully pits Marxism against Marxism, that's it in a nutshell. Some kind of line of demarcation must be drawn between socialism and communism. That goes without saying. The line is already sharply drawn. Under communism there is no state, while Stalin allowed for the existence of the state under communism. That is absurd from the point of view of Leninism. Stalin said, under communism there should be no state, but if capitalist encirclement remains, there will be an army and state apparatus. What kind of communism is that? Good housing, good living conditions, everything provided this is enough from the Philistines' point of view. If all the poor live more or less well, they say, that means we already have socialism, not capitalism. But this in itself is not complete socialism. Marx holds that in a society based on collectivist principles, producers will not engage in exchange of their commodities. There will be no trade. Will they then dump their goods into a garbage pit? No, they will get along without trade, without commodity-money relations. Here you have socialism. In that case, what distinguishes communism from socialism? A lot. The point, you see, is this. When classes do not exist, when there are no money-commodity relations, and the level of production is still not high enough so that each receives according to his needs. TOFULLY satisfy his needs? No, not fully, but for the most part. Generally speaking, maximum satisfaction of human needs will never be achieved. Stalin's assertion that it would be is empty, a banality so to speak. What does maximum satisfaction of needs mean? Everyone gets himself a piano? Everyone gets himself an automobile? That's absurd. Socialism means satisfaction of all basic needs, not maximum satisfaction. Everyone will have the right to use publicly owned facilities. Along with the other ministers, and not only ministers will have my meals at a public dining facility. I pay 60 rubles per month and take my meals. Having completed 100 work days, you would be entitled to a certain remuneration. Marx says that everyone will be paid according to the number of days worked. If you have produced 100 pairs of shoes, for example, within 100 days, you are allowed to take home a pair of shoes and other products you need equivalent to the remaining 99 pairs of shoes. What kind of accounting would be practiced? Socialism is accounting. The most rigorous accounting. Communism is a higher stage than socialism, because there will be such abundance that it will be possible to eliminate the distinction between physical and intellectual labor as well as to eliminate social classes. It will also be possible to eliminate the distinction between town and country, but differences in standards of living will remain. If class distinctions are eliminated, then how is it that a distinction between town and country remains? Engels said there will be no peasantry. Mountain folk will live under different conditions, yet they might not want to live in the valley. They will have their choice. To level everything and everyone is neither possible nor necessary, and no one will stand in the way of your preference in this regard. If you want to live in a village, fine. But you will have fewer cultural amenities at your disposal. You will have fewer theaters to attend. But it's possible you will have a television set and access to a cinema. And human relations will be different. Yes, different. This may please some and displease others, as it were. To eliminate the differences in social relations will of course take some time. They cannot be completely eliminated at a stroke, which is all the more true of the difference between intellectual and physical labor. Material abundance will not be achieved overnight. Probably rationing would still be practiced. But then, under socialism, Lenin said, no official will be paid a higher wage than the average workers. None of the officials, including the General Secretary of the party and the Chairman of the Council of Ministers, should receive compensation higher than that of the average worker. This principle was practiced by the Paris Commune. But do we? No, we cover up unfinished business. But the chief thing is that it is impossible to overcome bureaucratism so long as some get 100 rubles per month while others get 1,000 rubles per month. Organization can be achieved only by the working class, but infusion of the ideology of socialism is the mission of scientifically educated people, that is, the intelligentsia. Was calling the intelligentsia a social stratum correct? Correct. If not, then what is it? This term sounds demeaning. Well, social layer, stratum. You gain nothing by calling it a class. Lenin demanded the abolition of classes. The West asks, haven't the Bolsheviks renounced world communism? Oh, Lord! When we were a weak power such talk did not scare us. What do we have to be scared of now? Let them talk. We have renounced nothing, we are just a bit confused. Now we have a powerful country and a commonwealth of socialist states. We have nothing and no one to fear but our own laxity, indolence, and indiscipline, which must be combated in order to strengthen the cause of socialism. Life has grown more complex. But in the past life was more difficult, much more difficult. It's up to you to look into things thoroughly. You are young, and I'm too old for that. Seeing and understanding things is of vital importance. Unless you do that, you will proceed blindfolded and will be pulled from one side to another. What can serve to replace material incentives under socialism? I disagree with Zlobin's work crew being glorified. He's merely a good subcontractor, and there were lots of them under the Tsar. In my essay I put forward 6 substitutes for material incentives under socialism. Competent and scientific planning of production. Socialist competition. Selection of personnel. Social orientation. All organizations should work toward a single common goal. International socialist economic integration. The party's ideological education covering all internal and external policies. The program impedes progress. I hold to the opinion that for the education of youth, and not just youth but even for senile elders and indifferent middle-aged citizens, there is nothing to rely on except Lenin. But Lenin is considered passé, and it is believed that something new is required. But the essence of the matter is that the struggle must be raised to a new stage at which the entire picture will appear in a new way. We shall have to look at a great deal in a new way. I advise you to read Lenin's Politics and Economics in the Epoch of the Dictatorship of the Proletariat. It was published at the end of 1919. I can give you the gist in my own words, after which you can read it to examine its profundity. In any event, I convey his thought precisely. What is socialism? Lenin says, socialism is the abolition of social classes. The abolition of classes is possible only under the dictatorship of the proletariat. Without the dictatorship of the proletariat, it is impossible to abolish classes. In our country we need to abolish exploiting classes. But look, the peasant, the kolkhoznik, is coddled. If you really want him to be happy, you must not coddle him. He must be freed from the kolkhozes by turning him into a toiler in the new socialist village. The self-styled champions of the peasant, of democracy, are the real reactionaries. They want to preserve the peasant in his present form, they want to freeze things as they are. They have sunk into the torpor of their petty bourgeois philistinism. Everyone keeps referring to Lenin. The historian Gleiserman refers to Lenin's great initiative in concluding that communism is a classless society, and that eliminating the classes is a lengthy process to be completed only under communism. And this idea is being pushed. But the point is that the whole of Marxism, the whole of the Marxist dialectic, unconditionally postulates a process of historical development. Everything is considered in terms of development, and nowhere does the process ever cease. Therefore Lenin is right in saying that socialism is the abolition of classes. This means that the differences will not be permanent but will of course eventually be obliterated. After all, a person develops from a child into a scientist or scholar. There is infancy. Then a young man in his student years is already a young scholar, then a mature scholar. As you see, it is impossible to draw a fine line between these stages of development. All the same, Lenin did presume the abolition of classes under socialism. He did not presume it, though it is fully in keeping with his teachings. But this is far from saying that everything will be put off until the end, it will be an ongoing process. He doesn't put off the abolition of classes until communism. That's the heart of the matter. But there are those who do put it off and count on this. They lack revolutionary spirit. One must not put it off. Sometimes it is necessary to defer action, to clear the way, but say so when this is the case. They have postponed the abolition of classes until communism comes. The whole point is that you cannot arrive at communism without having resolved this question. That's the main thing. They are trying to skip over a difficult question. Since Stalin, petty bourgeois Democrats, said Lenin, have an aversion toward the class struggle of the proletariat. They dream of getting along without it, they strive to smooth out and reconcile contradictions, to round off sharp corners. But Marx said, in the transitional period between capitalism and communism there can be nothing other than the dictatorship of the proletariat. Everywhere in our country they now contend that this applies only to the period between capitalism and socialism. Our entire literature is being revised accordingly. Even the new program of the party adopted in 1961. We have brought an end to class struggle, said Shota Ivanovich. We have not yet brought an end to anything. Within the country. Even within the country we have brought nothing to an end. We have only laid the foundations. Khrushchev said we have completed the edifice. It was not completed under Khrushchev, and it is still not completed. Quite the contrary, the ideology contained in the party program only hampers progress. Good heavens! The program is incorrect. Not just incorrect, it impedes the building of socialism. The workers toil and move the cause forward, the peasants, kolkhozniki, work slowly but are advancing. They lack genuine leadership. In reality, the people are preoccupied with problems of daily life. A socialism in which money dominates is not the socialism of Marx, Engels, and Lenin. There is no such socialism. Just try to find it. Yet in our country such socialism exists. There is no genuine socialism in which two kinds of property exist, neither in Marx, Engels, and Lenin nor in a developed, completely built socialism. Instead of overcoming these vestiges of the transitional period, we have preserved them and applied the brakes to further progress. And we claim we are already building communism. It's absurd. That's what this ideology leads to. In Economic Problems of Socialism, didn't Stalin address this problem correctly? Correctly. He started off cautiously, but in the end he took a firm position. He alone addressed the question correctly. We didn't understand all of it back then. He made some mistakes, and I called them to his attention. He let me read the manuscript of a part which was then published, and the second part on which he was still working. But I repeat, there is nothing in Marx, Engels, and Lenin to suggest that you can have socialism while money, the purse, holds sway. The kolkhoz is a transitional, and only a transitional, form. No socialism, no complete socialism, exists while there are two forms of property, state, and cooperative. Yet we say that we have a developed socialist society, delude ourselves in this manner when in fact we are slamming on the brakes. We must liquidate this delusion and unleash the full energy of the people. This step will turn things white hot but will work itself out. Nevertheless, our present leadership doesn't understand this, while those who slip them ineffectual memoranda are simply mindless, petty bourgeois ideologists. We have only built the foundations, true, this is irreversible. But lo and behold, they proclaim, this is developed socialism. Let us pass on to communism. And so forth. We are passing on to nothing. Look, Brezhnev, in spite of himself, is one of those leaders who doesn't understand this, one of those who live according to a vulgar, petty bourgeois ideology. We have a lot of that around in our country, and it cannot but impede progress. Most interesting is the fact that you won't find any serious people pondering this problem. Have you heard of anyone who says that we must somehow change so as to build the socialism of Marx, Engels, and Lenin? You won't find such a person. But how to change? Begin with what? With the kolkhozes or what? Yes, with the kolkhozes. Liquidate the kolkhozes, turn them into state property. Yes, exactly. To do this, however, vast preparatory work must be done, but we are not yet doing it because presumably socialism has been fully built, a claim that hinders preparation for the liquidation both of the kolkhozes and of money. I must say that apart from Stalin no one has embarked on this work or even grasped its necessity. I read and discussed this matter with Stalin. In his booklet Stalin at first writes hesitatingly but in the last letter very categorically. 20 years ago he wrote that the kolkhozes were already beginning to block progress. Today the kolkhozes can rely on their own funds. But what if the state should invest in this matter? The rate of growth would rise phenomenally. The party program states that the sovkhozes should serve as a model for the kolkhozes. If we have already built socialism and if we are building communism, why not transform them into the model? Mere endless babbling about this must stop. Dermechanization is the major reason for our agricultural problems. In America there is no shortage of grain, cotton, or sugar beets. Why? Because of complete mechanization. Since Stalin and integration, down to the smallest detail. If we were able to do this we would outperform them. Nevertheless, instead of concentrating everything on this and moving forward, we are now making colossal investments in the rural economy as it stands. But if we pass over to the sovkhoz model of structuring agriculture, in which the state does everything to ensure mechanization and agricultural industrial integration, the results would be remarkable, simply remarkable. I hold that the rural economy presents no problem for us. We shall not, however, solve it quickly until we have enough machines adapted to the conditions of various regions of the country and each farm unit, crop, and variety is integrated with the others. If we mechanize realistically, in a scientific and efficient way, we shall easily cope with these tasks. We must not lag behind in military technology. It is here that we have concentrated all our strength. Priority for industry is our first concern. Of course. More than anything. We now find ourselves at a very advantageous position as the only country in the whole world not dependent on foreign oil or gas. America is dependent in this regard, as are France, England, all. We are fully self-sufficient in energy. We lack only machines and educated people. But the main thing is mechanization. If we clearly understand this and firmly carry out mechanization, we shall speedily move forward. But we need to understand, really understand, what socialism means. Generally speaking, no one even discusses this today. What do you mean, no one? They are discussing it? Indeed, too much so. Philosophers and economists are discussing it. We have 2 books recently published on the foundations of scientific communism, edited by the director of the Institute of Marxism-Leninism, academician Fedosiev. Just look at the nonsense he read into Marx, Engels, and Lenin. He is confused. Totally. The contributors just sow confusion, peace, peace, peace. Nixon will never hand it to you on a silver platter. A bitter struggle for peace lies ahead, it is not yet avoidable. Our ideologists disingenuously shout peace, peace. Better the hand wither than write this nonsense. Peace, peace. It must be for and won. We have scored gains in some places. We now have a foothold in the Near East. But it will be harmful if we go too far. I believe it was utterly foolhardy to propose in the UN that for the sake of peace in the Near East we should send a contingent of our troops there if our partners agree to it. And the Americans would send a contingent of theirs. Why go out on a limb? Look, the proposal is unwarranted. We have used Sadat in order to supply arms to the Arabs to stiffen their resistance to the imperialists who are now forced to a certain extent to bow down to the Arabs. The Arabs have grasped the idea that they must unite. They are starting to raise their oil prices and to reduce oil exports to the world market, which can only benefit us. Let Sadat keep busy with this, what's so bad about that? Given our assistance, he will be active in this direction. But if we stand aside we shall perform a service for the imperialists. Would Vladimir Ilyich Lenin and Joseph Stalin have acquiesced in Sadat's destruction of the Communist Party of Egypt? Asked Chota Ivanovich. But why do you ask? Look, Lenin accepted the Brest Peace, and Stalin signed a peace with Hitler. Our leaders were intelligent men, not stupid. Our approach to the problem is very primitive. Back then we had no alternative. You must understand, when it came time to make full use of the obscene Brest Peace Treaty, Lenin signed while Trotsky was opposed. How intelligent, that Trotsky. We concluded a peace agreement with Hitler, but the Germans invaded us. How stupid we were. But in fact we gained almost 2 years to prepare. We have signed a nuclear test ban treaty with the imperialists of America and England, a treaty directed against socialist China. Why bar China from having nuclear weapons? China just shrugged off the ban and developed its own bomb. France disregarded the ban. We proved to be helpless as a newborn babe, and we gave Mao Zedong his main reason to break with the Soviet Union. The imperialists signed this treaty to foster the split between China and the Soviet Union. It is now almost impossible to rectify that blunder. The Chinese further deepened the rift because they are semi-Marxists rather than true Marxists. Khrushchev apparently instigated it. Instigated it? He literally dragged us into it. So, we signed the treaty, peace, peace. But there can be no peace without war. We are handing out billions in Soviet money to foreign states, but the recipients have collapsed. Can you name just one? Chile, for example. You yourself once told us several years ago that Chile could not hold out for long. Alright, that was Chile. There will still be many Chile's victories and defeats. Assistance to Sadat. That's Philistine talk of the kind heard in bazaars. What if he takes Egypt back to the American camp? What if? He will without fail. Okay, I'll shut up. There are some wise words, we shall see what we shall see. History proves. As Churchill said in his Second World War. You are going about the study of history badly if you study it only in Churchill, you will fall into many gross errors if you rely only on him. But we are not relying on him exclusively. You are. But no one can deny that Soviet billions have gone to foreign aid. Oh, you Philistine, you. Just a Philistine. No one can deny. Come on. Khrushchev just whiled away the time and departed. Well, where were you in the meantime? Where did you while away the time? Just putting the blame on others. No, that won't do. At times I let fly at you. For instance, in your opinion it will take 200 years before we have socialism in our country. It would be better if we went into that question. This is that wonderful American fruit, grapefruit. I think the Georgians ought to grow it. We do, but very little, said Shota Ivanovich. But you must, it's a very good fruit, I recommend it. If before the war we had not unswervingly put every kopeck into the economy and instead had dispersed our funds on all kinds of projects, we would not have won the war. For everything there is a season. Now is the time for us to sort things out. It's up to our propaganda to explain matters. But we should not repeat the errors of our propaganda and its shortcomings. On television they show a sports complex that we have given to a foreign country, but it is dedicated without mentioning that it is a gift from the Soviet Union. Tak grapefruit, American, or Cuban. Cuba is a burden on us. Let it be? It's not at all. And Chile would have been a burden, too. No, don't go on that way. I am very sensitive on this topic. You are a great Philistine in matters of politics, Shota Ivanovich. Vjačeslav Michajlovič, I clearly recall your words of last year. I said I would not grudge my monthly pay for Chile, and you replied, your monthly wage? So what? One must be ready to sacrifice one's life for the revolution. Those are your words. We are still far from the point where it's a question of sacrificing one's life. Peaceful coexistence. Am I right? The slogan peaceful coexistence was not used under Lenin? It was never used, and Lenin never used it. And I think the reason is quite understandable. In those days it would have been naive, utterly naive, to talk about peaceful coexistence. As if we would have begged, please give us peace. The imperialists would have given us no kind of peace whatever. They went their way, we ours. Along the revolutionary way, our policy was affirmed and gathered strength. In my view it is a correct slogan today, but we must bear in mind that some people, pacifistically minded people, incorrectly interpret this slogan. The very idea draws people toward a pacifist way of thinking. Under Lenin the old program condemned such views. Pacifist ideas are pernicious. Lenin was very punctilious, most precise in this regard. But today it's another matter. Khrushchev even included it in the party program. I personally tried to avoid this expression and still do, while Khrushchev, in contrast, tried to make it the touchstone of party and state policy. Elaborating on it leads to no improvement. Another aspect of it needs to be stressed. In 1921 we made no use of the slogan. We stood for peace, we were for the development of relations with the bourgeois countries. We intended to attack no one. But we were opposed to pacifism. This was stated very sharply, even scathingly, in the party program, that is, the Lenin program. I took the trouble to re-examine the program to check on this. It does not contain this slogan. Even during the struggle over the Brest Peace Treaty, when Lenin defended the necessity of peace, even then this expression was not employed, at least not by Lenin and his closest associates. Today it is widely and eclectically bandied about. The general line on this has already been fixed. We are, as it were, begging for peace. But to beg for peace means exposing one's weakness. And to show one's weakness to the strong is politically disadvantageous and inexpedient. For Bolsheviks it is unseemly. The expression was widely used by Khrushchev, who did not always speak correctly to questions of theory and questions of a profoundly political, principled character. One finds in him all kinds of similar crude formulations. Stalin's published works contain no slippery expressions such as peaceful coexistence. I don't recall any. Absolutely none at all in Lenin. But in Lenin there are many apt expressions such as we stand for peace, we stand for normal relations with other states. Of course we struggled for peace back then. Stalin said, peace will be preserved and strengthened if the peoples take the cause of peace into their own hands and uphold it to the end. Yes, into their own hands. This expression is much stronger, it does not beg for peace. Just as in Lenin. The impression is being given that we have consolidated the peace, when we have done nothing of the kind. We have consolidated nothing. In dealing with imperialism, is it possible to say, live and let live? If so, permit me to ask, what are we living for? If it is for the overthrow of imperialism, can we possibly coexist peacefully without overthrowing imperialism? Are we renouncing the overthrow of imperialism? No, we are not. How then is it possible to combine peaceful coexistence with the overthrow of imperialism? According to the Communist Manifesto, the Communists do not conceal their views. They stand for the violent overthrow of the entire existing social order. This is basic to Marx and to Lenin. Everything is reasoned out so as not to contradict this teaching, but now we preach peaceful coexistence. How does one fit in with the other? If they do jibe, then explain how. The real purpose of this expression is to set people's minds at ease. More than 100 years ago we were not afraid to speak out openly, and we rallied people into insurrection. But today we who have grown strong talk about peaceful coexistence. There can be only one long-range goal if we are to move forward, only international revolution. There is nothing, no alternative, more reliable than this. It is our duty to preserve peace. But if we believe that without international revolution we can fight for peace and delay war, if we still believe that it's possible to arrive at communism in this way, that is deception from a Marxist viewpoint, both self-deception and deception of the people. Revolution is on the march, it is growing stronger, everything is moving forward, but not without sacrifices. He who thinks it is possible to advance to communism without sacrifices and without mistakes is naive. The fewer the mistakes the better, but there are bound to be some. Big mistakes that create illusions and spread complacency do not prepare us for decisive battles which are absolutely unavoidable. Thus nothing will be gained, and we shan't move forward. This means that very big battles lie ahead. We are not preparing for them. This is the main danger as I see it. We must maintain peace in every way and delay the onset of a new war, especially war against the socialist countries. But we must not get too deeply engaged in favor of the Arabs and others when they put their national interests first. We ought to help them, but within limits. We are going to FAR. We stand for peaceful coexistence in the sense that we stand for peace. We must in every way stand for peace. We are the most peace-loving country insofar as this does not impede the strengthening of socialism and the growth of the national liberation movement. As to world communism, that goes without saying. If we do not struggle for communism, for world communism, we won't have socialism either. Insofar as this peace does not impair the gradual deepening of the pit under capitalism, we don't speak of this openly. We preserve peace for the purpose of overthrowing imperialism. In fact, when Khrushchev launched peaceful coexistence, he did so for the most self-serving of reasons. After all, by playing up FEAR of atomic war, we help bring it on. Much lies ahead to be done. We proceed from the premise that our positions must be strengthened. What struggle? Capitalism has collapsed, said Shota Ivanovich. Well. A formidable struggle lies ahead. And the further we go, the more formidable the struggle. There is no book whatever that will provide a solution to this question. Marx's Capital is the most all 3.91. encompassing book, but it does not provide an answer to all problems. How about State and Revolution? It is based on Marx. Marx said, "Here is my book. It is a bomb of a kind more powerful than any bomb that bourgeois society ever had or will have. Indeed, this bomb will blow up bourgeois society. No atomic bomb has this power. Nor will any bomb help bourgeois society." Marx's teaching has proved to be a teaching, which, if adhered to and Lenin undeviatingly adhered to it and very ingeniously applied it to our country's conditions, was capable of blowing up our society. But it has not yet proved capable of this in other countries. Is the bourgeois system better than the socialist system? Better. In what respects? Better because it is infected through and through with Khrushchevism. But Khrushchevism is the bourgeois spirit. I told Khrushchev this straight to his face, and I, who had always been considered a man of the party, was later considered superfluous to the party. I say to you, we must not follow in Khrushchev's footsteps. Khrushchev is not alone. We have very many Khrushchevs in our country, indeed, they are the overwhelming majority. We who believe that we must take fundamental positions different from Khrushchevism should have looked into things a bit more deeply. Why do we have such a situation in our country? What is its cause? Is Khrushchev alone to blame? It would have been so easy to kick him out. But we are surrounded by little Khrushchevs, and they keep mum, but now they have come to understand. Everyone wants to live, it's a legitimate demand. But if we who consider ourselves dedicated communists devote all our attention to this, we will begin to move through bourgeois floodwaters to the aid of Khrushchev. We will cling to him so as not to fall behind. We just talk about socialism in generalities and refer only in passing to the difficult questions. We deliberately avoid these questions. To consolidate the system. A hot July day like the one colorfully described by Boris Zaitsev in his stories, when our summer can be a genuine summer with daytime. 392. Temperatures reaching 86 degrees. Shota Ivanovich and myself arrived at Ilyanskoye by train at noon. Molotov was outside his dacha waiting for us at the door. I suggest we take a half-hour's walk if you don't mind. Molotov took his cane and put on his pince-nez. Others can do without a cane, but I always take mine along. He's wearing his usual gray slacks, a blue shirt, and a pair of light summer shoes. We started for the woods nearby. Shortly we took up the issue of so-called consumer socialism. Khrushchev took advantage of the widespread Philistine mentality. We just need more goods. Never mind they are low quality, all that matters is that they be cheap. Buildings with low ceilings have been constructed, the builders copying from foreign capitalists who are interested only in cramming in more and more workers. In our country we have only laid the foundations of socialism, and even that has not been completed. The building of socialism is not an overnight affair but requires an entire epoch. That's just the approach economists in the CDR take, though their work contains ambiguous formulations. Molotov believes that imperialism should be finished off in the 20th century. In January 1, 1917, Lenin did not know that in 10 months he would become the head of government of the first socialist state in the world. It's possible to achieve optimum satisfaction of material and cultural needs just in the course of a decade, while this prepares the way for total collapse in the next decade. If you set a course on satisfaction of material and cultural needs, this requires that priority be assigned to development of light and FOOD industries, right? To meet the needs of the people. Gradually heavy industry is neglected. If you take this by way, you forget the need to take heavy industry in hand, and material consumer satisfaction itself will be undermined. This is the heart of the matter and what I want to emphasize. As the socialist system is consolidated, emphasis on consumer satisfaction will become correct, but if one branch of the economy is separated from the other, what kind of satisfaction then? None. If we neglect heavy industry, if we forget about abolition of classes. I tried to persuade Stalin to bring this up in his economic problems, but everyone else was cheering, hurrah! Hurrah! In my opinion there will be improvement in living conditions, but let it proceed somewhat more slowly, and to make up for it, let us strengthen the system and steer a course on abolition of classes. 393. To wrest the working class from the clutches of capitalism is possible only with sacrifice. Anyone who wants to overthrow capitalism without sacrifice would do better to enroll in another party, the party of pacifists, idlers, babblers, and incorrigible bourgeois ideologues. Period. In short, the working class can tear itself away from capitalism only through the greatest of sacrifices. If this is not to one's taste, then just go on living in slavery. There is no alternative. Why spin fantasies? Life has demonstrated this long ago. Thanks only to our Soviet people, the Russian people, thanks to our Communist Party and above all to Lenin, we have cleared the way forward and in fact won a place of honor among all peoples. For communists the party program is scandalous. Communism in 1980. WELL, here it is 1981. Where is communism? It can't be built today, and it could not have been built yesterday. It was impossible under 1980 conditions, because first socialism must be built. This is not at all a misfortune or a crime, it is more in the nature of things. This formulation of communism by 1980 was apparently dictated by Khrushchev on his own, recklessly, on a day when he must have got out of the wrong side of the bed. He was like a runaway horse. Absolutely unbridled. And many small unbridled horses ran after him. Communism is impossible to realize without the requisite internal and external conditions, as science shows. Communism will unconditionally require both the former and the latter to complete the building of socialism and at the same time to move things forward. But in our country, even now, socialism has yet to reach completion. That is why I insist that completing the building of socialism remains the political task of our time. May God grant this take no more than a 5-year plan or even 1 decade. I am beginning to see why the party inscribed in its program that we should have communism by 1980. It happened in November 1961. Why did it happen? Shouldn't there be some explanation? Why was such a mistake committed? It is not by chance that I target 2 academicians, Fedosiev and Pospelov, one a philosopher and the other a historian of the party. In the book edited by Fedosiev, The Foundations of Scientific Communism, he 394 treats the building of communism just as the program does. Socialism exists when the exploiting classes have been abolished, while classes on the whole will be abolished under communism. He wrote this, and no one objected. Why, it is even inscribed in the program. The party proclaimed from the lofty tribune of the party Congress, the present generation of Soviet people will live under communism. This proposition is so remote from reality that the people have ceased believing anything. As never before, the slogan "The people and the party are one" rang true. The party deceived the people, and the people, having lost faith and working slapdash, began to deceive the party. I have often thought about this and have come to the conclusion that this happened because there was no correct conception of what constitutes socialism. At about the same time, in the 1960s, Mao Zedong spoke out about communism and about socialism. I do not recall just where, but Mao, who was proclaiming the building of communes in China, had already stated that 200 to 300 years were needed to build socialism, the first stage of communism, in China. But he did not at all renounce the building of communes. This is difficult to imagine, and there is no need to try. Nevertheless, all this showed how superficial was our conception of socialism. Our current leaders speak of developed, mature socialism. Such idle chatter. It seems to me that long ago we had already entered the stage of developed socialism, but only just entered it. We are in its very initial period. But in order to do what is necessary to achieve socialism in a separate country, the whole economy must be turned into the property of all the people. This is the main thing. In this connection, Lenin simply, clearly, and succinctly said, "Socialism is the abolition of classes." Nowadays people don't like to talk about this. The same applies to our most senior spokesman. On the elimination of classes there is not a word in the party program. But this is the knottiest question of socialism. It is the main issue. Labor productivity is currently on the rise. But when we have all the production links smoothly coordinated and integrated, labor productivity will rise significantly. Labor discipline is important in this regard, but not discipline alone. It is important to be thorough in ensuring the smooth flow of supplies, on time and according to plan, to every link in the production process. At present this is not the case. Many workers 395 waste time waiting in vain for what they need to do their job. What does this mean? It's not a genuine planned economy. We have a lot of boasting about exceeding output quotas, but in all these years we have never even met them. Accurate, timely, and precise coordination and integration of all links in the chain of production are the crucial elements. Of course this is difficult in so vast an economy, but this too is socialism. Herein lies its main problem. We just go along in the old peasant spirit of perchance. This perchance has survived into the Soviet period. For a long time I have wanted to write about this but haven't managed. I am unable even to get started, though the main point is clear to me. Cautious praise is due Andropov. He has introduced a fresh stream of thought and a good direction. For the present, however, it is not quite clear whether this will really prove itself and how long it will last. But the first steps, in my view, have a positive character. Andropov, judging by the way he looks, is not a healthy man. All the same, considering the times, he is a godsend. I do not know or see anyone else of his caliber in this circle. He does not indulge in verbiage. His thought is not obscured by his language. Andropov says, "We are addressing the question of perfecting the relations of production. The foundation is social ownership of the means of production. In our country, as is known, it takes two forms, state-owned property and kolkhoz cooperative-owned property. In the long term, we see the fusion of these two forms into a single form of property, that of all the people. This is in keeping with your views." Yes. We, communists, see in the long term the growing over of Soviet statehood into public self-administration. Absolutely correct, yes. And this will take place, as we see it, by means of the furthermost development of the state of all the people. The state of all the people, from my point of view, is incorrect. On this point I part company with the Central Committee. Poland and certain other states show that the concept of the state of all the people is not a particularly sound one. At least for the present, that is, as long as imperialism exists. I shall write my commentary on the new constitution and send it on. If they don't evict me from the dacha after this. But whether they evict me or not, I shall send it on. In our country it is forbidden to persecute a person just for opinion. With the exception of cases in which, and so forth. The chief flaw in the constitution is an even greater departure from the class struggle against imperialism. Shall I be more specific? The dictatorship of the proletariat has supposedly already fulfilled its role and is to be replaced by the state of all the people, as in the party program. There is nothing new in this. This flagrant departure from the class line was begun as far back as the program and is simply continued here in the Constitution. This has a bearing on the entire international movement, because this is a fundamental question, a question of state power. It was imperative in the Constitution to speak intelligibly about what constitutes a developed socialist society, but it contains only rumination on this matter, nothing is explained. Neither its authors nor the body of our political literature show any understanding of this. I stand ready to call both into question. No one understands a thing about this. Similar confusion was injected into this question by the 1961 party program, indeed, total confusion when it stated that we were to have communism by 1980, that is, 3 years from now. Does anyone really believe this? Absurd, utterly absurd. They say that instead of communism in 1980 we shall have the Olympic Games. Something like that, yes. Everything is topsy-turvy. From my point of view, the only thing that would justify a new constitution would be to explain what constitutes a developed socialist society. In that case we should radically have to amend both the party program and the constitution. I consider the draft constitution unfounded in principle, though it contains many good points. But its premises are baseless. That poor Filo Brezhnev parrots what they write for him, but the upshot is no improvement. Inasmuch as we are marking time in economic policy, under conditions that still preserve part of NEP, we are in an analogous transitional period. We must overcome these vestiges of a transitional period in production and distribution. Substantial vestiges of a transitional period persist, two forms of property and commodity money. 397. Relations. No one objects, no one dares object, and these questions are evaded in underhanded evasion. The leadership consists of able, practical men, but they lack experience in politics at the all-union level, and they are not seasoned. Moreover, they have not been properly trained in scientific socialism. But that is their misfortune, not their fault. If these basic mistakes are allowed to go uncorrected, damage will ensue along 3 avenues. First, renunciation of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Marx and Lenin believed that pending communism, the dictatorship of the proletariat is needed, without which it is impossible to do what is necessary to prepare the way to communism. Renunciation of this, from my point of view, is baseless, though of course the dictatorship may assume other forms, another character. Everyone must recognize this. As long as the state is necessary, it can only be the dictatorship of the proletariat. In all capitalist countries the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie holds everything economic and political in its hands. Is the dictatorship of the proletariat to be different in this regard? Must the proletariat march barehanded against an armed enemy? This is absurd, this is the most harmful rubbish. Our leaders now apparently proceed from the premise that the working class has already won out, so who would the dictatorship be directed against? This notion arises from the fact that the petty bourgeoisie and peasant masses have crept into our party and hatched all those theoreticians who have no revolutionary tempering, who have not genuinely participated in class struggle, all of those Fedosievs en masse. Read them and see, they are afraid of revolutionary measures. I believe that the task of liquidating 2 forms of property, of transition to 1 form of property, that is, the task of abolishing classes, is a revolutionary task, but they are afraid of shouldering it. And it can be fulfilled only by the dictatorship of the proletariat and none other. A peasant, even the best, is and remains a peasant. The peasants cannot pass to positions of abolishing classes, this is beyond their ken as long as they are peasants. For a long time they will hang on to their old ideology, their old psychology, and be peasants, not revolutionary proletarians. They serve splendidly as allies of the proletariat, as is the case now, but they have no will to see things through to the end, and they lack full understanding of the cause. Only the working class has what it takes. Second, I criticize the notion of a state of all the people. Despite everything that's said, I believe that in our country the dictatorship of the proletariat obtains. A state that represents the interests of the working class and of the kolkhoz peasantry and of the intelligentsia is not possible. The intelligentsia is not a social class. In our country there are only two social classes, the workers and the peasants. But the intelligentsia expresses the will and the interests of either workers or peasants. The draft documents generally refer incorrectly to the intelligentsia, and it is mentioned just in passing. Moreover, the intelligentsia includes many FOR class enemies, they cannot struggle FOR the dictatorship of the working class. Not only Narodniki, even bourgeois leaders when enfranchised say, we are representatives of the people. To a certain extent this is true. They are representatives of the people who are under their thumb, in their power, and who do not rise up against them. Thus we, Marxists, must not falsify reality as if we express the will of both the working class and the peasantry. Marx and Lenin said that in order to establish socialism, the cause must be taken in hand by the working class. When we renounce the dictatorship of the proletariat, we renounce the working class. To whom then do we pass it on? Well, let us assume both to the workers and the peasants. But this is impossible. The working class is more revolutionary, more advanced. The working class is in alliance with the peasantry, but the working class alone leads. Consequently, all this talk about the state of all the people is only a change of names. The harsh word dictatorship is not pleasant. Nevertheless, in the West they are getting used to it. But it is being falsified there, they don't comprehend that without the dictatorship of the proletariat, they will never be able to move forward. However much they babble, the truth remains, either remain slaves of capitalism or, if you want to wrench yourself free, it is possible only with the aid of the dictatorship. When the working class in our country made up probably no more than 15% of the total population, we proclaimed the dictatorship. No matter, the peasants assented to it because the dictatorship gave them land, gave them the struggle for peace, gave them farm machinery, so how could they be against it? No force can suppress the bourgeoisie and the landlords more effectively than the working class. It offered the peasantry the most hope. It is not by chance that in the theory of the state there is no room for state of all the people. Nowhere has it ever existed in reality. What kinds of tasks are assigned the state of all the people that have not been fulfilled by our dictatorship of the proletariat? What kinds? Name them. There are none. Third, I revert to the issue which was a mistake both in the Stalin Constitution of 1936 and in the current one, from each according to his ability, to each according to his work. 99% of the readers won't even notice this, and will then go on parroting it. I call your attention to a phrase in the new constitution, which compared with the preceding constitution is even worse, from each according to his ability, to each according to the quantity and quality of his work. This has been deftly crafted by our bureaucrats to line their own pockets. The gist is this: one, am a conscientious worker and I am unusually qualified, so my remuneration should be 5 times the norm, as FORU, remuneration 1/5 of mine would be enough. I am a minister, which means remunerate me at 6 times the norm, but you have lesser qualifications, so just keep quiet with what you get, if you please. I don't deny that for the present we must reckon with qualitative factors. Lenin declared in 1918 that we could pay the top bourgeois specialists more than others. However bad, we could find a way to pay 2,000 especially distinguished experts a total of 50 million rubles or even 100 million rubles. This would be a bourgeois principle, a deviation from the principles of the Paris Commune, a deviation from communism, but we could tolerate it as a temporary expedient. Instead we now sanctify such disparities in pay. Naturally this is very harmful. There is no such thing now as a party maximum remuneration, nothing of the kind. I have higher qualifications than others, therefore pay me 10 times as much as you pay them. That's the kind of constitution you are about to have. They boast that this is a kind of communist manifesto. They are utter idiots. This disparity won't last long, I believe, because the question how come, is already being raised. But now they will have the cheek to say to the workers, how come? The Constitution stipulates remuneration according to quantity and quality. A woman who happened to be in the neighborhood of the dacha approached me and asked, where does Molotov live? I am Molotov. You are Molotov? Very good. And she shared her news and views with me. She was not at all a simple person. I met with her on 3 occasions at her initiative. Either she lay in wait for me or something of the kind. Apparently she had a high opinion of me. She told me she had been working for 10 years at a chemical plant in Ryazan. Look, she said, although I am young, I am already an old woman. On the job, working conditions are intolerable, very injurious to the workers' health. I have appealed everywhere, but in vain. And she started to tell me very frankly that she had gone as far as to turn to foreign correspondents and even to the American and Japanese embassies. Foreign radio stations, she said, were already beginning to publicize her case. Through foreign correspondence she had succeeded in calling attention to her plight. I told her, write to me about your working conditions. Write to the Committee of People's Control, and send me a copy detailing how things are going and why you are such a dissatisfied person. Some 2 weeks passed. She met me not far from home and handed me some papers. I read, I have not written to the Committee of People's Control because I believe it futile, but I transmit what I have written to you. I got a copy of her memorandum and sent it to Arvid Pelshi, with a brief note saying, I request your attention to this matter. About another 2 weeks passed. I was taking a walk outside the dacha area and encountered her. She said, it's you? Hello. I said, look, I have read your memorandum. I see that you are a person who has no desire to help Soviet power but one who works against it. I'll no longer speak with you. Either you cease appealing to foreign embassies. She had appealed also to the Turkish embassy or I'll have no more to do with you. I walked away from her. She did not show up again. The point of my story is that she had lost faith. The people are losing faith. They appeal every which way but find no understanding. She had appealed also to local officials. According to her memorandum, a conference of representatives of the ministries was convened in Ryazan which included representatives of the executive committee of the regional party organization. Apparently something was done about her complaint, but nothing substantial. She represents just one example of how people are losing faith. Similar examples are brought to my attention informally by various individuals, showing that there are many such cases. Her case is not an isolated one. Naturally this is very sad. Yet the Constitution is being praised to the skies. It's just so much verbiage. True, the Constitution also records real gains. The right to housing, for example. Nowhere, in no other country could that be inscribed in the Constitution. But it is little enough to write. What's needed is an understanding of where we are headed. Instead we have this hullabaloo, it goes beyond all bounds. Here you have the commentary I have drawn up. I am against the tranquil life. Vjačeslav Michajlovič recounts that he had read in the journal Communist a pronouncement attributed to Lenin regarding developed socialism. Molotov had written a letter to the editors challenging the authenticity of this alleged pronouncement. The journal's editor-in-chief, Kosolapov, phoned Molotov, saying, "We have to have a talk." "My pleasure." They sent an automobile to take him to the editorial offices. I rode with him to the office and back. Actually, Lenin said nothing of the kind. Kosolapov said I was right, he had no rebuttal to my refutation. "But you and I are communists and understand party policy." "You understand, said the editor, "unfortunately I cannot print your letter." "I do not insist," I said, "but the people must not be deceived." We touched on events in Czechoslovakia, their causes, and the grave economic situation. I sometimes muse, what if we had something like that in our country? Because we are now in a deep economic slump. Raising prices is not the way out. I think we have to change social relations. Start with, let's impose a party maximum, a cap on remuneration of party members. This would have a tremendous material effect on the country and its morale. The trouble is that Khrushchevites still dominate, even in the Central Committee. Since Stalin's death we have lived on the reserves built up in Stalin's time. I propose a toast to Stalin. No one else could have borne, no one else could have endured the burden he carried on his shoulders. None but he had the iron nerve and strength it took. I sent a request to the Institute of Marxism-Leninism. I wrote, inasmuch as I am researching certain questions of party history, to request permission to look into the materials held by the Institute on the party maximum. About a month later I received a reply. They sent me a packet of information concerning the resolutions and decisions adopted by the party on this question, but only the titles and dates of these. 402. Actions, not the texts. Nevertheless I was grateful for this. The document abolishing the party maximum was dated 1932. Actually abolition started earlier, but the formal abolition took place in 1932. ACC and Ding to institute rules, by decision of the Central Committee, as someone explained to me later, only party members are permitted access to the holdings of the institute. I take this to be perfectly correct. So, regarding me as a non-party member, they sent me this information. Phones me, "We have wonderful news. The party has reinstated Vjačeslav Michajlovič." I take the train to Žukovka. Molotov is in a white shirt and is seated on the sofa watching television. I congratulate him and ask him for the details. Yesterday what's his name received me? Chernenko. He gave me a decision to read, which contained a line, to restore to Molotov his rights as a member of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. A decision of the Secretariat? I can't exactly say. Apparently it was a decision adopted by the Politburo. It was the Central Committee that had excluded me and it must therefore reinstate me. The current Minister of Culture, Demishev. As concerns the party card, it will be made out in a few days. This took place in the Kremlin? No, at the Central Committee building on Old Square. It was all very simple. But I have some questions. Thanks, so to speak, to the activity of Ponomarev, the latest edition of the history of the CPSU describes me as a conciliator. If I am a conciliator, can you name anyone who is less a conciliator? Have you noticed that you are no longer referred to as being a member of an anti-party group? Long ago. The charge was just a product of Khrushchev's malice. Did they phone you yesterday? Yesterday, in the evening. 410. That means after a session of the Politburo. Yesterday, Thursday, they held a session. The Politburo customarily meets on Thursday, just as in Lenin's time. Today's Pravda reports a session of the Politburo. At the very end the report reads, The Politburo session examined and adopted decisions on a number of other questions of economic and social policy of our Rudy. That means you. Apparently, after the Politburo session Kimenko received you. Did they send an automobile to pick you up? TWO cars, VOL guess. They phoned, says Sarah Mikhailovna, and asked FOR Vjačeslav Michajlovič. Who is calling? It's FROM the CC. I'll call him to the phone. He came to the phone, they said they would come FOR him. Did they say he was being reinstated? No, they didn't, but I guessed. I had already sent the Politburo a letter, May 1st but they could have refused you, as they had before. Of course. So, you entered the office. What's special about that? He was alone in that big office. Stalin's office, no. No. He received me in his office, which is near the large room where the Politburo meets. He sat behind a conference table. When I entered, he got up from behind the table to greet me, shook my hand, and then we sat down opposite each other at the conference table. He said something but I did not quite hear what, and he made some small talk. Then he showed me the decision. I said to him, I have been a party member since 1906. He said, that is stated in the decision. TO indicate continuous length of service? YES, yes. WELL, you now hold the record FOR longest continuous membership 80 years in the party. YEP. Longer than anyone. WELL, there is Father Christmas. What did Kimenko say to you? Nothing special. There was hardly any conversation at all. He said I was hereby reinstated in the party and handed me a copy. He congratulated me, nothing more. Did he allow you to take a copy with you? No, he did not. It all took 2 minutes, no more. I did not catch what. 411. He told me, I said I did not know the reason FOR my being expelled and the reason FOR my reinstatement. Molotov stuck to his guns. He reached his goal without groveling in repentance and without writing a self-abasing recantation, which had frequently been urged on him. We were sitting at the table. Molotov was speaking about economic questions, of how he had proposed increasing investment in soil improvement of Russian Rhineland, FOR which Khrushchev called I'm a dogmatist. He called me a dogmatist simply because I read books. The struggle still goes on in other forms, but a hard-fought struggle is raging. What do our brothers the writers say about this? I attended a meeting at the house of WR. It hears that Vjačeslav Va Lendenberskov. I struck up a conversation with him, and he told me that the complications FOR are diplomacy created by Stalin and you had closed off all our loopholes or escape hatches, so to speak. Because you and Stalin had pursued such a hard-line policy, it was now difficult to have any dealings with the capitalists. That, in my opinion, is very superficial reasoning. To assert that Stalin did not understand the ABCs of diplomacy is sheer nonsense. They are trampling on Stalin in order to get at Lenin. And some people are even starting after Lenin. They say Stalin is his continuator. In what sense? In the worst. Lenin started the concentration camps, established the Cheka. Stalin just continued them. No less. So what else are they talking about? About Gorbachev, about the struggle with alcoholism. Yesterday I heard him speak on television. I think it was quite a good speech. I don't think I ever met him. He is young, born in 1931. You were already head of the government the year he was born. Well, I too was pretty young then, indeed, the youngest chairman of the Council of People's Commissars. The Japanese ambassador remarked what a young prime minister I was. And an American, too, forget his name, one of their big capitalists. Concerning alcoholism, that's a matter we greatly neglected, a difficult problem that must be solved. It's a peasant country, the right-wing deviation is preponderant. Many people do not like socialism. Why do people drink? History and geography have a lot to do with it. We are a northern country. A lot of people drink, but never so many as now. We have become richer, that's the first thing. We have become edgier, that's the second. Sedatives are needed. There used to be less drinking. Recently I brought Molotov a long memorandum written by E.F. Grundin, a member of the Kremlin district committee of the party. Molotov read it with great interest. Grundin wrote that under Lenin the Sovnarkom was vested with plenary executive, economic, and administrative power while the party served as an assistant. Under Lenin that was true. In a letter addressed to Molotov in March 1, 1922, Lenin wrote, "Finally, it is necessary to delimit FAR more precisely the functions of the party and the CC on the one hand and of Soviet power, on the other." According to Grundin, too much is now left to the party. Just try to lead the country in another way. In most cases Grundin's criticism is correct, but he can't draw conclusions. This is very difficult. He proposes to leave to the party overall leadership of the work of the state, but without petty intervention. That's difficult to put into practice, given our conditions. A very difficult question. He wants to investigate why people work so badly. The reason is that we are bad communists in our majority. Thank God we are nevertheless finding some leaders who, despite all shortcomings and little understanding of the entire complex of questions, have held together a certain core of the party and have not let go. Yes, the role of the Soviets must be strengthened, but this won't come about at once. We need everything, we are still accumulating crumbs. We need to strengthen the party line to prevent Philistines from getting the upper hand. Yes, more than a few who desire a restful life will be found out there. At our next meeting Molotov continued the conversation on Grundin's memorandum. I have reread this memorandum. It's not quite clear. He almost holds that we have accomplished nothing, that we have no socialism whatever. He swings from one extreme to another. But we have retained state. Since Stalin power, industry is in the hands of the state, the peasant has broken with the old way of life and has taken the path of collectivization. We have thrown on the scrap heap what had been very difficult to scrap. We are moving forward over contradictions, but they will last more than one more 5-year plan, since it is necessary to gather experience and understanding of what is taking place. The contradictions riddling our socialist society are still substantial. While they are not dominant, they do affect things. All the same, the guideline, the dictatorship of the proletariat, will triumph. But in Grundin it turns out that bureaucrats possess everything. In practice, bureaucrats have seized a lot, but this is a social category which has been virtually decapitated. Nevertheless, difficulties remain. That is why I reread the memorandum. It reflects an almost despairing view of our situation. But we are moving forward despite the fact that much of the old still slows us down, like leg irons, making it difficult just to walk. But there is no power in the world that could force us to turn back. We are undeviatingly moving forward, but more slowly than is desirable. That's my opinion. I don't know, what's yours? What would you advise Grundin? First, to continue the line we are pursuing. It is Leninist, it is socialist, but not enough. The socialist elements in the economy, in the culture, and in the party itself must be strengthened. It is difficult, but we have set about attaining a difficult goal toward which we are victoriously advancing. Much of the old still blocks and befouls our path. No soothing phrase will clear it away. Do I make myself clear? Not entirely. Grundin sees our shortcomings and is thinking of ways to correct them. That's what I am saying. We are moving forward, but many difficulties remain, including those it would seem we had already easily overcome. But nothing will come easy to us because we live in a petty bourgeois country. We are building socialism and moving toward communism because state power and the vanguard of the people rests solidly on the policy pursued by the party. That's the main thing. In our country the vanguard is preserved, it is growing in strength, it is socialist, communist, this is the main thing. To sink into pessimism is wrong. Our work in the Soviet Union affects all mankind and is making progress, though slowly. It could not be otherwise. There are still the Trotskyists and Bukharinists. They emphasize our difficulties and shortcomings, they are voices of despair and unbelief, as if we were moving backward rather than forward. They are wrong. In 5 to 10 years, everything will have become clearer, but even then we will still have to face many vicissitudes. Beyond what is being done, I cannot recommend something specific, but I believe it is being done well. And our work has penetrated the life of the people so deeply that it is no longer possible to go back. As for leaders who, as it were, might be able to propose something new, they are all too few. These new elements have not yet crystallized. No one new has been pushed to the top, have you noticed? Who is being talked about, what kinds of articles are being written? Yes, many new men have been pushed up, but their caliber has not been tested. That's the way things stand. What do you think about the proposal to grant the Soviets greater power? It is correct. Imperative. But it will take time because political literacy here is still all too rare. Today it is not enough just to read about and understand a situation, one must still decide what course of action to adopt. The party is doing this and, in my opinion, is doing it correctly. Overhastiness must be avoided. What are you reading now? Churchill's memoirs. He excoriates you, alleging that you helped Hitler in 1940 during the Battle for France. You congratulated Hitler on his victory over France. Also, Stalin and Molotov should have known that in 1 year they would have to fight Hitler. We knew it very well. But Churchill took a great fall. He did not see things in the long term. He did not see more precisely, he did not want to see. He was a man of great character and perseverance. But character is not enough, one must have understanding. Vyacheslav Michajlovič, the people of Irkutsk have asked me to have you write AFEW words on your photograph for the museum in Manzurk village. Kirov, Franz, Orjonikij, and you had been in exile there. Molotov took up a pen and began to fidget with it pensively. I tried to dictate a greeting for him, to the museum of Manzurk. But he wrote, after thinking a bit in his own way, in trembling hand with effort, but without glasses. To my Siberian comrades in Manzurk and in other distant places, I wish you every success. From the former exile, V. Molotov. February 1, 1986. I hold the photograph he inscribed. I can't make it out, Molotov said, and put on his glasses to read what he had written. Only recently he had in a firm hand inscribed on his photograph presented to the museum house of J.V. Stalin in Gori. Since Stalin I am proud to have worked many years with J.V. Stalin. V. Molotov. On Sunday, March 9, 1986, Molotov celebrated his 96th birthday. I congratulated him, and he replied, let's stick with this policy right into the future. He smiled. How did the XXVIIth Rudy Congress strike you? People have finally noticed a serious problem in our country, the loss of mastery in many fields. I am surprised our planes manage to fly. They are so badly made. It is unconscionable. That's just a result of the fact that a peasant stratum has risen to the surface. A vast layer has lifted itself from illiteracy and semi-literacy. They have not yet digested new things. How it will turn out? But it rises, then falls back. We have girded ourselves technologically, but we need to double or triple our effort. We speak about writers, about Bondarev, Rasputin, and Iseev. I say I intend to go to Afghanistan. You must drop in and tell me all about it. These were the last words I heard from his lips. 140. As usual, I wrote down the number of our next meeting on a fresh page of the diary, number 140, in red pencil. but the red had to be framed in black. The 140th meeting was the day off his funeral. That summer he had fallen ill with pneumonia. In June he was taken to Kuntseva Hospital. There he died on November 8, 1986, at 12:55 p.m. Izvestia NVE Chernaya Moskva ran a brief obituary. THIRD Council of Ministers sadly announces that on November 8, 1986, at the age of 96, after a lingering and grave illness, there passed away all Union personnel pensioner, member of the CPSU since 1906, Molotov, V.M. From 1930 to 1941, the deceased was chairman of the USSR Council of People's Commissars, and from 1947 to 1957 was first deputy chairman of the USSR Council of People's Commissars and USSR Council of Ministers. Council of Ministers of the USSR. At 10 a.m. on Granovsky Street people began to gather. They rode by bus to Kuntseva. Funeral Hall number 1. About 200 people crowded the hall while many stood in the street. At Novodevichy Cemetery I saw many acquaintances. Relatives of Stalin and of Artem Sergeev, Podvoisky, T. Evosian, Bulganin, Kaganovich, and Mikoyan arrived. The guards did not permit members of the public to enter. Molotov was laid out in a red coffin decked with red carnations, the identification mark of the Bolsheviks. He was dressed in a dark blue suit, grey necktie, and white shirt. His facial features had changed drastically, his face drawn and pinched. Or wreaths had been laid out, from the Council of Ministers, from his daughter and son-in-law, from his grand and great-grandchildren, and from friends and nearest and dearest. On cushions were the gold star of the hero of socialist labor, number 79, or orders of Lenin, the Order of the Banner of Honor, and or medals. For the defense of Moscow, for victory over Germany, for Valoris Toil in the Great Patriotic War, and Buyers of Moscow commemoration. The funeral ceremony was brief. Or speakers delivered eulogies, I Stadniuk, E. Strugov, a veteran of the cruiser Molotov, V. Skryabin, a nephew of Molotov's, and me. The ceremony was closed by a representative of the administrative director of the Council of Ministers, and we then bore the casket to the hearse. Flashbulbs popped from news cameras. There were many FORANERS. The gold star on a cushion was carried by Opel's hero G. Batyukov, the celebrated pilot. At the cemetery the driver of the hearse steered toward the platform where last words are usually pronounced. But someone in an authoritative yet panicky tone of voice hurriedly directed the driver to turn right. The casket was placed on a catafalque, and as it was carried to the grave, Molotov's head shook on a shriveled neck. I could see his cold brow and grey mustache. Someone in the crowd murmured, "This funeral will cost more than the anti-alcoholism decree." Molotov was buried and memorialized at the expense of the state. On the day of his death some KGB men came to Molotov's flat and dacha and carried off 2 suitcases filled with papers and photographs. In no time a new master moved into the dacha at Zhukovka. I went there to collect the writing desk at which Molotov had worked. It had been moved to the manager's storeroom. No one needed it. The girl who opened the storeroom said, there was no one like Vyacheslav Michajlovič in our dacha compound. He asked for nothing, much less make demands or indulge in caprices. He did not like or need luxury, he owned neither carpets nor chandeliers. Molotov lived at the Zhukovka dacha from July 8, 1966, to June 27, 1986. Until the very last day he tried to do everything himself, Tatiana Afanasovna Tarasova, the housekeeper, told us. He was a very strong-willed person. Even when he was almost unable to walk, he tried to walk as far as the 6th post. You would say, stop at the earth post, Vyacheslav Michajlovič. No, not until the 6th. Among the sheets of paper Molotov covered with crabbed writing during his last days, there is one on which he sketched out theses he had intended to work out. 1. The fundamental principle of socialism is fulfillment of norms of labor established by society. 2. The Communist Party is the party of the working class. 3. Democracy under socialism. He returned to these questions time after time during the years of our meetings. Apparently he would have liked to chat with the current leadership about problems of socialism, and he said something of the kind to his housekeeper. Phone Smerdyakov, the administrative director of the Council of Ministers. Ask him if Gorbachev could find the time to speak with me. Nothing came of it. His mind worked as in former years. It was only at the very end that a decline became noticeable. Shortly before his death, he read the last page of Pravda, laid down the paper, and said, "Invite Shevardnadze to see me at 5 p.m. Apparently Molotov was agitated over some international problem, and he reverted to his former role as a member of the Politburo, FIRST deputy chairman of the Council of Ministers, and Minister of Foreign Affairs. Members of his household thought he would forget all about it by 5 p.m. But by that time he had put on his suit and necktie. They told him that Comrade Shevardnadze was busy and could not accept. He survived 11 heads of the country. He was born under Alexander Il and died under Gorbachev. At his funeral I had said, "We bid farewell today to a fighter for communism, to Lenin's last surviving comrade in arms." Chronology. Note: specific days are given according to the Julian calendar, which was in effect in Russia until February 1, 918, followed by the Gregorian or modern calendar. 1890 February 24/March 9, birth of B. M. Molotov, village of Kukurka, Vyatsk gubernia. 1894 Accession of Tsar Nicholas II to the throne. 1905 Evolution of 1905 to 1907. Russia becomes a quasi-constitutiona, monarchy. Establishment of Imperial State Duma. 1906 Molotov joins Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party, Bolshevik wing. 1909 Molotov arrested, sentenced to 2 years exile in Vologda. 191 January 1916 Molotov enrolled in St. Petersburg Polytechnic Institute. 1912 Molotov assists INFO on daying of Bolshevik newspaper Pravda. 1914 Russian declaration of war on Germany, name of capital changed to Petrograd. 191 5 Molotov arrested for organizing revolutionary underground in Moscow, sentenced to 3-year term of exile to Manzurka, Irkutsk gubernia. Escapes 1916. 1916 1917 Member, Russian Bureau of the Bolshevik Central Committee in Petrograd. 191 February 7 Revolution. Molotov joins Executive Committee of Petrograd Soviet of Workers and Soldiers Deputies. Nicholas II abdicates March 2/T5 Formation of Provisional Government, composed mainly of Duma deputies. October Revolution. Molotov member of Military Revolutionary Committee, headed by Trotsky. October 2 5/November 7, Bolshevik-led insurrection deposes Kerensky provisional government. All Russian Congress of Soviets of Workers and Soldiers Deputies ratifies Lenin's decrees on peace and land and confirms new government, the Council of People's Commissars, Lenin, Chairman, Trotsky, Commissar for Foreign Affairs, Stalin, Commissar for Nationalities. War Communism, Civil War and Foreign Armed Intervention. Molotov Chairman of Northern Region, Council of the National Economy. Candidate member of Central Committee of Communist Party. Secretary of Central Committee of Communist Party, Ukraine. New Economic Policy. Member and Secretary of Central Committee. Candidate member of Politburo of Central Committee. Lenin's Chief of Staff of Council of People's Commissars. Marries Paulina Semenovna Jemhuzhina. Stalin elected General Secretary of Central Committee. Death of Lenin. Struggle for succession. Alexander Rykov is chairman of Council of People's Commissars to 1930. Molotov heads Stalinist group to remove Zinoviev from leadership of party in Leningrad. Kirov new leader in Leningrad. Stalin-Trotsky struggle over Stalin's doctrine of socialism in one country. Molotov elected member of Politburo. Trotsky exiled to Central Asia, then expelled from USSR. Molotov secretary of Moscow Party Committee. Stalin proclaims 5-year plan. Collectivization of agriculture campaign. Bukharinid right-wing deviation defeated. Molotov succeeds rightist Alexander Rykov as chairman of Council of People's Commissars. Molotov active in collectivization drive, especially in Ukraine, 1932. Assassination of Sergei Kirov. 1936 to 1938 Great Terror. Molotov active with Stalin and secret police heads Ezhov, then Beria, in drawing up arrest lists and signing death sentences. 1939 May, while retaining position as chairman of Sovnarkom, Molotov replaces Maxim Litvinov as Commissar for Foreign Affairs. August 23, Molotov signs German-Soviet non-aggression treaty and secret supplementary protocol dividing Eastern Europe into German-Soviet spheres of interest. September 1, Germany invades Poland. September 3, Britain and France declare war on Germany. USSR declares neutrality in Second WORLDWAR. USSR absorbs Eastern Poland into Ukrainian and Belarusian Soviet republics. 1940 Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Moldavia, and Karelia proclaimed Soviet republics and incorporated in USSR. November, Molotov meets with Hitler and Ribbentrop in Berlin to work out frictions over spheres of interest. 1941 May 6, Stalin replaces Molotov as chairman of Sovnarkom. June 22, German invasion of USSR. Molotov announces news of invasion by radio to Soviet PEOPLE. Molotov deputy chairman of State Council of the FENSE. 1942 May-June, Molotov flies to London and Washington. Signs Anglo-Russian Treaty of Alliance and secures President Roosevelt's agreement to the urgent tasks of creating a second front in Europe in 1942. 1943 October-November, Molotov at Moscow Conference of Foreign Ministers and Second Stalin at Tehran Conference. 1945 Molotov attends Yalta and Potsdam conferences with Stalin. April, meets President Truman and represents USSR at San Francisco Conference FO Undying the United Nations. 1945 to 1947 Molotov at UN. Also negotiates peace treaties. 1946, Sovnarkom name changed to Council of Ministers. Stalin, Chairman, Molotov, Deputy Chairman and Minister for Foreign Affairs. 424 Chronology. 1948 Stalin forces Molotov to divorce Paulina Semenovna Vjačeslav. 1949 February, Vjačeslav charged with treason, arrested, and incarcerated. March, Andrei Vyshinsky replaces Molotov as Foreign Minister. 1952 Stalin enlarges and renames Politburo Presidium of the Central Committee. Molotov a member but not included in smaller body, actually a new Politburo. 195 March 35, death of Stalin. Molotov first deputy chairman of Council of Ministers and restored as Minister for Foreign Affairs. March 6, membership of Presidium reduced from 25 members to 8. Molotov retains membership. Vjačeslav released, rejoins Molotov. 195 June 6, Molotov removed from position as first deputy chairman of Council of Ministers and replaced by Dmitry Shepilov as Foreign Minister. 1957 June, attempt to remove Khrushchev from post of first secretary of CC defeated, Molotov and other members of anti-party group expelled from CC. 1957 to 1960 Molotov USSR ambassador to Mongolian People's Republic. 1962 Molotov Soviet representative to International Atomic Energy Commission, Vienna. 1962 Molotov discharged from all positions in the government and expelled from the party. Pensionitov. 1968 to 1986 Conversations with Felix Joeff. 1970 Death of Jem Huzhina. 1984 Molotov reinstated in party. 1986 November 8, Death of Molotov.